1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. check. Oh, God. Hello, 1, 2. One, two, hello.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I understand there's going to be a fire alarm at 9:30, so I'm just going to delay the start just slightly. Okay, now that's taking place, I'll start the hearing today. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this stage 3 and 4 hearing session on the Sheffield Plan. My name is David Troy. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and Planning Inspector, along with my colleague Katie Chard and Rosie Morgan. I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold an examination to the soundness of the Sheffield Plan. Can I just check everybody can hear me? Thank you. The session are being filmed and live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel. The link is available on the Council's Local Plan website. Welcome to all those watching online today. The Stage 4 hearings will be looking at the proposed additional allocation sites put forward by the Council in the consultation paper published in May of this year. The proposed sites have generated a significant amount of public interest and concern, and the Council received a lot of objections to the proposed sites via email and letter. Our role is to examine the plan and determine whether it's legally compliant and soundly based as defined in the National Planning Policy Framework. As part of this, we will be considering all written evidence and representations and will also take into account all verbal submissions and comments made at the hearings. The hearing today will cover the proposed site allocations in Chapeltown and Ecclesfield. I will start off by looking at the proposed site allocations CH05 and CH03 this morning, with a break in the proceedings around 10:30 to a short statement from Maria Tibble MP. We'll then look to finish this morning session by around 1 p.m. Then this afternoon I'll cover the proposed site allocation CH04 and NES36. Before I explain the agenda in more detail, a few practicalities to go through. The programme officer for the examination is Ian Kemp. He is responsible for the practical arrangements of the examination. If you have any practical issues during the session today, please contact Ian. Hopefully everyone has a copy of the agenda. If you haven't, there should be a copy on Ian Kemp's desk. Could everyone please make sure the mobile phones are switched off or turned to silent whilst the hearing sessions are in session? If you're intending to film or record this session and share any images online or with others, please be aware that you're responsible for complying with the relevant data protection legislation. We'll now turn to the Council just to go through any fire alarm procedures and any practical arrangements for today.
Thank you. Yes, as we've just had this week's fire alarm test, we aren't expecting another one. So if you do hear that fire alarm signal again, then it is a real evacuation scenario. We should exit down the stairs that you came in by and out of the main town hall door. Follow Norfolk Row down to Tudor Square to muster there. If there's some reason why we can't exit that way, you need to follow a member of Sheffield City Council staff through an alternative exit. And if you are finding it difficult to exit by yourself down the stairs, please make that known and a member of staff will assist you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the majority of people have already been to the session today, but in terms of just the practical arrangements, for those that aren't familiar with the hearing sessions, as a reminder, it takes the form of a structured discussion following the agenda that I provided. It's an opportunity for me to find out more about particular matters and also an opportunity for you to provide comments and express your views. My initial questions will often be aimed at the Council, but there are plenty of time for everybody to respond or comment. If you wish to make a particular point at a particular stage, place your nameplate on its end and I will bring you in as soon as I can. When you speak, turn the microphone in front of you and turn it off when you've finished. The agenda is quite long today, so can I ask you to make sure you keep your comments fairly short and succinct? I've obviously read the hearing statements and representations, and so maybe just highlight any key issues that you wish to address today, please. Does anybody have any questions to any practical arrangements? If not, before I start the agenda, I'll just go around the table and just get everyone to introduce themselves if we're good for today's hearing session. Start with the Council, please.
Good morning. Laura Stevens, Local Plan Team Lead for the Sheffield City Council.
Sarah Reid, King's Counsel. I'm the Council's barrister.
John King, Principal Planner at Sheffield City Council.
Mike Johnson, Head of Planning.
Ellie Roden, Principal Planning Officer for Sheffield City Council.
Good morning, Matthew Gregg, DLP Planning on behalf of Limes Developments.
James Hobson, JEH Planning for Fitzwilliams Estate this morning and for St Paul's Developments this afternoon.
Morning, sir. Andrew Rose from Sporforce, representing Ruler Developments.
Good morning, Edward Tripp, Sheffield and Rotherham Wildlife Trust.
Good morning, I'm Councillor Susan Davidson. I am the Chair of Ecclesfield Parish Council, but I also work for the Sheffield and Rotherham Wildlife Trust.
Good morning, Andrew Tarleton. I'm Clerk to Ecclesfield Parish Council. I'm also a Chartered Town Planner.
Good morning, sir. Councillor Mike Livery, Member for West Ecclesfield Ward and representing the councillors in the north of the city.
Good morning, Mark Ash, local resident and part of the KEG team.
Linda Jackson, local resident and again part of the KEG team.
Jo Tunstall, resident of Chapel Town and member of the KEG team.
Jill Travis, again member of the KEG team.
Adele Riddle, I'm the tenant farmer, wife of the tenant of NS 37, Town and Farm Ecclesfield. Also, you're going to put out of home business, but we also farm some of this land. So that's why I'm here. Thank you. I'm part of the KEG team. Thank you.
Good morning. Joseph Birkby. I'm a solicitor by trade, but I'm here in my personal capacity as part of KEG team and local resident.
Good morning. I'm Constanza Bell. I'm a councillor from King's Chambers representing KEG.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll start with housing site CH05. Site CH5 consists of proposed housing allocation for 459 homes on farmland to the east of Chapeltown Road. We've received basically a large number of objections and comments, and my agenda has tried to capture the main issues that were basically brought up in those comments and any issues I wanted to raise. Subsequent to that, we've received a statement of common ground, exam document 145, that's been submitted by the council and the site promoters that answers some of my questions, but I will still provide an opportunity for people to comment under the agenda items. Can I just check everyone's seen a copy of the statement of common ground between the site promoters and the council for this particular site? Thank you. So if I just begin with agenda item 2, which basically relates to the character of the site and the setting identity of Chapeltown. There are a number of bullet points that I think are interlinked on this relating to the character of the site and surroundings, the role of the site in providing separation between Chapeltown and Ecclesfield, the contribution to the setting of a nearby designated heritage asset at Cowley Manor and Barn, and then potential impacts of developmental landscape views, archaeological interests, and the setting of the heritage asset and any potential mitigations. I'm going to take those together. I'd just like to receive objections on each. So I'm just going to go around the table and take any comments on these particular on this particular item agenda at the moment, and then we'll pick up from there. So if anybody got any comments on this particular item, I'll start with that. Thank you. Miss Tunstall, please. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning. So I just wanted to give an overall summary from a site and a Chapeltown perspective, which will cover the first 3 bullets. But before I start, exam 136 pertaining to CH05 site has some inaccuracies in it in regard to the scoring from a greenbelt purpose. I have flagged these to Ian Kent, but I just wanted to raise that there is incorrect scoring. It details purposes 3, 4, 5 and 5 when it should be 1, 2, 3 and 5, and the scores are also totalled incorrectly to 13 when it should be 17. Thank you. So from a site perspective, hopefully this will cover the first 3 bullets. So CH05 is affectionately known by our community as Strawberry Fields due to its long-standing history as a pick-your-own strawberries site that's been used by families for many years. The field is currently good quality farmland. It's been used for fruit growing obviously in the past, and it's still in agricultural use. It is being farmed by the Riddles and the Acasters at the moment, generally for cereal crops, and obviously contributes to the viability of farming for both the Acasters and the Riddles. The land is primarily bounded by Nether Lane at the bottom and Chapeltown Road at the top, and it's got an active railway line that runs over the top of it. Down at the bottom there's the Red Rose football pitches that's used by a junior football team. You have reference there that there's Grade 2 listed Cowley Manor and Barn at the Cowley Manor farm site, which is about 180 metres northeast of the site, which are obviously significant heritage assets. Grade 2, which are a fabulous example of the 18th century courtyard plan farmstead. And the site in question does make a positive contribution to that because it is actually the last remaining farmland that obviously ties in with that being a farmstead. The site attributes remaining to the Agricultural Association of the heritage assets is also itself a derivation of the open field landscape from medieval times and strip fields. There's 2 strip fields in there that relate back to that time. The site itself gives an openness and a separation between Chapel Town, which is a principal town outside of the Sheffield urban area, and its neighbouring village of Ecclesfield. There is actually an essential gap of less than 500 metres between those, and this site provides an active buffer between keeping separations between Chapel Town and Ecclesfield distinct. So obviously it's got a score which is significant pertaining to its greenbelt purpose associated with that of 17, which is the highest scoring of all the 14 greenbelt parcels that have been put forward as additional sites for this plan. Significantly higher actually than a number of parcels that have been dismissed, and also including a number of grey belt sites that have also been dismissed that had previously developed land on them, including Dormore Nursery and Moorview Golf Centre that have been proposed forward for housing as well. The site itself keeps a keen sense of openness between industrial units that sit elevated above the site and the Smithywood Business Park. And there is actually a planning application for an HGV refuelling site that would sit atop this site. So, you know, any housing on there would have a fabulous view of a HGV refuelling site. If we allow this to go ahead, then effectively it closes out that open view. And I've had a look at the proposals, and there's 1, 2, 3 and 4 bedroom housing proposed on that. So one thing I would like to ask Lime Development is there plans to develop multi-storey buildings, i.e. flats, on this? Because you mentioned about 1 bedroom homes. If you could reply on that.
If we could just take questions through myself, really, I'll pick them up together if I can.
Okay, yeah.
It's probably, rather than doing, I'll just pick them up if I could. There might be a number of questions for Lime Development, so if I could just pick them up
that's fine.
If that's okay, thank you.
That's fine, yeah.
Okay.
From a concern point of view, obviously, if it's going to be flats, then from an openness viewpoint of view, then that would further impede the open views across that field. Ecclesfield School, which is the largest school in Sheffield with over 1,700 pupils, sits bang opposite the road of the site and is well used. The site's well used by pupils. There's a public right-of-way up and down that site that is used by not only the pupils at the top, but also there's a college at the bottom as well. So it has a large number of young people moving around that site on a regular basis. There's also mature hedgerows which sit also around the site and within the site and are obviously keen habitats for a lot of birds on there. The site is renowned actually for skylark breeding. So yeah, just wanted to raise that. So from a Chapel Town point of view, so that's specifically to the site. From a Chapel Town point of view, so where the site actually sits, it gives a distinct identity and strong sense of community within Chapel Town. The demographic has a very high population of elderly residents, so the consultation itself has proved quite challenging because of the digital nature that that has been driven through the consultation. So we have had to do a number of drop-ins and consultation supports with our elderly population within Chapel Town. Chapel Town's evolved as a small town, principal town, from its farming and industrial history. It's got a rich history of industry there, and we've actually been very successful within Chapel Town of brownfield regeneration. So there's been a number of sites that have been homes built on regenerated brownfield sites pertaining to the Newton Chambers site, the Isle factory, which is a chemical factory, which goes to show that challenging brownfield sites can actually be regenerated if the will is there. And also, more recently, we've had Chapel Town Baths that's been demolished and housing placed there as well. Within Chapel Town, we've also got a significant number of industrial and commercial premises in the area. Unfortunately, many of which have vacant plots or vacant land. So there's a huge amount of square footage, hundreds of thousands of square footage available of vacant employment land within the various business parks in and around Chapel Town. So clearly there's been some challenges for filling those acres, which leads me to question, is this the right location to place yet more employment land if we've already got lots spare? Is the demand there to actually warrant, a supply and release of greenbelt land to meet that? Just the last few things. As a result of the development and because of the evolution of the area as an agricultural site, we do suffer from horrendous traffic congestion, which we'll pick up a bit later, and parking and HGVs because of the industrial nature. So coupled together, obviously, that's a bit of a recipe for disaster on the local roads. I think finally what I'd like to do is just shatter the illusion that we are well served for public transport in Chapel Town. Yes, we have a railway station. It has no car park associated with it. So what we tend to get is anybody that does use that rail station tends to drive to it, and actually as a result of that we get a lot of parking congestion, which further exacerbates the narrow roads in and around the site within the centre of Chapel Town. And from a bus's point of view, they are sporadic, and also they take forever to get into the town centre. It's over an hour. If you get on a bus in Chapel Town, you will not get into the town centre in under an hour. So from a viability of travelling into the town centre using public transport, there is challenges there. And I think the final thing I just wanted to say is that as a community, we are incredibly proud of our heritage, of how we've evolved from a small rural hamlet to the thriving community that it is now. And obviously we want to preserve that for future generations to come. Thank you, sir.
Miss Travis, I know you've just put you, so I just want to try and, because you're in my line, could you go next, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm actually reading a statement on behalf of the head teacher at Ecclesfield School. So this is from Richard Walton. His statement is that as a head teacher of Ecclesfield School, I feel compelled to speak out against the proposed housing development in Chapel Town. It is deeply troubling that such a significant plan, one that will directly affect the lives of hundreds of young people, has progressed without any consultation or our school community. We are not talking about bricks and mortar. It's not just about that. We are talking about the destruction of vital green belt land that serves as a safe route for our students, a sanctuary for wildlife, and a buffer against the noise and pollution of urban life. The proposed development threatens to erase this space, replacing it with years of construction disruption and permanent environmental degradation and pollution. Our students already navigate congested roads and polluted air on their way to school, adding over 500 homes, and the traffic they will bring will only worsen these conditions, putting children at greater risk, and undermining their right to a safe, healthy learning environment. We have already seen road traffic accidents involving our students outside our school gates and on the main road to Chapeltown and Ecclesfield. How many more will it take before their safety is prioritised? As a school, it took us years of campaigning to get the speed limit reduced directly outside our school and the introduction of a zebra crossing. The need was huge and remains so to this day. The disruption to our school at the start and end of the working day is huge. The traffic and congestion is not sustainable. We cannot add to this issue. I dread to think what the impact will be on the congestion on this road, with the school roll about to increase to over 2,000 in the next 5 years. This is not just a planning issue. It is a matter of public responsibility. The green belt is meant to be protected, not sacrificed for short-term gain. There are brown belt sites across Sheffield that could be developed without compromising the well-being of our students or the integrity of our local environment. I urge Sheffield City Council to listen, not just to the data, but to the voices of those who live, learn and grow in this community. Reject this proposal and protect the greenbelt land that serves as a vital resource for education, safety and biodiversity of our community. And most importantly, protect our children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Jackson, please.
Thank you. Yes, I'd just like to pick up on a little bit in relation to the school. There is a small housing estate called Bellaley Farm at the bottom right-hand side of this plot. That farm area, those lands, it's got the track through it, and a lot of the children that are on that estate walk through that area every single day because it's safer than going round the long way. If this development goes ahead, obviously that will be disrupted. I don't know whether or not the right-of-way would have to be blocked off in between time while the development was going, but obviously that would affect the path of the children and then put them, if they have to walk the long way round, put them in danger again with the road problems that we have, the traffic problems that we have. I do have some to say on the traffic, obviously, but I'll come back to that later.
Councillor Livery, please.
Thank you, sir. I'd first like to refer to the Sheffield Plan Integrated Impact Assessment and to page 276 on this site and the landscape and townscape reference. It states the landscape is fairly sensitive to change and development will likely result in negative effects in terms of the character, openness and the function of the land. Unless the scale of growth is lowered considerably, it would be difficult to avoid and mitigate these effects fully. Although the sensitivity of the landscape is reduced to the south of the location, which is less prominent and relates better to the built-up area, comprehensive development at this location will cause further coalition between Chapeltown and Ecclesfield, and overall moderate negative effects are predicted. So in terms of the reference there to the reduction in gap between Chapeltown and Ecclesfield, the gap will be reduced to around 200 metres from this site and to Ecclesfield, so it will make a considerable contribution to that. Also on the Sheffield Plan proposed additional site allocations consultation document on page 60. It refers to this site is identified as making a positive contribution of the setting of a heritage asset, and due consideration should be given to the impact of any proposal prior to the submission of any planning application. Now on the map we've received, if you look at right at the top of the map, that group of buildings is actually Cowley Manor, which is a heritage asset that's referred to, and the land opposite rises significantly higher and therefore will have an impact on that heritage asset. I'd be interested to know what mitigating effects can be put in place to allow that heritage asset to maintain its role in its landscape and outset. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Towlerton, is it? Thank you.
Many of the comments I was going to raise previously, and we support the other comments made in terms of the impact on the landscape, so I will keep this incredibly brief. Yeah, the landscape, The landscape is particularly and of special importance to the local community, both in terms of the beauty it provides, but also in terms of maintaining its distinctiveness and character. We've raised already, we do think insufficient regard has been had to the impact on landscape, particularly in important sites like this. Also, we have raised previously concerns about the assessment process, about how some of these sites, how that has been actually applied to some of these sites relative to some of the other sites. I won't want to reiterate that. And yes, we can talk about mitigation, but let's be honest, if it is developed, it will be an urban landscape. Whatever you do in terms of mitigation, there's no real way you can get around that. Thank you.
Mr. Gray, could I, just before I go back to the council, just ask that question about the mix of, in terms of the mix of the actual housing dwellings, in terms of any sort of high-rise type issues that might be proposed as raised by Ms. Tunstall. If I could just get you to answer that question, please, and then I'll go to the council, please.
Could the lady point to the reference that she's identified, please?
I think it was just a general question about what the likely mix of the housing types would be on that. Has that been decided at this stage in time? That's really what the general question was.
No, it hasn't been decided. There's no decision on the mix of houses. It would be in line with the emerging policy should the site be allocated. That's a simple question. I thought she referred to some apartments in one of the documents, but if that's not the case, that's fine. Thank you.
It was actually just a question because it did say one bedroom, which generally tend to be flats, and obviously, flats tend to be up as opposed to homes, and that obviously would have an impact further on the open views of that area. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure where that reference to one bedrooms was, but that's fine. I mean, the mix is not decided, so I think that's the straightforward answer. Thank you.
It was actually in your documentation that I read.
I couldn't find it, but thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thanks very much for that. Okay, so coming to the council, obviously there's a range of issues. Obviously, starting with the Greenbelt assessment, I think the error that was made, I think, in the scoring, I think, from what I understand, has been picked up. But obviously, I think the question was raised about obviously the scoring of this site versus other sites. The issues of the coalition between the two, between Chapeltown and Ecclesfield, the impact that was sort of assessed, particularly in terms of the IIA. There was comments made in relation to that. In terms of the impact on the protected heritage asset, if you could pick up any comments that and any mitigation you think, and then obviously ultimately any mitigation that you're considering in relation to this particular point. So if you just pick up those points, thank you.
Thank you. I'll try to go through that in order and not miss anything. I think firstly, just going back to the point that Mr. Gregg made on behalf of Limes Developments, to acknowledge that any development that took place here would have to be in line with our density policy appropriate to the area. Obviously, one-bed units doesn't necessarily mean flats, but housing mix generally would be broad across such a scale of site. Just to address the point, first of all, then about the Greenbelt review. Yes, we noted the typographical error there that I think Mrs. Tunstall alerted to us. And we're ready to reissue that document, but obviously we were unable to issue it in advance of today because we were awaiting being able to issue further documents. I think it's actually, I'm not even going to try and explain why it's a typographical error, but the scores have been incorrectly copied from the previous Greenbelt review work. So to confirm, yes, the site does clearly contribute to the separation of Chapeltown and Ecclesfield. I think we've always reflected that. Especially when you're travelling along Chapeltown Road and Nether Lane. That is reflected in the Greenbelt review, which scores the parcel highly against the second purpose around preventing merging of towns. I think the critical thing here is, which I'm sure we'll come back to and which we've talked about on different days, is that obviously everything here is being weighed in balance. We've got a relatively sustainable site here, which appreciably is in that gap. So what has to be balanced is the overall sustainability benefits of this site. I'm not going to get into a discussion about how it performs compared to other sites, because each site clearly has its own unique characteristics in terms of that spread of considerations within the assessment. I think picking up the point that Ms Delivery made about, first of all, the designated heritage assets. So the heritage impact assessment, exam 127, that identifies Cowley Manor and the barn at Cowley Manor Farm as grade 2 listed buildings, which are located across the rail line from the site. And it does conclude that this site makes a positive contribution to the setting of those heritage assets, which themselves are of moderate significance. But it notes also that with mitigation measures in place, the wrong document open. Yes, with the mitigation in place, new development may potentially cause minor change to their significance. And I think that's probably based on the fact that, taking account of the topography, they are across the landscape, across the other side of the rail line, and their own setting against other fields. So it specifically mentions that development of a scheme should be informed through analysis of visual and experiential impacts with the surrounding designated and non-designated heritage assets to ensure it preserves their setting. Development impact could be reduced through preservation of historic boundaries and consideration of areas of open space. So effectively, I think we've talked about this on other days. I'm sure we'll come back to it again. When master planning is taking place, a really key consideration in the landscaping of any site and the layout of plots for development is to take account of the context and if there are key views that need to be protected through that. I'm afraid I can't remember what the other question was, if there was another one.
Miss Riddle, is it? Yes, please. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Miss Stevens just said that this was a balanced planning, but how can it be balanced when there's 4 sites so close together? That you'd looked at the balance, but it's not balanced. It's all heaped in one area, the S35 area. Thank you.
Ms Tunstall, please.
Yeah, it's just a couple of points to pick up on that. So, yes, we accept that, greenbelt scoring is only one aspect of review for each of the sites. However, some of those sites that have been dismissed, I would argue, do qualify as grey-belt sites. They have previously developed land on them that have been promoted. And my belief is that grey-belt should always precede greenbelt land, and especially greenbelt land that is in agricultural use. So that's where I'd like to do to raise that, and also from an inspector's ask of the council. You mentioned in that they should look at lower scoring sites first and smaller parcels of land. This is actually a massive parcel of land with the highest scoring greenbelt, so I don't understand how that can possibly tick the box of meeting your requirements, sir. And just to the final point is that the council have vigorously defended this site in the past. So, what's changed?
There's nameplate down there. I'm not sure if there's anybody here. Okay. Mr. Gregg, if you'd like to come in. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll just talk about the greenbelt scoring firstly, and then I'll touch upon some of the heritage comments that have been made as well. So we've got 2 primary purposes that we're looking at, which is related to sprawl and merging. I'll just touch upon sprawl first. I just want to say that in our representation, we identified that it is important to recognise that the site has physical features that will restrict and contain development. It is not incongruous with the existing built-up area, and it won't result in an extended finger of development. I'll just refer you to the paragraph number in our representation where we explain that. It's paragraph 2.35. I think the definition.
Where was that? Sorry, Mr. Gregg. You didn't actually. It was your main representation.
In our representation, yes, made during the consultation. It's paragraph 2.35. And purpose A, it addresses the issue of unrestricted sprawl, which I think is important. That implies that if it's left unrestricted, unchecked, development could continue to extend the urban area out incrementally. I just don't think that would be possible here. CH05 can be developed and then that's it. It's not going to go further. It's not going to result in unchecked, unrestricted sprawl. So I think that's an important point, and we make the point at 2.35 that I think the score of 3 is a little bit ungenerous. I think it could be lower than that. It could be 1 or 2. We say it could be 1, in fact. On the issue of merging, it's understood that the Greenbelt Review is a policy-making tool. It's a plan-making tool. That's its specific purpose, and it's to provide evidence of how different areas of the Greenbelt perform against Greenbelt purposes, with the overall aim of informing, alongside other evidence, the location and extent of site allocations and alterations to Greenbelt boundaries. I think that's an important point to make because this is the context we're working in. I think it is also worth highlighting that there is a difference between assessing a planning application in relation to its Greenbelt status and the purpose that we're talking about here. However, I think it is helpful, and we've set out in the vision document as part of our representation, that it is helpful to look at how the site should be developed when taking into account the different site characteristics, the constraints, and the conditions that are proposed with the allocation. And what we set out in the vision document is an illustrated master plan. It's illustrative of how that could be done, and we think it's a reasonable position to. It's reasonable to look at that and think, well, actually, what is the impact on Greenbelt purposes? Looking a little bit further down the line. And I think even if you don't go that far, sir, I think it is also worth bearing in mind that the full extent of the site is 33.76 hectares. The allocation is 19.6 hectares, so that's 58% of the total. And the net developable area is 13.73 hectares, which is 40% of the total. So clearly there is a difference between what we're doing here and where we will be going in the future should this site be allocated in terms of its impact on Greenbelt purposes. I think also it's important to recognise where the essential gap is on this site, and there's no doubt that there is merging. There is some, and that's recognised in the scoring by the council. If you go back, or if you look at the integrated impact assessment, that will be CD17, but also I think exam 125B, and in table 7.6. So in there we have...
Just wait a minute there, Mr. Gregg. Could you repeat those again?
Sorry, thank
Not
you.
so quickly, please. Thank you.
So it's exam 125B, table 7.6. And that assessed the strategic location number 8, which includes CH05. And it says it has potential for significant effects when widening the parameters for what constitutes a significant constraint. So we're looking here at what is a cluster of sites, And the main recommendation in the IIA was to remove Site reference is S for sugar 3050 and S3077, which are the two sites to the south of CH05, the playing fields to the east of Chapeltown Road and the field to the west of Chapeltown Road. And I think it's important to, I mean, you will have visited the site, so I'm sure, and it's important to think about, well, what is that gap performing? What purpose is it performing? What's the character of that gap? And I think, you know, when you're travelling, most people's experience of the gap of their green belt between Chapeltown and Sheffield is along Chapeltown Road. And I would say that the experience will not change as a result of CH05 in regards to that essential gap, because as you travel north along Chapeltown Road, you've got the Morningside cattery on your left. Then you have field on your left and you have playing fields on your right, both part of the green belt. That's the essential gap. That lasts for about 180 metres, and then you get to number 79 Chapeltown Road on your left. The character there is suburban. It's large houses on the left and you've got a high stone wall on your right. I would say that is the start of where Chapeltown starts to become suburban there, and that lasts for about 130 metres. Now, it's at that point where you look at 79 Chapeltown Road on your left. That's the point at which the site begins as well, CH05. But as we're showing in the vision document, it's not necessarily where the development would begin, because we're showing in the vision document a landscape buffer along the southern boundary in order to create an even stronger defensible greenbelt boundary to the south. So I contend that, you know, that is the essential gap, and that essential gap is not going to change as a result of CH05. I think it's also worth thinking about how one travels along Nether Lane going north as well. And when towards the north end of Nether Lane, after you've passed the site, you have warehouses on your right. There are some trees on your right. It's heavily vegetated for a short period. But when you get towards the roundabout close to the junction 35, that isn't really performing. To your left, there's still a gap. There is still greenbelt there, where actually it's been proposed to come out of the greenbelt, but that's outside of the site allocation. We're north of the railway line now. I would suggest that really Chapeltown and Sheffield have almost effectively merged at this point anyway, which is why I say the essential gap is to the south, which is what I described a few moments ago. And I think it's also just worth saying one last thing. When you're travelling along Nether Lane going north, you have on your left CH05, and we're proposing in the vision document, again, significant landscape buffer before you get to the built form. Now, this isn't part of the conditions, but we're showing that this is a good way to lay the site out based on constraints of the site and based on the character of the site. And that significant landscape buffer will provide it'll add to the already strong, durable greenbelt boundary, which is Nether Lane, and it will soften your outlook to your left. And I would say really your experience of Nether Lane won't change significantly as a result of that landscape buffer. In relation to heritage, I'll just let you finish taking notes. I'll just draw your attention to the heritage impact assessment that was prepared by the council, and at paragraphs 9.5 and 9.6. which is potential mitigation parameters and principles for development. Lions developments are completely in agreement with what this recommends, which is development impact could be reduced through preservation of historic boundaries and areas of open space, which is what we're showing in the vision document, and also a suitably detailed heritage statement and work on archaeology as well. And we've made a start on that, and that's part of our representation reference 1990, which is the desktop, I'll just read it out, historic environment desktop desk-based assessment. So we are already starting to look at what is the significance of the heritage assets, which is the important word in the NPPF, the significance, and how development of the site will affect one's understanding and appreciation of those heritage assets. So I'll just refer you to that. I won't read anything out from that statement that we've provided. It's already in our representation. The overall conclusion, though, is in line with what Ms. Stevens said earlier. That it's a minor impact. The heritage asset to the north, Cowley Hall Farm is beyond the site boundary, and there is a railway line and further land in between it as well. But you can read the statement for the full details. Thank you. So I think in summary, in terms of the Green Belt review for the local plan, it does its purpose. It is binary in that sense, in its methodology. And there are lots of appeal cases where inspectors do apply planning judgment when it comes to the impact on the Greenbelt, and I would encourage you to do that in the balance and in the round. That's already been said. Thank you.
Councillor Livery, please. Go down this way, actually, if you could, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for the explanation of where you're looking to put landscape buffers in terms of the site. The reality is, though, if you're going to put landscape buffers at the lowest part of this development alongside Leather Lane and Chapeltown Road, it will put more development on the top of the hill and will expect impact on the landscape and views from Cowley Manor. So, and I think the mitigating effects will not affect that particular site and view. Thank you.
Mr. Ash.
Good morning. I take on board, obviously, what the gentleman from Limes is trying to get around, but you can't look at the field solely. I'm looking at the plan now overhead, which actually incorporates all the green area towards Whitley. So you can't take that piece of land solely regarding it as the open space. It is part of all the Whitley land and beyond. Thank you.
Mrs. Tunstall, please.
Thank you. I'd just like to come back on a couple of points. So you talked about it containing urban sprawl, and it is a very contained area. However, the sprawl itself is the movement out of the urban area. So the urban area is Ecclesfield. So yes, it contains it, but there is nowhere else to go thereafter. You have coalesced Chapeltown and Ecclesfield. Chapeltown is a principal town. Ecclesfield is part of Sheffield urban area. So yes, I accept, from a merger point of view, it contains it, but it contains it because it stops that merger as well. So it's got to do one or the other. And I think from a Greenbelt perspective, you mentioned about it, it has to be binary. Well, of course it does, because it either does the job or it doesn't. If we start muddying the waters around scores, then we can bring every site into contest that we're going to talk around here. So it has to be, does it do the job or does it not? People in the area are very clear about where they live. So we know that we live in Chapeltown and we know we don't live in Ecclesfield. You build on that site, nobody knows where they live anymore. And then the final point that I just wanted to make was regards to the heritage assets. The point that I wanted to raise here was about preserving the listed buildings within their setting. Those listed buildings are historical farmsteads. That field is farming land, so it gives purpose to the farmstead. If you remove that site, then it effectively takes away the significance of the buildings and their history. And those buildings would then become an island in a sea of modern housing and industrial land. You talk about mitigations, but you cannot mitigate and recreate history.
Okay, if we could cut a few range of issues there that have been raised. I wonder if the council would respond, please.
Thank you. I think I probably made my response relatively clearly to start with. I think we'd acknowledge the role that the land plays in the gap between Chapeltown and Ecclesfield. I think the score of 4 against this site does reflect that it's within a narrow, an essential gap, but there are areas of the site which are less critical to that gap. But we've not sought to downplay this. I think it goes back to the point about holistic consideration of the benefits of the site. Referring back to the framework, the key thing there is around the principle to promote sustainable patterns of development, which we feel this site fits into the category of. We could probably talk all day about the relative scores of different pieces of land around the urban area, but I think it's important to acknowledge the role that plays, but also not to underestimate the extent to which sensitive design and landscaping can play a really important role, ensuring that that development sits as well in the context of the site as it can. I think going back to the heritage asset, yes, the heritage impact assessment is really clear that those are farming buildings. They sit within fields of their own, but they are severed by a rail line from this, and I don't think anybody would dispute that the views towards them are currently agricultural. But what we're also saying is that you can work with that to ensure that some views are remained. And actually the heritage assets are remote from this site per se. They sit in a different parcel of land.
Okay. Is it Mrs. Davison? Do you want to make a comment on this particular matter? Thank you.
Hi, yeah. Just wanted to pick up on something the gentleman from the Lions Developments referred to. He said that the impression that the green belt of the landscape would be consistent because of the football fields, which would remain undeveloped, as my understanding is what he said. However, just wanted to point out that they are not natural green spaces and don't have the same impact.
Thank you. Mr. Gregg.
Thank you. I can refer to that particular comment, and I've got one other comment as well. So the playing fields are part of the green belt. They're an acceptable use in the green belt. Yeah, Councillor Livery, you referred to visual effects with it being up the hill. There is a condition in the allocation to address any significant visual and landscape impacts as part of the planning application that would come forward should this be allocated. Thank you.
Is it Mr. Ash, is it? Yeah, thank you.
Just coming back on the playing fields, obviously I've got a little bit of inside knowledge, and I do know that the playing fields are actually owned by a developer, and he has on numerous times asked to develop on this. So I'm pretty sure that when the lease is up, I'm pretty sure that they will be applying for planning on the playing fields as well at some stage. So that will be all of that area taken then. So no more green space at all.
Okay, I think if that's all the items on to, sorry, I didn't quite see you at the corner of my, if you just literally, thank you, come in there. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So sorry, I'm at a slightly awkward angle. Yes, thank you. Well, Ms. Tensel's done an excellent job, I think, at setting out many points, and I certainly won't repeat her excellent points, but I would just invite you, sir, to look at page 10 of, I think, the vision document is what it's been called, which shows the different areas with reference to potential residential development, public open space, SUDs, etc. I mean, there can be no doubt when one looks at that depiction that what's proposed is extensive residential development across the entirety of the site. And whilst there is opportunity for some green infrastructure, its main function is to soften. It's doing nothing really in terms of any separation. And so I think the concerns of KEG are absolutely valid, that this site, once lost in this way, will be lost forever. And there will be that merging of Chapeltown and Ecclesfield. Now, we say that's totally unacceptable, but moreover, that position has been historically accepted by the council, who's defended this site for that very reason. I thought it was interesting that the gentleman from Line Developments spoke about the experience of travelling up Chapeltown Road and how one perceives the site, but what he didn't reference, of course, was the experience of footpath users. And we know those public footpaths are well used because they're used by school children and others in the local area enjoying recreational activities. And the use of those public footpaths is also an important component of people's experience of the site and their value, the value that they place on it performing that separation role. It's not just about people moving through the roads. So we think this is a very aggressive piece of development for an extremely large number of houses. We appreciate that this is not the opportunity to get into the merits and demerits of other sites, but I think, as Ms. Tensel has rightly noted, it is very surprising to find this site allocated here, given the very important function it plays and the relative scoring of other sites. We're very surprised, frankly, that such a large number of houses across the full extent of this site is being supported in this way. So for all these reasons, so the reasons that have been articulated around the table, we say that this is a totally inappropriate allocation and that exceptional circumstances for Greenbelt really just haven't been demonstrated. And our principal concern is the separation between Chapeltown and Ecclesfield. And we think the vision document, if anything, makes our case on that point. And we'd invite you to review it with those observations in mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bell. We've got the Member of Parliament here, Maria Tibble. I wonder if you're going to make a short statement to us. If you could make that now, thank you very much, to the actual the hearing. Thank you very much.
Is that on okay? And I'm assuming that I'm down for 30 minutes, is that correct? Okay, well, thank you very much, Inspector, for having me here today. I am here because I have listened very carefully to my constituents, both in public meetings that I have coordinated and a series of advice surgeries with individual constituents and a great deal of correspondence over the last few months. So my evidence will be based on all of those different sources. We have got a housing crisis across the authority. We know that there is a waiting list of around 26,400 people for social housing. I want my constituents to be able to stay near but go far. However, the extensive evidence that I've had from my constituents in the forms I've mentioned already of a number of the sites, and I will go through them in detail, does not satisfy the soundness test that you're looking at. And I have other concerns that some of the sites haven't been positively prepared. And I don't want to repeat the content of the evidence, and for the sake of my clarity for my constituents, the evidence that I gave on the basis of the contributions that they'd made has been made to you, and I will try not to be repetitious of the written evidence you've you've already received to me. However, I just want to flag that overall, one of the themes that did come out very strongly, which makes me rather concerned, that some of the sites that I'll be speaking to across my constituency haven't been positively prepared, not least because the process of consultation in terms of accessibility of documents, questions, opportunities to interact, was not felt to be satisfactory by my constituents. There are other areas where they're not justified. Again, one of the things that came through very strongly is that there wasn't sufficient account taken to the reasonable alternatives based on proportionate evidence. And there are 4 elements to that. First of all, that there was insufficient attempt to look at smaller grey belt sites across the city. And as been presented to me by one of my constituents who's in the room today, they haven't sufficiently saturated opportunities to utilise brownfield sites. And I'm very clear that the council wants to take a brownfield first approach in this local plan, but believe there's more work that could be done to enable a fairer share across the authority of greenbelt sites, and that the density of some of the greenbelt sites proposed could be alleviated as a result of that. Thirdly, I think there's an opportunity to do a strengthened element around empty properties and the availability of utilising empty properties across the authority in the plan. I have made it clear to my constituents and the council that that's something that I will be very keen to assist with where I can. Fourthly, I think there is an opportunity, and I will speak to this a bit more both in my general points and of overview, but also around specific sites. There can be much more work done on density, on existing site proposals, building along transport infrastructure routes that exist already, and the plan would be much more strengthened if there was an increased density in those areas. We all want to see people staying near, going far, and being closer to the transport infrastructure that's already in place would be a propitious way of achieving that. And although I don't have a vote on this, I'm not a councillor, I'm a member of Parliament, it is important to me that I reflect the views of my constituents. And as I'm just contributing evidence today, I will be focusing on the sites across the Sheffield side of my constituency as affected by the local plan. Though I'm aware you're looking at individual elements of that across a number of different days, but I will be speaking across the piece on that. For the purpose of my constituents, I will be speaking directly to their evidence on specific sites that are sound or otherwise, and trying where I can to discuss solutions for issues created by the allocated sites and how they can be made more effective. I've spoken to some of those already, but there are examples, where some sites have been allocated to employment sites, and they may be better suited to smaller density housing sites instead. I'll also be speaking to soundness in terms of what remedies could be put in place. And as I say, I want to reassure my constituents that if they don't hear things today, it's because I'm trying not to repeat what is already in my written evidence. I'll do some overall talking points just to give a real sense across the piece in terms of the greenbelt sites that have been allocated in my constituency, and then I will go through where I can the individual sites. So first of all, I feel that there needs to be a fairer distribution across the city. 9 out of the 14 greenbelt release sites are in the Penistone and Stocksbridge constituency, comprising 41% of new housing and 70% of new employment land. They're clustered in the north and southeast, and this, from what I can see, there is currently insufficient justification for that disproportionate allocation. The distribution is not proportionate to current transport capacity. There are open space deficits, and I know great concerns from my constituents that the community character of villages will be negatively affected. We need to see a wider spread across all community areas, especially in the central urban area and along mass transit corridors. That would be more justified and effective. And it's fair to say that I really do believe we have got a housing crisis that is really important, but for some of these sites to ever be justified, there needs to be a great deal of public transport infrastructure built in before and to enable that to be viable, and that's just not in that place at the moment. I want to see that as being the case, but it's not there yet. The second sort of overview point is we need additional and better utilisation of brownfield sites, which I mentioned briefly in my opening. I am not convinced that the Sheffield City Council has demonstrated that they've given priority to previously developed land and small pockets of grey belt land that has not been previously developed before releasing the greenbelt sites. Sheffield has a deep bench of underused urban land, and intensification opportunities that can deliver more homes with less land would be beneficial. The message from my constituents, and this is my third general point, is that Grenoside sites are not suitable for housing, and there's a number of overview reasons for this. Firstly, public transport. There are no rail or tram services within a reasonable walk or bus journey to these sites, and there's limited direct buses, and certainly there's no direct bus link between Grenoside and Chapeltown Station, and that hardwires car dependence for locals living there for everyday work, and I know particularly getting to school and health services is a challenge. Another issue that's linked to that that's been raised is highways and safety. The Wheel Lane and Creswick Lane are narrow, steep and already congested at school times. There's a lot of junction stress and rat running, which would worsen with these changes before a good local public transport policy was put in place. Thirdly, there's been a concern raised around separation and character. The fields maintain the physical and visual break between Grenoside and Ecclesfield and between villages and the urban edge at Fox Hill and Parson Cross. And perhaps something that didn't come through as strongly in the written evidence, but from meetings that I've had subsequent to submitting that, is the mental health and well-being elements that would affect for those pieces of land to be lost, which is linked to the fourth point around open space deficit. These sites are used for daily recreation. Local deficits in accessible green space would deepen without major off-site provision. Fifthly is around biodiversity. Now, I believe in building housing, and I think good house building can involve good biodiversity corridors, but a real concern that has been levered by my constituents, particularly around Ewe Lane Field, LWS and surrounding habitats, are that they require buffers that materially erode developable land, and net gain would likely be off-site, undermining local nature recovery. I was a councillor previously myself and a cabinet member, which means I'm very familiar with the impact of flooding and flooding issues. And this was something that was raised numerous times by my constituents. I know some of my constituents have spent in excess of £30,000 in remedying existing flooding and sewage issues to their own individual housing. I know that thankfully our government is putting in place investment into flood alleviation projects in Blackburn Brook and other neighbouring sites. My concern is that with additional density, without other alleviation measures being pre-planned, that they would be saturated, and it would have a negative impact on the mitigatory measures which we are trying to undertake and haven't yet been completed. My fourth general point is across the piece is the focus on future development in areas with transport links, and I suggested this set this out briefly in my opening, but I want to just go into more detail. We need to restore the SL1 tram-link bus to connect the Upper Don Valley to the Supertram network and the city core. One of the things that I am pushing very hard for is this, because I also think it could open up an opportunity for a hopper bus around the villages of Warncliffside, Outerbridge, and also Grenoside to link down to that tram link. But we don't have that yet, and that will take some time to be in place. And just for clarity, we also don't have any more, as a result of the previous government's decision making, the SL1 tram bus link to be an alternative. So there is no straightforward route to connect people into Sheffield and from those neighbouring villages into Sheffield. The extension to the Sheffield tram to Stocksbridge via Deepcar, Warncliffside and Outerbridge, sequencing stops with housing delivery, so transport comes first, not last, would make a significant change. But at the moment, the level of proposals across the piece won't be alleviated by that infrastructure, and congestion and issues with highways, as well as air pollution, noise pollution, has been a significant concern raised by constituents of mine across the sites that are in the Greenbelt allocation. Moving specifically to sites, in individual sites, I will try and focus on the remedies and asks and soundness under each element that I speak to be as succinct as I can, and I know many of my constituents are giving a great deal of detail. So turning to NES 37, the land between Creswick Avenue and Ewe Lane, one of the big themes that came out of discussions, and I've mentioned this briefly, is the access and highways. Primary access would rely on Wheel Lane and Creswick Lane, which are steep, narrow and already stressed at school peaks. The internal watercourse and adjacent local wildlife site fragment the site and complicate internal connectivity. The cumulative impact would escalate rat running and junction stress on the A61 corridors, and having been around those parts of my constituency on numerous occasions, I can testify to that, and I know constituents have sent through a great deal of evidence of photos at the peak times to demonstrate this. So the remedy and ask from my constituents is do not allocate for housing at this time. If retained for non-housing uses, it requires an access strategy that avoids the LWS, limits gradients, and funds off-site safety work sequenced before any occupation. Speaking to soundness, as housing, my constituents have reflected very strongly it's not justified or effective for housing at this time, and there are better connected alternatives. On character, setting and identity in relation to this particular site, the land is the functional gap between Grenoside and Ecclesfield and contributes to the setting of Ecclesfield Conservation Area. Development would visually coalesce settlements and erode village identity. The remedy and ask here is to keep the land open, designate and strengthen green separation with path upgrades and landscape planting. On soundness, allocation would fail according to the evidence that I have had and received from my constituents, justified and consistency with national policy tests on character. Next point on this aspect of this site, the open plan and green infrastructure, daily walking and informal recreation already occur here. The local area has open space shortfalls. The remedy or ask is if the allocation is removed, packaged greenbelt compensatory improvements need to be put in place, formalised routes, play, nature areas and flood storage meadows. Turning to biodiversity and habitats, the potential impacts, as I've mentioned in my overview, but it is significant on Ewe Lane's field, LWS and the local nature recovery network. The buffers need to be large enough to be meaningful and would shrink developable land materially as currently proposed. So the remedy and ask from the extent of evidence from my constituents is no housing, and if any works is to proceed, adopt minimum buffers on site, net game first, and LNRS aligned habitat creation. And I would just add that I think having spoken to a number of constituents with acute localised knowledge, there may be ways to do smaller parcels of housing on this site, but there needs to be better local engagement, and that would have to be very careful and be configured in such a way so that it didn't negatively impact the overall look of the locality, but also impact the stream and the hedgerows, which I know are of ancient significance. On education provision, I'm passionate about taking down barriers for opportunity for local people. One of the issues that did come through on this is the need for the age range of school as proposed, and actually that the focus should instead be on a post-16 age range, because there's a great distance to travel to the next post-16 site, and that would actually benefit more children and young people on their potential in the long-term future, that especially given the population dips we're expecting in the area and current local schools having under-occupancy levels. And then so the remedy and ask there is, if retained for education contingency only, we do need to do focus consultation with local constituents on the age range and need, and particularly looking at the opportunity for post-16. With a fallback, the land reverts to public open space if not used within the set window, but there should be no housing by default. I want to just now speak to the burial ground provision here. I'm aware of time, but this is one of the most significant sites, which I know has brought up a huge amount of concern locally, and I will try and be more circumspect on some of the others, because there will be repetitious points that overlap with other sites. On the burial ground provision, the need and quantum here is uncertain, and in terms of the actual site and strategically is seen to be problematic. The site topography, hydrology is questionable for burial. The remedy and ask here is only to proceed if a citywide burial strategy proves necessary, otherwise revert to green space. The ask is to explore two potential other sites, but with close consultation with local people. Grenoside crematorium and the Skew Hill Lane is one that my constituents mentioned to me. The second is land potentially adjacent to Ecclesfield Cemetery on Priory Road, because this already adjoins existing burial sites in the locality and would be more sympathetic to the character and nature of those areas. Joint infrastructure. There needs to be a joint infrastructure plan with NES 39. It's not proportionate if housing at NES 37 and 39 is dropped. There is an ask to remove the condition with housing deletion. If any non-housing remains, a limited ecology-led joint plan could cover drainage and paths. Availability and deliverability. There is currently an agricultural tenancy, and multiple constraints point to long lead-in and delivery risk. Having been a councillor in the past, we need to be able to deliver housing effectively and quickly, and this is a site which will not do that in the short term for a number of the reasons that I have set out. So the remedy and ask is to deallocate for housing, reassign numbers to transit sites with short build-outs. The other comments I've made already in my general overview, which is on flood runoff and risk to Ecclesfield, concerned around sewerage and other utilities. I want to move to NES 38, and I will be more succinct here. There are very similar issues around access and highways, also on ecology and character. And what I will make sure I do is that I submit my oral statement to you so that you have anything that I've not been able to cover in the time allocated here. Just to speak to this bit of land particularly, this site does help separate Grenoside from Fox Hill and development risk coalescence and skyline impact. There is heritage and archaeology significance here, which I just wanted to highlight rather than overlap the points that had been made previously. A precautionary approach is needed. Potential assets and landscape archaeology are sensitive to groundworks. Again, this is something that came through very strongly from my constituents. There are concerns about impacts on adjoining hospital in terms of construction and disturbance, that traffic would be harmful to this. And that is another reason that my constituents have given to avoid allocation. Given the time constraints, there is a concern that timescales would slip, and so this throws effectiveness into doubt. Moving to NES 39, and again, I'll just try and pick out areas that don't overlap with what I've said already. I'm particularly concerned here around air quality and other issues. There are worries on the highways point, particularly that access is likely to intensify hazards on Wheel and Middleton, with limited scope to fix that without existing widths and gradients being changed. And the remedy on ask here is no housing and invest instead in walking safety improvements only. Again, this is an area of high landscape value. The site forms a separation towards Chapeltown and sits in the area of high landscape value. So the remedy and ask here is to retain as landscape open land. On biodiversity for this site, just speaking briefly to the Cinder Hill Brook LWS, housing would put pressure on the LWS and the riparian corridor here. There needs to be a joint infrastructure plan. There are concerns here about land contamination and further concerns about the deliverability of timescales for housing. I now will briefly move to the Warncliffe side, Outerbridge sites and WS31. The local roads manageable with design, footpaths must be retained and enhanced. There needs to be step-free greenways through the site, safe crossings, and a significant bus frequency uplift to safeguard a future tram train. I want to highlight the flood risk at Tinkerbrook. On-site, the answer would be an on-site watercourse and functional floodplain. The ask is 8-metre buffers either side of Tinkerbrook and no build in the flood zone. There is on biodiversity and the adjacent Glenhowe Park, LWS, and ancient woodlands, which is sensitive. I think that on deliverability, the lead-in is more realistic if phasing ties to transport first, but it does need to be transport first and trigger bus uplift before occupations and stepwise completions thereafter. And I think it's quite clear that there's also a question here around density and access to the site. So further work needs to be done and looked at in relation to this. In terms of the land at Forge Lane, there's overlapping points here about the urgent need for an SL1 trambus link restoration, upgrade walking, cycling infrastructure along the Upper Don Trail on the eastern side, and to safeguard for a future tram train stop. The adjacent LWS and river corridor need protection in relation to biodiversity. The landscape and character, including the Grade 2 Outerbridge Forge, needs to be considered. It is a heritage setting and an asset in itself. There are concerns here again about flood risk and sewerage. The remedy and ask on this is that time sewer works before any higher occupancy phases are developed further, and there needs to be interconnected green spaces to support local shortfall, on-site parks, and a name package of compensatory improvements if any greenbelt changes interacts with this setting. There would also need to be, there is a sports ground, so there would need to be a neighbouring condition to be added in relation to that. In terms of deliverability, the transport, sewage and flooding infrastructure would need to be transport, sewage and flooding phasing first before housing was pursued here in order to enable that to happen, and more gentle density than currently appears, potentially with typologies of townhouses and mansion blocks with car light parking in order to reduce sprawl and to be located as close as possible to any increased and improved transport links. Moving to CH05, the land east of Chapeltown Road, again, there are concerns about character separation and heritage. The edge condition needs careful transition to protect the village identity and any nearby heritage settings. The development, only if shaped by design code with tapered heights, materials, maintaining Chapeltown, Ecclesfield separation. Without transit-led design, car dependence looms, and there is rail adjacency needs, noise vibration mitigation measures, not least at present there is only one train an hour through this area, so to increase the density there would need to be, again, significant rail transport phasing first to increase the regularity of that. The other remedy asked here is bus priority on the A6135, the development of safe direct walk cycle spines to Chapeltown Station and a modest park and ride to reduce parking ratios and phase transport before occupations. I think the key thing on deliverability here is, again, clear phasing, transport first, then housing. Moving to Chapeltown 03, the land opposite Warren Lane, I was privileged to meet with a number of my constituents about this, and there are real overwhelming concerns about the use of this site for employment as currently planned, and would only be acceptable if screened and masked carefully. There's significant concerns about pollution levels already, which are over the acceptable levels because of their link to neighbouring roads infrastructure, and this would be increased with this development, but also deep concerns about noise and light pollution. Having visited the sites, there is a real risk of overreaching and overshadowing the small linear village settlement on Warren Lane. I think what also is clear that there are issues around transport access and concerns about hours management, acoustic treatments and lighting strategy. But one of the other things that came through very clearly is the nature of the employment allocated for this site. There are concerns that there are nearby warehouse sites of a similar character which are underutilised, and local residents would like to see more innovative thinking around if there was a mixed housing and employment site which created a buffer with the existing Warren Lane section and reduced density compared to what was currently proposed, that those are high skilled paid jobs which give local people a reason to stay near and go far in their employment, but as currently set out, it doesn't meet what is needed given the hours management, the acoustic treatments and lighting strategy, as I say, but also concerns about the former the effective capping of this site and risks around toxicity release with such a significant warehouse-based site being developed. On Hesley Wood, and I will try and be more succinct with the remaining sites. On CH04 Hesley Wood, there is a great deal of sensitivity due to nearby ancient woodland and LWS. There needs to be a tightened, the remedy and ask here is a tightened footprint, strong landscape buffers and height limits. There are worries about the site boundaries and consequential impact on greenbelt. So boundaries must follow ecology, landscape logic, any deletion justified by clear evidence. if evidence is weak, which my constituents believe it is, to redraw or retain. There again are concerns around highways and transport. Access must avoid ancient woodland severance, and the remedy and ask is a single controlled access point, plus reliability measures and safe and active travel. Again, there are deep concerns here around contamination and mining of the former colliery spoil, which requires a remediation plan. And so the remedy and ask is for conditions around ground risk and gas risk as well. On biodiversity, the answer here is to protect Hesley Tip, LWS and ancient woodland and net gain on site first. The remedy and ask is legally enforceable buffers and management plan. I think in terms of viability and deliverability, any works would need to be staged and fund remediation and ensure that they firmly lock in habitat management as a first phase. There are also concerns here about landscape and character. It's an open setting with potential archaeological interest. The remedy and the ask is for landscape mitigation and proportionate archaeology work. On highways and transport access, and I am coming to the end of my evidence, Inspector, thank you for your patience. There are deep concerns about junction capacity and HGV routing, which are key. And there would need to be HGV defined routes, active travel links for workers and bus service uplift. Again, but the point is worth emphasising on biodiversity, LWS, ancient woodland. The answer is nearby sensitive habitats which require buffers. The remedy and ask is minimum buffers, habitat creation to stitch into LNRS. And then again on contamination, the ask is standard remediation, confirm land availability, phase any plots for effective delivery, but with a strategy around that contamination and habitat protection at the absolute forefront. I want to just end by saying I'm very grateful for the ongoing engagement and dialogue with my constituents, many of whom are in this room, and I'm grateful for the time that you've been able to give me this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That's very helpful. I think if we've obviously got quite a number of items to cover in terms of the agenda, so I'm going to take a short break at this stage for about till about 20 past. So it's about just over 10 minutes. If we could come for a break, and we're going to come back then to the highways matter on CH05. So thank you very much. Hey, people could just take a seat. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you for everybody for coming back. So the next item is just on highways. Just the first bullet point, I just wanted to confirm with Mr. Gregg. Obviously, I've seen the statement of common ground, 3 potential access points, 2 from the A635 Chapeltown Road and 1 from Nether Lane. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Potential access points into the site.
Thank you. What I'll do is, what I want to do with this highways issue, obviously bullet points 2 and 3 cover the scheme's impact on the strategic and local impact, the local road network and proposed mitigations, and also bullet point 3 covers the public transport, active travel and proposed mitigations. These are sort of interlinked, and obviously the access point is obviously sort of interlinked with impacts on the local highway network, strategic road network. So as we covered the highways issue before, I've got no specific questions myself, but I'd like to take questions or any comments from anybody on this particular matter first. So if anybody wants to raise any particular issues on the highways issues under the 3 bullet points. So Miss Jackson.
Thank you. I know you weren't here yesterday, or you weren't at the top yesterday and the other day when we were discussing highways. However, there are huge impacts with this site in relation to both the access points and the general traffic that is going to be going on to this area as a whole. I'd like to know whereabouts these access points are going to be sited on these 2 roads, either above or below the right-of-way on the one side, and where in relation to the access points on Nether Lane on the opposite side of the road that they're going to put this one. So if that question could be asked, that'd be great. I've already described previously the problems that we have on this road on a daily basis, in particular obviously when the school is in session, but also on a daily basis anyway. It's floor to ceiling basically with vehicles at peak period, because we have the 2,000, I mean it's not quite 2,000 pupils yet, but nearly 2,000 pupils being dropped off at that school every day. Not all by cars, I admit. However, the rest of them are either walking because it's a short distance or they're on buses. Those cars park on that road, taking you all the way back to the housing estate at times that's further up the road and beyond. The Ecclesfield Road side of the road that drops down slightly, so as you look at the map, the partition is where the Ecclesfield Road splits and goes in towards the houses and back on the left-hand side of the map. That is a very slim part of the road that's set back. That becomes completely and utterly blocked with vehicles when they're being dropped off, and the residents struggle to get in and out of the houses because of that. Those vehicles then obviously want to move on once the child is dropped off, and they try to come out into the traffic next to the crossing to try and then turn left and right into traffic that is queuing and opposing, and that causes absolute havoc. There have been a number of accidents on that site, as previously been said. The queue down into Chapeltown Road and towards Ecclesfield, well, we travelled it the other day, first thing in the morning, and it took us from 8:10, and it queued all the way down from where we were in Chapeltown. This is where we were in Chapeltown. So we started off in Chapeltown, and it queued all the way down to the Northern General, and it was only at that point that the traffic cleared slightly, we were able to make a little bit of progress, and then it stopped again to come towards the town centre. And that is the problem that we have every single day. Nether Lane has a lot of industrial points on it, and it goes out onto Cowley Hill. As Nether Lane comes down into the bottom part, it enters into the Ecclesfield side. Again, that just becomes a static queue. Going up onto the Cowley Hill side, that lane is, I can't describe it. I don't even know why it's been considered in the past for it's suitable for HGVs to come out and onto. If you are turning out from Cowley Hill or from the lane and going up to Cowley Hill, you have a sharp bend to assess. The HGVs that come out there struggle very often to get up the hill, and as I addressed the other day, in the winter time it's just a skating rink, and it's quite entertaining to watch people think that they can get up and down there safely. In my previous role as a police officer, there's been numerous times when I've had to attend at those sites in order to deal with either congestion or somebody who's been bumped or knocked over by a vehicle. I can't see that putting all these houses onto this site, which will in actual fact double the number of vehicles and possibly treble, because we're looking at 3 and 4 bedroomed houses, and some of those will have 2 and 3 cars. Taking all of those cars out of 2 exit points into already at capacity roads just seems unbelievable to me. It's totally unrealistic. It's dangerous. A lot of the children, presumably, that will be on this estate as well, may be able to walk there, but everybody else is going to come out to work. And the fact that they are, well, one of the reasons that is being stated as putting this housing into this area is to supply people to work in these industrial units, which are actually, majority of it, I would suspect, eventually is going to be automated, so there are going to be no jobs for these people to attend. The roads are a nightmare. They really are a nightmare. And I can't, there's nothing else I can say really to emphasise it. It is at capacity, it's extremely dangerous, and putting all those other vehicles onto those 2 roads is just, like I say, unrealistic.
Mr. Tunstall, if you, yes please, thank you.
Yes, there's just a couple of points that I'd like to add. One of them is some of the residents that live off that service road, just off Ecclesfield Road, they genuinely live in fear of actually needing an ambulance at times when the schools are there, particularly morning and night when the access road is blocked. And we have actually had a resident that has said that her husband has shown stroke symptoms, and she was, they literally were running up the road trying to find the parents of the people that were parked in those cars that were blocking their access to enable the ambulance to get there. So it is a significant concern for the residents there that further traffic will actually, put lives at risk. The second element that I also wanted to raise is about the actual roads and traffic mitigation. Because of the railway bridge actually runs over Nether Lane, Lownside and Ecclesfield Road. So from a capacity to widen those roads, unless there is significant infrastructure costs to do that and somebody's willing to pay that, then that's just non-viable. Thank you.
Councillor Livery, please.
Thank you, sir. I want to refer to the transport assessment document and the local road network, and make a couple of comments. On page 32, the A6135...
Right, just give the exam document. I think I know which one it is.
You know
if you just tell me which exam document.
Okay. The issues are Ecclesfield Road, A629 junction in Chapeltown. That is at capacity now, 100% morning and evening. And the Burn Cross Road Lownside is at capacity at the evening peaks from both the reference case and future capacities. I do understand the council have got and are proposing plans to do some mitigation work in terms of these 2 roundabouts to deal with these issues, and hopefully that will resolve it. However, I have noted this before. on page 34 on LEN 45, another lane in the common, there has been no reference case done. And this is the third junction in the triangle around this site, which has got considerable traffic problems, both morning and evening, in terms of backing up both ways. So we think certainly this is at capacity now, and it needs a reference case to be done to confirm that, because something would need to be done to deal with the volume of traffic. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Tarleton, please.
This is relevant to all the sites we're going to be discussing today, but I mean, great play has been made to they're well connected to the strategic road network, particularly the motorway corridors. But internal highway links, especially north and south, but also west, east-west, are substandard and already congested. I mean, the road network has developed over many years, not the motorway, the internal road network, and was never designed for the amount of traffic it's currently dealing with, without this being added on top of it. Public transit provision is poor, particularly to the sites. I made reference to the fact that reference we made to the public provision to some of these sites, I'm talking about all the four we're discussing today, is adequate. Well, it's not adequate. Some don't have, particularly employment sites on a Sunday, which does raise questions about what it is. Your notes very much echo our own concerns. Matters such as site access, connectivity and impact on the road network and mitigation we find concerning due to the lack of information and evidence in the consultation documents, which in our opinion are flawed and do not adequately justify the site allegations. The viability and the importance attached to public and other travel options, sustainable travel options for us to the sides is questionable, and I generally don't think it's been fully explored. I think the focus has been on car transport, and that generally they're just not high priority. So we don't, you probably guess where we're going from this in terms of our opinion. There isn't an adequate justification, particularly in the terms of how other sustainable transport options would be available, and that's such, particularly walking, cycling and public transport, particularly to the employment sites we can discuss later, and as such that's contrary to local and national planning policies.
Mr. Gray, can I just bring you in here about the, in terms of the access points again, whether there's any decision made? There was a point raised there by Ms. Jackson about obviously the access point, whether there's any decision made about where that might be on the Chapeltown Road and on another lane. It would be helpful if you just give us some advice on that, if that's been looked at.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the precise locations are not determined at this moment in time. It's too early to do that because we've set out in our vision document on page 12 as part of our representation 1990. We've looked at, well, we've had transport consultant input on how the site can be accessed, so I won't repeat the bullet points there, but I will just highlight that we have identified that the precise position of any proposed new access off the eastern curb line of Chapeltown Road would need to take account of the proximity of Ecclesfield Secondary School. We do say here that it's accepted that congestion often occurs around school entrance points during start and end of the school day. Therefore, careful consideration would be given to reduce any potential conflict with the school. I don't think that point in itself affects the principle of the allocation, and it is something that will need to be given careful consideration at the planning application stage. And then just more broadly, we also highlight that traffic count surveys, speed surveys and a full transport assessment would be undertaken at the planning application stage as well. But the points that we've identified as being potential access points, consultants point out that visibility is excellent along Chapeltown Road, and there are numerous locations, precise locations that could be chosen depending on the design of the development, the precise design, and all the factors that need to go into a planning application, transport assessment, highways, design, etc. Thank you. And that's the same for Nether Lane as well.
Mrs Jackson, do you want to just come back on this and I'll go to the councillor? Thank you.
Yes, if I could, please. Thank you. I have to disagree with the often results in. That's an everyday results in congestion on that road. You've just related to a traffic census that's been done. Despite the fact that we've put an FIO in, we haven't had a result for that, so we can't even comment on the traffic that was assessed and the timings, etc. Something else I'd like to point out as well is after Nether Lane, we have Chapeltown Academy. At the moment, Chapeltown Academy pupils have to be dropped off, or more often than not dropped off up on Cowley Lane due to the buses, because it's quicker for them to walk down that hill than it is to go from any other direction. And I regularly see those people walking up and down because I travel this route on a regular basis, obviously a resident. So all of those people and the pupils that are in that academy have to negotiate the traffic at the moment as well. The other thing that I'd like to point out as well is that everything sort of related at the moment seems to be like buses and cycles. We have a huge population of elderly residents and they cannot just jump on a bike or jump on a bus and go to wherever they want to go to because it's just not feasible. Buses often set off too quick and they fall, and I have gone to many of those accidents, and they have to get to different places. Obviously, they've probably got restrictions in mobility. They can't just get on a bus and then walk wherever it is to get to these places, to get to the dentist or the doctors or to the hospital appointments. They have to have access to vehicles, so those vehicles have to remain on the road. And obviously, they've got to negotiate these problems with schools and access as well. So.
Okay, we're just coming to the council just to basically if they've got any issues that in terms of the comments that have been made in terms of obviously access, the impact, there's obviously constraints and the local network. I know we've discussed obviously some of these issues obviously at previous sessions. So that would be helpful just to get your input on those, basically what your comments might be. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with the local road network. I don't want to go into this into great detail because we had the consultants who carried out the report with us on Monday who were able to present their evidence on that. But just briefly, the transport assessment obviously has considered the impacts of all of the additional proposed greenbelt sites alongside the rest of the sites in the local plan, including CH05, which is considered both against the strategic and the local road network. I think I'm just going to skip through some of the notes that I had made to try and pick up points made around the table a bit more clearly. So in terms of the local road network, that's document exam 132D considers that in quite considerable detail. And that piece of work uses the Sheffield City Region Transport Model 1 to consider the effects of changes on transport infrastructure. It's worth noting that that's been done in consultation with National Highways and a statement of common ground has been signed with them with respect to the transport work. But coming back to the local road network in particular, section 3 of that document sets out really clearly how that work was carried out. And I think to take you to section 3.2, which is around the selection of junctions, that was using the model to identify junctions and is oops, sorry, I've got the wrong document open. It's really clear around how that was carried out with reference to the criteria that were used for the junctions considered within that assessment. So rather than being considered as an omission if a junction isn't listed, obviously the SISTRA who were carrying out this work considered objectively the likely impact on junctions and therefore whether they should be taken forward for further consideration, and that's set out in table 2 on page 15. So just turning back to sort of the wider point around this site in particular, whilst the nearest junctions on the local road network that are required as requiring mitigation measures are some distance away in Uterbridge, the transport assessment undertaken when a planning application is submitted could potentially identify the need for other improvements to the local road network, and that would be reflected at that time. Just moving to the strategic road network, which is obviously a slightly different issue, the transport assessment, that's exam 132A, identifies a couple of junctions in the vicinity which require improvements, specifically junction 35 of the M1, which is severely affected by development in the Sheffield Plan as a whole. Obviously, we're talking here about one site in particular. So junction 35 of the M1 is less than a mile to the east, and so the mitigation measures there comprise signalisation of the different arms of the roundabout, and that's already been identified. And again, that comes into the scope of the National Highways Statement of Common Ground, which is exam 36A. I think I might stop there.
It was just a point raised about certain pinch points, the railway bridge, etc., in relation to, Nether Lane. There were certain pinch points on the actual network that were raised as potential issues, and whether they might raise issues in terms of mitigation, in terms of this particular, this particular proposal.
Thank you. With reference to the railway bridge in particular, I don't have the evidence to support that there would be a required change to the width of the road there. So I think that's not something that's identified through the local road network modelling.
Mrs. Jackson, do you want to come back?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a small point about the comment about Uti Bridge. That has actually exacerbated the problem that we have in our area because it's been used as a rat run.
Mr. Ash.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Obviously, being a local resident, I have actually seen some traffic counting and monitoring systems put in various places, which was probably a couple of months ago. And I know this was back in May, so I'm guessing there has been some traffic counting. Whether it be yourselves who's asked for it, I'm not sure. But obviously, is there any particular traffic counting systems that have been done recently? Also, when were they done? Because we do believe that some near Ecclesfield were done during actually the school holidays, believe it or not. And also, does the traffic counting system, how is it based? Is it on a 24-hour period, which will obviously reduce the average figures, or is it actually highlight peak times or obviously when the traffic is going to be busy? Thank you.
I'd probably say, obviously, if the council could just respond to Mr. Ash on that directly in terms of obviously any particular points, in terms of it is a wider issue, I think, than this site. So if you could just take that away with you and just, if you could just, if you could respond. I know I appreciate it's obviously a wider issue in terms of transport management, but that would be helpful. Thank you. Right. Mr.
Sorry,
yeah,
sir,
Mr. Berkeley.
Yeah, I think I was missed out then, but thank you for coming around. Just a quick one. I was hoping to get in before the council's response. It's in relation to Chapeltown Road site. I think it would be really key to take that site in conjunction with the other sites because they all impact and interact with each other, especially on the road networks, particularly in relation to NES 37, because currently a lot of traffic uses the B6087, which goes onto Town End Road up Wheel Lane of the Wheel as a cut through to the A61. Similarly, which is occurring more and more now, Whitley Lane, which comes off the B6087, is being used as a cut through to the A61. And so pinch points will exacerbate around Town End Farm, which is NES 37, due to the increased cut through traffic. And the small, very narrow country lane, which is Whitley Lane, will also see some, well, I'm assuming it would increase traffic. So I'd just like that to be taken as a note as well, please.
Thank you, Mr. Birkby. Thank you. The council wants to just respond?
Yes, only really briefly, just to clarify, I'm not sure if I mentioned at the start of my response there that obviously the transport assessment work considers all of the sites, not just the 14 proposed allocations here, but also alongside all the other 372 sites in the local plan, so they are considered in combination.
Okay, what's any other points on highways? I just want the fourth bullet point, relating to the operational railway line and in terms of potential impacts in terms of the development, if this was to be considered sound, what mitigations of the council considering would be necessary? Are they picked up in the conditions within this particular proposal?
Yeah, thank you. Network Rail have provided advice on CH05 within their representation on the additional Greenbelt sites. They have not objected to the allocation. Instead, they have listed mitigation measures that should ensure that the safety of the operational railway is not impacted by the development of CH05. This includes consideration of issues such as layout, construction works, drainage, and adequate boundary treatments to prevent trespass and lighting. These issues, alongside measures to reduce disturbance of residents by the operational railway, will be addressed at the planning application stage.
We move on to item 5, relating to open space and green infrastructure provision. Again, I've got 2 bullet points there relating to are there any identified shortfall in some types of open space in local area? If so, how does the council intend to address those, and what green space mitigations and greenbelt compensation measures can provide in relation to CH05? Again, they're both fairly interlinked, so I think if I could just ask the council to give me a brief outline of potential shortfalls and any mitigation that might result in the relation to this particular proposal, that might be relevant.
Yes, thank you. In the site selection topic paper, the site assessment for this site shows that overall there is sufficient open space in the surrounding area, more than 20% above the policy standard. Although notwithstanding that position, open space would be required under the golden rules on land being released from the Greenbelt. However, there is documented a shortage of allotments, amenity green space and play space for children, with no children's play and less than a quarter of the required standard of amenity green space quantity standard, as set out in Table 4 of the Sheffield Plan, that's CD02. The area also needs to meet accessible natural green space standards and does not currently do so. So development of the site provides the opportunity to address some of the shortfalls. Policy NC15 provides a mechanism for creation of open space within new developments. The policy says that open space should aim to be provided on site, and on a site of this size and to comply with the golden rules, we would require on-site provision of that open space. Just to confirm that the need for playing pitches as a specific form of open space will be informed by the updated version of the council's playing pitch strategy, which is currently ongoing, and that we'd expect master planning of the site to ensure that the open space provision is strategically planned to enhance the wider green network and assessed shortfalls. I'm not going to stray too far into the question about compensatory measures, because I think we've discussed that at length in previous hearings, and we note that there's an action for us to consider how that would be implemented specifically through a strategy or SPD.
Mrs. Gregg, have you got any comments to make in relation to this particular item?
No, I agree with everything Ms. Stevens has said. Thank you.
Mrs. Tunstall.
Yes, it's just with regards to the creation of open space. So currently within Chapel Town, obviously this is one of the sites that has been proposed for development, which is well used by the community as a natural asset. Marie herself, when she referenced Parliament, stated that Chapel Town and High Green were communities in the bottom 10% nationally in the indices of multiple deprivation. So free access to natural open space is something that is important, from a community perspective. taken in the round with the other 3 sites that are proposed to take away natural green space from Smithywood, Hesleywood and also Warren Lane that is well used by the community to create open, unnatural open space, I will call it. Then certainly from my perspective, I live within a modern estate that has created green space. People don't use that green space, they walk through it to get to the natural green space, because that's why we moved to where we moved to, because of the natural green space. We didn't move to our areas because it had a piece of green within a housing estate. Thank you.
Miss Bell.
Yes, thank you. Just I note the council's observations about further work that's forthcoming and possibly an SPD, and obviously we'll look out for that for interest. But just to note, of course, that the question that's posed here is what green space mitigation and greenbelt compensation could be provided in relation to CH05. So really the question of what might be done on a general level isn't specific to this site, and it's just disappointing to be here talking about this site specifically and to not have any real answers to that specific point from either the developer or the council. Thank you.
Ms Reading.
Well, I'm very sorry that Miss Bell is disappointed, but at the earlier examination hearings, we did discuss this and indicate the timetable for producing comments in respect of these conditions that would be added. So.
Tunstall, have you got a comment to make?
Yeah, could I just check? You mentioned about timeframes. I haven't been here for the past 2 days, but I was aware that there is a blue-green strategy coming, but no date was given as a firm commitment when that would be coming. So it did kind of feel a bit like jam tomorrow to us.
Yes, I understand there's no specific timeframes at this stage. I understand that there is. You are looking at but obviously if there's any further details.
Yeah, just to clarify, that's a different point. The reference that I made to considering future work was reference to how the condition on development regarding compensatory improvements would be implemented. It wasn't related to the blue and green strategy, but yes, you're right, that's a piece of work being carried out by external partners who have their own time frame for bringing that forward.
Thank you. Mr Gregg.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I think this site is unique in the fact that it's got quite significant opportunities to be creative with the on-site open space that can be delivered on the site. So, you've got the bridleway through the middle, green corridor that we're showing in the vision document, significant areas of landscaping which act as a buffer but also act as public open space, as well as wider connections to the north and to the southwest into the wider countryside, and as well as what you might describe as typical on-site open space within the housing development as well, which would be accessible to residents, of course. So I think there's a great opportunity to do something quite special and creative on the site that we've set out in the vision document at this stage. Thank you.
Ms Davison, you want to make a comment here?
Yes, thank you for mentioning that you intend to put in a green corridor. But can we just confirm, would that be natural green space? We have had it multiple times throughout this process where it's not clear about what natural green space will be put in. And obviously, quite clearly, not all green space is good for nature.
Is this part of in terms of the compensatory sort of strategy or SPD, would this deal with specific issues in terms of what the actual green space would be, or would that be a specific issue? Obviously, that would obviously dealt with obviously the application stage in terms of what the layout based on the standards you've already talked about. Is that right?
Yes, that would have to come through a discussion of how the policy NC15 and other associated biodiversity policies were implemented at the development management stage. doesn't relate necessarily to the compensatory improvements, which are more about considering what greenbelt sort of has been lost and how that could be compensated for in the wider area or by improving access to remaining green space on countryside.
Mr. Gregg, have you got another comment to make on this?
Well, only to say that there's an opportunity to work with local communities and interest groups and other stakeholders with how the Green Corridor is designed and used and naturalised in parts, certainly. So no further comment. Thank you.
Ms. Jackson, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. I take it that this Green Corridor is the right of way that we're talking about. But also, I'd like to just point out that in the Statement of Common Ground that Lime's development are contesting the condition that requires complementary improvements to the environmental quality and accessibility of the remaining areas of the green belt. And I'd also like to know what creative is. I mean, what sort of plans are we looking at? What sort of space are we looking at? And I'd also like to know who's going to upkeep that green space.
Mr. Gray, do you want to briefly respond to that?
Yeah,
I think
we've already covered the compensatory improvements. It is our position that it would be better delivered if it's on site or on land that applicants own, have control of. That'd be a much better way of delivering that policy. And in terms of what we mean by creative, well, I'm not a qualified landscape architect for one, but there are lots of creative people who can input into the design of the process, in addition to local communities and many stakeholders. Thank you.
And just the point, I think obviously in terms of like future management, that would be part of the actual planning application process. There'd be an agreement made in terms of future management for those open space areas. That would be sort of a fairly standard on a housing development in terms of proposals, not just here but elsewhere. It would have to be agreed depending on the layout and as such. So that would be a fairly standard approach. Okay, if we just move on to item 6, which is to do with biodiversity. Obviously 2 points here about potential impacts on the development on the biodiversity and the natural nature recovery network and any potential mitigations. I'll just pick up just on the one question of the council just initially, just obviously in terms of this site again has got some nature recovery network creative opportunity areas. How would they be taken into account in terms of the development of this site? Thank you.
Thank you, yes. So to confirm, there is no direct impact on the local wildlife site from this parcel of land. The nearest local wildlife site is beyond Nether Lane, the railway line and the industrial land to the east. We've covered this in previous hearings on the 30th of September with reference to the South Yorkshire Local Nature Recovery Strategy maps, which are not yet finalised or published. The Sheffield and Rotherham Wildlife Trust Nature Recovery Network maps that were commissioned by SIMCA and derived from the 2021 South Yorkshire Natural Capital Mapping have highlighted potential opportunity areas within the site and other land across the city. This map and the final or draft local nature recovery strategy maps will be used to identify suitable ecological corridors through the site during the site design, in particular to ensure connectivity from nearby local wildlife sites. The natural capital mapping shows habitat connectivity and expansion opportunities in the northeast corner and along the southern boundary, east to west. So in terms of sort of how you would relate that to mitigation measures, we'd expect to see enhanced connectivity of habitats that reflected that natural capital mapping.
Mrs. Tunstall.
Yes, it was just a quick one. Just where you said there that it doesn't have an impact on the local wildlife site. It is actually key foraging ground for some of the wildlife in that local wildlife site, such as bats, birds of prey, etc.
Ms. Davison. Alison, is it? Thank you.
Yeah. Just a general point about this and relating to all the sites we're going to discuss yesterday. A lot of the focus seems to be at the master planning stage or the planning application. We urge that consideration should be given to the protection of existing locally important habitats such as local wildlife sites, ancient woodlands, and my gentleman over here mentioned playing fields. We feel this is most effectively done at the policy stage, including designations as a local green space, less so leaving it to the planning application master planning stage. They're not saying this is important, not doing and consider this essential for the proper planning for the area, but also provide greater certainty and confidence to the people around here and other people that these essential assets will be protected.
Ms Davison.
Yeah, a few points, thank you. Really pleased to hear that on this site you're taking into consideration the nature recovery network. It's been less certain as to whether that was going to be considered at the other sites that we've talked about in the last few days. Joe made a very good point that without the full ecological surveys, we've got absolutely no idea exactly what is using this ground, and could very well likely be that they are using, priority species are using it for foraging and commuting. So again, we would, as with all the sites, we would really see prior to allocation that there's been some investigation work done on the ecology. One more point, the flooding of the local wildlife site immediately below, it may not be directly impacted by the development, but the flooding is likely to be increased, and that local wildlife site is already in a historic flood zone.
Ms Tunstall, are you wanting to make a comment?
Yes, it was just final points. So the hedgerows on the site there are pre-1845, and they provide habitats for a wide variety of wildlife. That site is actually prolific for nesting skylarks, so if you go up there during nesting season, it's deafening with the birdsong that you can hear on there, and that's been renowned for many, many years. It's known for that. As a community group, we've also invested in wildlife cameras in advance of the ecological study, which we've had on there for the past 2 months. There is evidence of badgers on there, and they like to make an appearance and are actually quite entertaining on the camera. We've also had the South Yorkshire Badger Group coming out to validate that that's the case, and we've got a written statement from them that there are presence of badgers on that site. That's all, sir.
Ms Wegg, do you want to turn your mic up? Could you just answer, just in terms of the ecological work that's been done so far by the site promoters, just if you just pick up on that point, and obviously what further work is intended. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A biodiversity baseline assessment, an outline impact assessment, was prepared in June 2021. And the council have a copy of that. That was prepared as part of the call for sites in 2021. And further ecological surveys can be undertaken as if the site's allocated, then they will be prepared. Preliminary ecological assessments and further habitat surveys based on what the findings are in the preliminary ecological assessment. And yeah, for sure, habitat surveys will be done during the correct seasons and as part of the planning application, should this be allocated. Thank you.
Ms Davison, have you got another comment on this?
Yes, we've been saying throughout this process, this is backwards. It's too late once these sites have been allocated to then find out that they can't be developed in the way that has been put forward because of priority species and important habitats. Then we really should be looking at those reports prior to allocation, and I can't stress that, especially when we have seen these reports of breeding skylarks and badgers on that site. to not do that, those tests before allocation is irresponsible.
Thank you for those comments. I've taken those into account. Thank you very much. Just move on to item 7. It's just about site delivery. Obviously, I've seen the statement of common ground between the council and Lime Development Limited, setting out the ownership issues on the site, and also the projected trajectory in terms of the actual site. I guess my question particularly was probably in terms of those early years in the trajectory, whether there's evidence to support obviously the delivery of the 60 houses in 2029-30 and 60 in 2030-31 within the 5-year period. What evidence there is to support those in terms of lead-in times for those particular proposals, whether they're realistic and deliverable, please?
Yeah, thank you. As you've alluded to, so this is a matter of common ground in the Statement of Common Ground, exam 145. So our position as a council is that the 3-year lead-in time is realistic. So it reflects the HELA evidence base. So that's exam 3A. And it also reflects the key milestones to delivery that are set out in the Statement of Common Ground, and that's paragraph 12.4. The Statement of Common Ground also sets out the firm progress being made with site assessment work, and that's, as set out in the planning practice guidance, is a clear indicator of a site being deliverable in the 5-year period. So the council are of the view, with Limes in the Statement of Common Ground, that the build-out rate of 60 per year and the 10-year build-out period is realistic.
Okay, just to obviously be clear, obviously we have to talk about the delivery. We've probably made this clear. Obviously it's not prejudicing our decision, but we need to obviously ask these questions whilst we're here. It's quite a common thing in terms of hearings that we will asking about delivery on all the sites in terms of the sites across the board. So we need that evidence to support that. So Mr. Councillor Livery, you've got a comment on this.
Yes, thank you. This site is sublet and is farmed. What arrangements are in place to ensure that those people farming this site have got sufficient and adequate notice in terms of the growing cycle so they can plan for the future? Thank you.
Mr. Ash, is it? Yeah.
Just a quick one. Previously on Monday, the viability representative for the council did mention, and can I just state that no one wants to live next to a petrol station or a panel beating shop. I was just wondering if this will affect the house prices, what you intend to build on the field. Bear in mind there's a proposed new distribution site and petrol station and charging site, which will be opposite on the other side of the road, and the rest of the area that is down for development, which is adjacent across the road again. So I just wondered if that's been taken into consideration. And just to highlight, the charging site is apparently going to be 4 stories high with numerous HGV traffic congesting the road again in that area. And obviously, which will obviously cause lots of light pollution, which already the DPD development is actually having a really adverse effect over the areas of Ecclesfield and Chapeltown, which is really, yeah, really, it is quite frightening, really, which has actually taken up all the open space.
probably outside the remit of my the examination to deal with the effect on house prices, but and the influence that might take. Obviously, there was some discussion about viability. I heard the discussion about that particular issue earlier in the debate. Mrs. Tunstall, have you got a comment on this particular deliverability issue?
Yeah, I've got a couple actually. So obviously we set out with a golden rule that said 50% of houses on greenbelt should be affordable. That's now proposed as 30% affordable, but already Lime's developments are flagging risk to that 30%. So how can a site therefore proceed if there are already risks being flagged that there will be a reduction on a rule that's already been reduced? There's obviously risk with the mitigation if we haven't done all the surveys to date by way of ecological surveys, etc. And also the green space maintenance. How can we trust that if you're not committing to the 30% of affordable housing, how are you going to commit to the ongoing maintenance of green space? From a deliverability point of view, the 10-year build-out, subjecting the community to 10 years of building work, especially opposite a secondary school, is completely unacceptable. That's 10 years of GCSE students that are going to be impacted throughout their schooling year, a critical time in their lives. Particularly pertaining to noise, dust and traffic congestion and pollution with site plan. So I think, our view is if this site is only contributing 120 homes in the 5-year land supply period, then surely that there's better smaller sites that could be chosen that would contribute more homes over that period with less risk and more likelihood of achieving the 30% affordable housing target.
Mr. Gregg, is there any sort of, obviously the issue there picked up by Councillor Livery, I know in terms of the subletting, in terms of obviously the particular tenants on there at the minute, are you confident obviously that will be dealt with, obviously in terms of the actual timeframes delivery you've talked about, and obviously the issue about the level of affordability, if you just comment on that as well, please, that has been raised.
Thank you. Yeah, so in Appendix 1 of the representation, reference 1990, there is a letter from the landowner explaining, or from the landowner solicitors explaining their position in terms of the option that they have over the land. I can't comment any further on any subletting. That is something that the landowner will need to have in hand. In terms of the 30% affordable housing that was discussed at earlier sessions earlier this week, I don't think there's any more we can say on that. Thank you.
Just leads me to the final item, just on this particular site. If there are any other comments or concerns relating to the site that anybody wishes to raise, want to raise it now, please. Yes, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Just in relation to the rail line and the proposed alterations, or whatever you want to call it, to that, I'd just like to remind everybody that actually the road goes underneath there. There is a width restriction, height restriction on that bridge, and the road actually narrows into that section, and sometimes the HGVs that go through there take up both sides of the road. The only pedestrian access under that section is on one side underneath the bridge, and it is only a one-person width piece of path, and that was the one that the students travel down to the college on a regular basis.
Mrs. Tunstall.
It's just the final 3 points that I'd got in relation to the site. So I think overall we can safely say that this site contributes little to the 5-year housing supply and has significant risk around it. My understanding from an FOI that we've received from Yorkshire Water is there has been no engagement with Yorkshire Water at this point in time, particularly in relation to foul water discharge. Blackburn Brook is a key site where this is happening, and Yorkshire Water have been fined on numerous occasions due to foul water discharging into Blackburn Brook. AMP9 is underway at the moment with Yorkshire Water, and there's been no plans submitted to do any remediation work to accommodate the additional houses on site. So foul water discharge is likely to be a significant problem. And then the final point that I'd just like to raise is that This is a high-scoring greenbelt site, as we've discussed, and it serves the purpose that it was intended to do, to stop urban sprawl and to the coalescence of the two sites. If we start opening up high-scoring greenbelt sites at this point, then effectively it defeats the whole purpose of having a greenbelt and the associated scoring system. Thanks, sir.
Mrs. Riddle.
I would just like to ask the planners, why are we building on valuable greenbelt agricultural land when you turn down some flats just quarter of a mile away in Chapeltown at the Yorkshire Bank site? There don't seem to be any common sense in it. When you've got a brownfield site not quarter of a mile away, you turn down for traffic issues. It's right outside of the train station. There was hundreds of cars. It were a busy little branch. There were hundreds of cars a day use that site, and you turned it down on traffic. Well, it just seems ridiculous that you won't build on that, but you'll build on good greenbelt agricultural land. There just seems to be no common sense.
Miss Bell, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, so just to note that the references from the representative for the developer here in terms of the opportunity to do something special and the unique opportunities afforded by this site really put the finger on the issue, which is just how well this site performs in greenbelt purposes. The reason why there's an opportunity to do something special is because it is a special site, and it should be left alone so it can continue to perform that valuable greenbelt function. I'd also, sir, just ask you to note that the conversations that have been had about open space, the green corridor that's captured in the vision document, there's no site-specific policy requirement. There's no recognition in a site-specific policy to lock in open space given the unique circumstances of this site. There may be some more general discussion about general greenbelt policy requirements, all of which in that statement of common ground the developer seeks to water down. So we think, sir, for all the reasons that have been so aptly outlined by KEG, this is just the wrong site in the wrong place, and it's disappointing to see that such an aggressive position has been taken in terms of developing the full extent of the site, given how significantly it performs in relation to greenbelt functions, and given the fact that once there's coalescence and physical merging, there's really no way to remedy that. That is a harm that will exist forever. And so for all those reasons, this site just simply shouldn't be an allocation. Thank you.
Okay, just the final item. So, sorry, Ms. Gregg, yeah.
Thank you. So I lost my train of thought for a second there. I think the points that the lady make are useful. If we need to discuss further conditions, I'm very happy to do that. As I was saying earlier, the point of the Greenbelt Review is that it assesses Greenbelt Review in a way for the local plan purposes, and what we're doing here is saying, applying planning judgment and saying if the site is going to come forward, it's going to have to come forward in this way, and very happy to discuss further conditions in relation to what has been discussed. Thank you.
Mrs. Tunstall, yeah.
Sorry, it really was one final point. It was just in relation to the provision of healthcare associated with this, because obviously it's going to bring a huge number of additional people into the area. The doctor's surgery closest to this site is Chapeltown Surgery, which I go to. There is no physical room to extend that site whatsoever. It's on a very narrow triangle of land right at the side of the railway line. From a parking point of view, there are 6 spaces within that off the busy main road, most of which are taken up by the staff there. So it was just to bear in mind from a healthcare provision that, you know, the nearest site doesn't have the viability to expand to 2 physical consulting rooms. And also just the point to note that there is no dental care provision here, and we are desperately in need of additional dental support for our community.
I'm conscious, obviously, that was discussed at an earlier hearing. Obviously, the healthcare issue, and I know you raised those issues. I was here, and obviously the Yorkshire Water. I think in terms of the consultation that's been taking place, those in terms of foul sewage drainage. So I have noted those comments. Mrs. Travis, have you got a comment there? Thank you.
Yeah, I think as chair of the KEG, I just need to reflect the fact that we don't necessarily agree with some of the comments that came from our MP. So we need to just be really careful, because there was various mitigations that was actually talked about. That is not our understanding of what our community wants. So that may be some of the elements that she has picked up, but that's certainly not the elements that we have. So I just wanted to be really clear that we are not saying that we are 100% in agreement with some of the mitigations that were mentioned.
Okay, thank you for that comment. I've made a note of that. Thank you. So just the final item here, just the consequential deletion of adjoining the land in the greenbelt to the site. The council obviously submitted the latest appraisal and exam document 136, outlining the proposed sequential deletion of the adjoining land to the northeast of the site between the railway line and Cowley Lane, setting out those reasons why they consider that land is no longer serves the greenbelt purposes. I've looked at the evidence at this stage. I've got no further questions at this stage, but if anybody wishes to raise, Mrs. Councillor Levy.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. The main reasons for greenbelt deletion are associated with firm boundaries in terms of site development. This site has firm boundary with the railway line, and the site is actually an emission site. It's S03124, and it's down for employment land. Its emission is due to a major constraint, which is there's no agreement with the landowners in terms of site availability, but our concerns are that obviously it's got Blackburn Brook feeding through the centre of the site, so the wildlife implications. You will notice on the map that there's also a blue line coming down the side of the properties down to the brook. That is a culvert from the spoil heap at Hesley Wood, and it carries contaminated mine waste ochre in it, which I'll discuss obviously at the Hesley Wood issues tonight later on. It's also got ancient field boundaries, and in terms of greenbelt purpose, it is also directly adjacent to Cowley Manor, so will directly impact on should it be developed in the future. So the concerns I've had from local residents are that this site, if taken out, the greenbelt could be moved to the development in the future should the land ownership issues be resolved. And therefore, we believe it should remain in the greenbelt. Thank you.
Mr. Towlerson, please.
We've reviewed the evidence. Our position's still the same. No, we don't think the evidence is to justify the consequential amendments. That's the position, really, yes. Particularly, obviously, we've seen the new evidence presented, but our position has not changed. Notwithstanding the overall suitability and sustainability of the site.
Okay, unless there are any comments the council wish to raise this may. No, okay, I'm going to move on to the next site, if I could please. Thank you for all those comments on those matters. So we're going to move on to, is there anybody else that needs to shift into this stage? No, okay, so basically the employment site, CHO3, So it's a site consisting of proposed employment allocation of 18.06 hectares total on farmland bordered by the M1, Thorncliffe Road, Warren Lane and White Lane. We've obviously had a large number of objections and comments on this site, and obviously, again, when I framed my original agenda, I had that in, obviously, those in mind. A statement of common ground between the council, exam document 147 has been submitted subsequently between the site promoters and the council. So those have answered some of my questions, but I will provide an opportunity now for people just to basically sort of deal with the provide any comments under the items under the agenda. Just again, can I just confirm that those people have seen the statement of common ground relating to this particular site as well, CH03. Yeah, thank you. So just in terms of the item 10, which is basically the landscape and character, again, if I could just, these are sort of interlinked, so if I could just take any comments on these particular points in terms of character of the site, bullet point 1, and any potential impacts of on landscape values, views, character, and any potential mitigation. I'll take any comments on those, please. Councillor Lever, are you wanting to comment on this? You put your nameplate is up, so. Oh, is it Mr. Ash? Is that, okay, thank you.
Thank you. The landscape and character of the site. It's a prominent ridge location, visible over long distances and remote from the general Chapeltown area. The Greenbelt Review, it was rated as high, which prevents spoil and coalescence with the Barnsley border, which actually runs through the field and which is not the M1, which most people believe it is. It actually runs through the field. The land is open in character, having a cultural value, especially with residents. The site has strong borders, hence the M1, and the Barnsley border, which again runs through the field, and scores very highly in the assessments, doing its role as Greenbelt. Currently, it's used for agricultural and equestrian use and provides a supply of hay, which is an integral part of Hudill Farm, making it a viable business surrounded by historic woodland, which includes Parking Wood and Hudill Plantation, which is opposite. Exam 125B, the landscape states the landscape at this strategic location is considered to be sensitive to change. The location is adjacent to residential development. The location is further steep in part with some long distance views from the wider landscape into the site. Development presents features which will be hard to improve the character, although opportunities would be undermined by the use of employment use due to the fact that this may require larger buildings. The development will affect the character as evident, which is with the new Every site, which is less than a mile away in the Barnsley district, which has had considerable effect to the local people and the local landscape, which can be viewed from miles away.
Hobson, please. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the promoters, we support this allocation. In terms of the landscape, it sits within the National Character Area 38, which is Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire, Yorkshire Coalfield, which is a complex mix of built-up areas, industrial land, derelict areas, and farmland. More specifically, in terms of the district landscape areas, it sits within the UP5 area, which is the upland, woodland, ridges and slopes, but it also sits alongside within Barnsley the local the landscape character type, Hoyland, settled wooded farmland, and also the Rotherham. It sits above, next to Rotherham's local landscape type as well, which is the Wentworth Parkland. Now, all these recognise that there's a complex mix of industrial activity there, urban settlements, and it's heavily influenced by infrastructure as well, such as the motorway. So in the council's assessment of this, they identify that there's a medium capacity to absorb change. So I would say that there is an opportunity there for this development to go ahead in landscape terms, subject to appropriate mitigation, which we can come on to. In terms of the greenbelt value to this site, we put at the pre-submission representation stages way back in 2023, we put in an assessment to say that in terms of urban sprawl, in terms of that function of greenbelt, it sits in a enclosed, confined area with urban areas and the industrial site further to the northwest. And in terms of it merging with local towns, the nearest is Hoyland, which is approximately 2 kilometres to the northwest. And there between the site and Hoyland, there's undulating countryside with significant areas of woodland. So we would say that it has a limited impact on both those functions and purposes of Greenbelt. Thank you.
Mr. Hobson, could you just go on to the further point about proposed mitigation, so I can just cover that as well, please, in terms of your proposals in terms of this site? So there will be structured landscaping, particularly around the boundaries, and we'll come on to talk about the sensitivity of the residents to the south of the site. There'll be cut and fill operations to reduce the impact of the site, and there'll be, as I say, bunding and landscaping, which will assimilate the development into the landscape area. Okay, we'll obviously come on to the residential properties adjoining the site later on in the agenda. So is there any other points anybody wants to raise at this point on landscape?
If I could just briefly come in and add to what Mr. Hobson said about the landscape character and greenbelt capacity study, just to note that whilst the site was referenced as having a medium capacity to absorb development, the study did assess only half of the site, the area adjacent to Warren Lane. And we do recognise that the area closer to the M1 would be impacted by its proximity to the motorway in terms of landscape character, but also it does have a higher elevation. So on balance, we're content with the medium capacity associated with that site. Thank you.
I'm just going to move on to the highways point. We've received obviously a copy of the access plan details through an exam document, and it provides additional information showing that the access would be from Thorncliffe Road, I understand. Is that correct? If you just confirm the details there, Mr. Hobson, is that the only access in terms of proposals?
Yes, we've been working with a highway consultant on this to identify an appropriate main access point to the road. Yes, it would be a priority controlled junction onto Thorncliffe Road. It's approximately about 80 metres from the Thorncliffe Road roundabout. I suppose the other point to note is that there's still the potential for access off White Lane to the southeast of the site, but we're suggesting that would be for emergency access purposes, and also we can come on to talk about public transport routes, but there may be an opportunity there also to redirect buses through the site. So a bus gate may be an opportunity at that point.
Thank you, Ms. Sobson. Yeah, Miss Jackson, do you want to come in? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. As I've previously stated, there's a massive impact on the road network in this area. And despite the fact that the A61661 roundabout had recently had mitigating work carried out, it still suffers and is often beyond capacity. That traffic backing up along the motorway slip road and onto live lanes, which is, it happens on a regular basis, almost a daily basis. And basically it's a fatal accident waiting to happen, and it'll be the second or third that's happened in that area. Traffic trying to exit onto Thorncliffe Road on the connecting roundabout is static, and when you're trying to turn left, the entry visibility or the exit visibility from that road, from Thorncliffe Road towards the motorway, is almost non-existent. You take your life in your hands if you want to turn along there, because you just can't see anything coming properly. The motorway traffic coming off regularly comes off at speed, and it's a last minute that you actually see that vehicle coming off there. And that's not just cars, that's also larger vehicles as well. It's all going onto a single lane carriageway. The 616 is a single lane carriageway, and as I've said, it's at capacity all the time. You queue from there all the way down to the 616, and then you're lucky if you don't have to queue again from there onwards. Traffic travelling from Stocksbridge towards Chapeltown is often static again, and the roundabout from the Woodhead Road junction, again, we've got static traffic there as well. It does have two lanes at that point, but they do merge into another lane, and you're very often going into opposing traffic, as I described the other day. I mean, I did cover a lot of this, and I don't really want to cover it all again, to be honest, because I know you've got some of that.
Yeah, so obviously we've been into a lot of detail on the traffic.
Yeah. So if I sort of obviously refer you back to what I said in relation to that, and come on to the access points that's just been suggested. We did have a document sent through with a drawing on. It didn't state on there that it was going to be priority controlled. It just showed us where the entrance was, which is through woodland to gain the access to it. It's the distance as I measured it on the map from the one that was shown, and I did overlay them to try and get it right. From the roundabout, from the M1 exit roundabout to that junction, is about the length of two large HGVs, which we're talking about coming into this because it's an industrial unit. If you are then putting traffic lights at that point, you have the potential of vehicles coming off that motorway at speed, going into static traffic. I can't believe that it's been said in relation to traffic lights, to be quite honest. If it's a gated entrance then, or priority controlled entrance into the actual site itself, you've still got that point where you will have vehicles, or the capacity to have vehicles queuing at that bit for vehicles to come round from the motorway and impact at the rear. I can't see that traffic lights on Thorncliffe Road will help in any way, shape or form, to be quite honest. Something was said about a bus lane. Not quite sure where that's going to fit. And if the access was through from White Lane, that point there is on a hill and is, again, quite fast-moving traffic. It's an accident point anyway. The access to this site it is restricted because you literally only have really 2 or 3 points of entry, and one of them is totally out of the window because it's on Warren Lane. So it's hard to see how either of these could safely, I mean really safely, be suggested to be used, because I can't see it. I really can't see it. And putting my other hat on again, I fear for what may happen.
Just wanted to make sure we just pick up on the one. Obviously, we've strayed in to the scheme's impact on the local road network, and that is absolutely fine. I'm happy but just to make sure if anybody else wants to make any comments on those in terms of my second and third bullet point under this item relating to impact on the strategic road network and the local road network and proposed mitigations, and also public transport and active travel and proposed mitigation measures. If you could just pick up those as well now, please. So I can sort of address those. So, Mr. Ash, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Obviously, I need to question why the site would need a bus gate, because the actual Warren Lane area is very poorly served by buses, which is in numerous reports. And the only bus that does actually serve the area in reality is the small Nipper bus, which is infrequent. I think it's once every 1 hour and then every 3 hours on certain days. But the elderly do use it. It is a vital part for the elderly on Warren Lane, because Warren Lane is predominantly an elderly area. And if you're going to divert the bus route away from Warren Lane into the industrial estate, that means that the elderly have got to walk into the industrial estate, as I'm led to believe, which obviously seems a little bit unfair on the elderly. Also, adjacent to the site, Warren Lane actually is over capacity at the moment and is frequently busy, especially during peak times. And the lane has a pinch point which actually goes to one way at the bottom. It also has a 7.5 ton limit on it, which again, you'll end up with HGVs trying to nip through if they come in actually from Chapel Town, which again will be causing restrictions on the lane. And not only is it a 7.5 ton weight limit, it's actually a 20 mile an hour zone, which is obviously broken every morning as I'm trying to back out of my drive. Also, hold on, my screen's gone off. Also, we've got, obviously due to the weight limit, I'm not sure whether it is because of the tunnel, which actually is underneath, which I'm sure we'll come on to. The traffic report is highlighting that Warren Lane is over capacity as well, which has been done. And as we've come to realise, the area is remote, which only means that there's no really viable public transport to the area, which has got to push and make it more car dependent, which does not promote sustainable transport methods. And it will only exaggerate, obviously, the area which is already, as we've come to, is over capacity as it stands. Thank you.
Mrs. Jackson, have you got another comment on this particular point? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried to stick to this sort of entry point, but it does sort of impact on the other areas around it. So if we are going to look at the other areas around it, the amount of HGVs that come into this area now is a large number. And I stood this morning for 5 minutes waiting for the lift, and I had 5 go past me on Station Road. And that was at 7:20 this morning. As you can see from the maps, we've got other industrial units around in that area already. And in relation to vehicular traffic along Warren Lane attending these sites in the first place, that road junction was actually changed in order to stop vehicles from these, normally sort of personal vehicles, but coming from these other sites, travelling along Warren Lane and using it as a cut-off, as a cut-through towards the White Lane and up towards Barnsley and down into Sheffield. Since that happened, obviously all that traffic then comes down onto Cart Road. Cart Road it goes through to the Thorncliffe Business Park, and there are a huge number of HGVs that go along there, as I can testify because I live at the back of Cart Road. In relation to the 7.5 ton limit on Warren Lane, just because that sign is there doesn't stop them from driving into it. We on Thornbrook Gardens often get HGVs turn into our little cul-de-sac area, and we have to back them up around all the parked cars and the houses that are there on a regular basis. In fact, it got that bad at one point. We did ask the council to put different signs up, and they have put a direction sign up to the industrial estate, but no signs in relation to no HGVs and weight limits on there. So that shows you the amount of traffic that does come in. We have it on a regular basis, and it's still happening, and not 4 weeks ago did I have to back one out. So all of that traffic, if they ignore the 7.5 tonne, if that junction remains as it is now, they will still be able to travel along Warren Lane, but then they will not be able to turn right because of the angle of the road to be able to get up into the industrial estate. So they will have to come back down Thorncliffe Road, back along Cart Road, and either find a way onto the motorway or go all the way around the estate. It's just the amount of traffic on there will be immense.
Mr. Ash, you've got a short point, really.
I have. Sorry, just to come back slightly. Exam 125B states the potential for employment use could generate a high number of trips or noise to adversely impact on air quality or the background noise and level, thus have a negative effect on the amenity and health of the existing nearby communities. The location is served by an infrequent bus routes to Barnsley, Rotherham, Chapeltown and Sheffield, and thus is unlikely to encourage public transport use. Though the location has good road access, development is likely to increase congestion and unlikely to encourage a significant shift towards alternative modes of transport other than the private car. And exam 132A states the A616 and A61 are more at capacity already. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hobson.
Thank you. Just to clarify on the proposed road junction, that's a priority give way control junction. It's not a signalised junction we're proposing. And so it would be similar to Brookdale Road junction, which serves the industrial development on the opposite side of the road. Just moving on to impact on the network, our work on that, or our highway consultants' work on that, has essentially looked at peak time flows having regard to the potential scale of development on Thorncliffe Road and on the A616 M1 junction, and their flows equate to fewer than 4 vehicles per minute. Based at the peak time flows based on their objective assessment, and then of course there's the mitigation proposed having regard to the wider strategic measures that can be found in the statements of common ground, our statements of common ground with the council, but also with National Highways as well. And then just finally, in terms of the bus routes, there are, in our view, a number of bus routes. There's five bus routes that pass the site through various routes, and the suggestion of a bus gate was essentially just a suggestion, because then it does allow the site to be penetrated in a number of ways rather than just through the access to the north. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, as a Mrs. Jackson, have you got I am conscious very much of time.
Sorry.
If don't, please, if you could just respond to any additional points now.
I have to dispute that 4 per minute. That is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know whether that was a desktop assessment or an on-site assessment, but I would like to know how it's been done, what times it was done at, and how it was assessed, because that is absolutely, totally and utterly wrong.
Councillor Livery, you've got your name tag up there. Okay.
Just to a quick comment about the strategic road network. The assumptions here are for southbound traffic, it will leave at junction 36 and come down the A61 and turn left at the roundabout to come down to the site. This is a highly congested road at many times, and a lot of people opt to come down the A6135 from Birdwell to Chapeltown, which would mean they would travel on Warren Lane to access the site. Have we had a look at this in terms of any detail to see what would need to be done to mitigate this happening? Thank you.
Just the council, really. Obviously, the access detail has come before us. I just wanted to get your comments really on that, plus the mitigation that's been proposed in relation to the local road network, strategic road network. Any comments on those additional to those we've heard before, plus those comments on the bus gate as a suggestion in terms of the white lane access. So if there's any wider comments there on what's been picked up, it would be useful for me just to hear those now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pick up on the access point. Yeah, the proposed access design that was submitted in the examination library was assessed by colleagues within the Highways Development Management team, the Highways Authority, and they deemed that that access was feasible, but obviously that's subject to further technical assessments, access design, and discussions with National Highways. I mean, essentially, we believe that we have sufficient evidence, proportional evidence, to allocate the site in terms of its accessibility onto the highway at this stage.
Councillor Lever, are you, as a legacy, is it? Okay, thanks very much. Okay, not any, have you got an additional point to make at this stage? No? That's the case. I'm just going to move on to item bullet point 4, just regarding the Tansley Railway Tunnel. I note in the statement of ground there's basically between yourself, there's revised wording now proposed in terms of the condition, in terms of enabling any supporting infrastructure, potential road access roads above the tunnel, subject to formal agreement with from Network Rail. I wonder if just provide any comments on that, please, from Mr. Hobson first, and then the council in terms of agreement to this particular point.
Yeah, just to say that the matters in hand, we've initially approached Network Rail, and they're willing to discuss in a constructive way, and we're confident that the access over that bridge can be achieved, and we will at some point go through their asset protection process in terms of how that's achieved. But we are on the road with that and think that it can be achieved.
Yes, as you say, the condition within the conditions on development states that land directly above Tansley Railway Tunnel, which passes under the site, must be kept free from development, and obviously that does pose an issue if we've got one point of access from Thorncliffe Road. Therefore, we felt that it was necessary to put in the additional sentence at the end that does include other than essential infrastructure, such as a road, footpaths, cycle routes, and these would be subject to agreement with Network Rail, which ties into the discussion that Mr. Hobson's having with them.
Okay, let's see any other comments. I think in terms of what the evidence is, I think I'd agree if this development was to go ahead, that would be an appropriate adjustment to that condition. I think obviously it's too restrictive. I think as it stands, given obviously you've got one access off Thornbury Road, so I think if obviously this proposal was to go ahead, then obviously that would be agreed probably as the main mod, okay, in terms of that particular wording. But that's obviously for us to consider further. Thank you. So I just want to come on to potential impacts on the development of on the adjacent residential properties and proposed mitigation. Obviously, quite a number of objections in terms of this particular area and concerns which are understandable, potential impacts and proposed mitigation. So I'd just like to take any comments on this particular point if people want to raise those now. Is it Mr. Ash, is it? Thank you.
Thank you. Just to give you an idea of the residences who actually live on Warren Lane and in the area. Warren Lane is its own little community with elderly residents, with approximately 80% of the residents never leaving the area from being a child. It has a high proportion of retired, especially on the field side, which means these are among some of the most vulnerable demographics in society, which we have had to support with information and access to this process, as these have been excluded continually throughout it. The proposed entrance, which we've just seen it, is actually next to Top Warren, which is the top cottages that have been there for a number of years, which will adversely affect these. We already experience excessive noise traffic, which being adjacent to the M1, which this parcel of land protects us from. It will impact with HVG traffic to nearby homes, which will cause stress to the residents, and the development could only compound this. There are numerous vulnerable demographics, as just spoken, that live adjacent or actually on the lane, including an end-of-life nursing home, which is opposite, which used to be the old school. There's retirement flats on Warren Lane, notably Fitzwilliam Court, which is an over 55s development located on Warren Lane. The flats and balconies overlook this field and the surrounding field for a well-being and peace of mind, catering for a convenient retirement. Residences with C3B use for adult with autism are on the lane as well, which have in-care help from IBC Healthcare, with potential works could negatively affect these autistic people, especially through sensory overload caused by unpredictable noise, bright lights and the unusual environments which this development will cause. We already suffer from pollution and air which already exceeds the boundaries of the World Health Authority, and already the M1, which affects the pollution in the area. The plan advises a landscape buffer free from development, which is required between the employment development and neighbouring properties on Warren Lane. This buffer must prevent significant adverse effects on the amenity or local residents. Could we confirm the distance, but also this statement proves how much this development will affect the local residences. The development will overpower local residences due to the prominent ridge position of the site and could become another site as per the one in Wigan, which is currently being protested. Proposed junctions entrance to the sites run directly top Warren, as just mentioned, which virtually borders their boundaries, which will not only create 24/7 noise, increased pollution they already suffer with the traffic accessing Brookdale Road Industrial Estate, also the Churchill Industrial Estate and the Thorncliffe Industrial Estate, which we suggest proves there are excessive employment areas already in this area. As previously mentioned, the site has one of the highest Greenbelt scores, and if the site is approved, this will remove the purpose of the Greenbelt, which will remove the last area of openness the residents currently enjoy, as openness is not only local to the site, but can also be deemed further afield. And with the above sites mentioned, this will surround the properties on Warren Lane, making them an island of residences with a more expansive industrial area, and will be cut off completely. During development, it was mentioned yesterday that some proposed mitigation measures could be the use of quieter generators and hand tools, which again if these mitigation measures are suggested today, these are totally unrealistic and inappropriate. Thank you.
Mr. Hobson, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate this is quite a sensitive issue, but we think the site can come forward based on various mitigation measures, such as structured landscaping, standoff distances, buffer planting, but also just looking at building heights as well in certain areas of the site. So I think it can be part of a comprehensive master plan as to how we deal with this. I note that the site at the moment accommodates B2 uses, which could be potentially considered conflicting with residential areas. So just in relation to that, there's a suggestion that because the site's large enough to accommodate various uses, we could look at a zonal policy which ensures that B2 uses are protected along this, are essentially restricted along this area, and looked at more in the northeast of the site. So that's something that we're willing to consider as a development condition of the site to overcome this issue, if you think there is one. Thank you.
Yeah, I probably want to raise that as an issue anyway. So what is the council's view in terms of that particular suggestion from obviously the wider comments that have been raised from the residents, but also the issue of the B2 uses, i.e. general industrial use being restricted on the area nearer to Wallen Lane being considered on a zonal policy base. So you're saying that basically any general industrial B2 uses would be located further away from, if it was to be considered, in effect to the northeast corner, which is nearer to the motorway junction.
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting. So the uses normally associated with that can sit alongside, coexist alongside residential areas, could still be within the remainder of the site, and obviously subject to the mitigation measures we've just outlined. But yes, that's what I'm suggesting.
From our perspective, having heard residents' concerns through the consultation process and Mr. Ash's representation today, we'd be very comfortable with that in terms of the zoning approach. In terms of broader approaches, I think it's been touched on already around the opportunity, and as you would expect when you've got relationships such as employment and residential, that appropriate buffers could come forward as part of the more detailed scheme, just to deal with that immediate relationship. But yet B2 zoned further away from residential properties is something that we'd be very comfortable with.
Mr. Ash.
Obviously, we don't want any development on the field as it stands, but obviously you've just mentioned the northeast, and I think you mean the northwest. Not that we want any, by the way, but can I just also say, obviously restricting B2, I would like to say that I would suggest that no B2 at all should be built anywhere near any residences, obviously, because I've already asked what the buffer zones would be, and I didn't get a confident reply. It could be varied. And so I would suggest that no B2 industrial use is actually suitable on this field. And also, as we know, there's an oversupply of industrial use in the area, as it already is, and we've actually proven it with the additional sites that's come forward already. So I'm suggesting this site isn't required at all. Thank you.
I take those points. Thank you, Mr. Ash. Obviously, at this stage, obviously I need to consider it further. But Mrs. Jackson, do you want to make a comment on this particular issue? Is it?
It's just a quick one, really. I've seen the effects that it's having on people in that area. We do use that area on a regular basis as well, so I can sort of acclaim to what's happening. I'd just like to point out, as well as Ashley just said, in relation to the usages, we don't actually need it in this area. S36 has got hundreds of thousands of feet going through and currently being produced, and a lot of those units, and that's literally just over the road, just down the road from the M1, from our White Lane. And there are units there that have been built that are still empty, that have been up for 3 and 4 years. Yeah. I cannot see why any of this, not just this side, but all the other ones that we're going to be discussing, are actually needed.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I think in terms of, obviously again, I need to consider this further, but I think in terms of the zonal approach idea, I think it's something I'd probably leave with the council just to look at in terms of, with Mr Hobson, in terms of a drafting of what a condition might look like if this was to be considered as an appropriate site in terms of, another main modification. So I think that would, given the issues raised, I think I'd need to consider that further. But I think it would be useful to see what a draft condition would look like, or draft additional condition would like on this particular site. Thank you. Okay, so and that's fairly clear, just restricting the B2 uses in terms of away from the residential uses on Warren Lane, etc. So just moving on to item 13, which is to do biodiversity. Again, I'm really just in terms of the potential impacts of development of biodiversity and the local network recovery and the potential mitigations. I've got one question again, picking up on in terms of the mitigation measures proposed. I can see there's some talk about compensatory improvements mentioned in the statement of common ground relating to, there's a small triangular land on the other side of White Lane. I think they mentioned the southeast of the A6135 White Lane, that be retained in Greenbelt. The area of this allocation then could be part of any compensatory improvements. Could you just talk me through that? Thank you.
Thank you. I might need to pass back to Mr Hobson on what their plans could be, but I think, as we've discussed previously, the reason for that condition on development is to ensure that there's a hook on which to provide further detail on what that compensatory improvement will be. And we talked, I think it was in the session yesterday, about ensuring that that's around improvements to remaining greenbelt, or access to remaining greenbelt rather. And actually, given the land ownership of Mr Hobson's client, there's the opportunity to achieve that within the vicinity of this site on land that will remain in the greenbelt. Obviously, that needs to be explored through their master planning work.
Yeah, if you could just explain what's your intentions relating to this particular bit of land, please.
So the land can be used for BNG purposes. It could also be used for a detention basis, so wetland area, in connection with not only serving the development but also increasing and enhancing wildlife value to the project. I think there's a number of ways, connections that can be made through this site, and as the council have said, that the landowner owns more land locally as well, so that which is within Greenbelt, so they can look at various measures to compensate for the loss of Greenbelt.
So I'm absolutely clear on this. So in terms of the way it's presented in the map at the moment, it's an allocation. Obviously, it's basically got general employment zoning over it. Are you suggesting that's taken out and that effectively is left out? How would that be left? So I'm absolutely clear what you're intending on this bit of land.
Yes, yeah. So that would be taken out of the allocation.
That's correct. We've agreed that, yeah.
How would it be left in terms of a zoning? Would it be still within the green belt,
Yes.
or would it? How would it be left a sort of green zone? That's what I'm just trying to ascertain. How would you leave? You're obviously suggesting it should be taken out, but how would it be left?
It would retain its current status, which is green belt agricultural, I assume. We wouldn't designate it as an urban green space zone, but that's something we could think about as part when we look at that modification, so that then it ties in with the compensatory measures a bit better if it is actually a urban green space zone.
So basically, would the boundary of the allocation change then? Would you
Yes,
take
it
that
would.
particular part of the site out? Is that basically what you're suggesting?
Yeah,
Okay.
land south of White Lane, that triangular parcel of land.
Right,
Be
clear.
removed from the allocation and
Okay.
remain green belt.
Right, okay.
Sorry, can I just... Oh.
Yeah, okay. So, Mr. Taliesin, yeah?
Clarifying it, that's going back into the green belt.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to clarify myself. I wasn't absolutely sure from this statement of common ground, so I was trying to clarify what the intention was from the two parties. So that I think is what I understand. It's been removed from the allocation. Are you coming back again, Ms.
Yes,
Stevens?
only just to confirm a minor point that it's not actually been removed from the green belt yet, so it's not so much going back in, it would be just taken out of the allocation. And furthermore, that we wouldn't generally have another policy zone where land is green belt. Where the land is green belt, there's not another planning policy zone over it.
Councillor Livery.
Yeah, just for clarity. So this piece of land, which is currently shown as a green belt emission area, will it be a green belt emission area, or will it be remain in the green belt along with the rest of the land that it's associated with? Thank you.
Just to clarify, the land that's within the proposed allocation that we're all looking at, that is south of White Lane, the small triangular piece of land, or smaller, it's not small, smaller triangular piece of land, will remain in the green belt.
Yes, thank you. I think Mr. King's just answered my question. The small piece of land that you're leaving that's really undevelopable will just leave in the green belt. Can we just confirm that? Yeah?
Sorry, have you got a comment on this biodiversity, Mrs. Davison? Thank you.
Sorry, I got confused where we were for a second. I'd like to say that we do appreciate the indications that there would be improvements to woodland and biodiversity beyond what is required that has been suggested. But I would consider that the size and the level of air, noise and light pollution may limit how good what quality that will be. Whether it would be actually good for nature or not would have to see some details on there, which again goes down to the idea that we really do need to see these ecological assessments. Bearing in mind again that we had some revelations, and Marie Tidball referred again to some ancient woodland that we were unaware of today, that these pockets of ancient woodlands that are not published on the council website, how can we be truly sure that these pockets of woodland on this land are not actually, don't contain ancient woodland indicators? And without full assessments, we just wouldn't know that at this stage.
Okay, Mr. Hobson, thank you.
Just coming back on that point directly, we did a preliminary ecological assessment this year in July, and just to confirm that there's no support of ancient or veteran trees on the site or surrounding the site.
Is that ancient or veteran trees or ancient woodland indicators?
I'm not an ecologist, so I wouldn't be able to answer that. It's just that the report says that there's no ancient or veteran trees within or on the site.
you be prepared to share that report?
Yes.
I'll go through you.
I'd prefer a conversation, don't take, is that, sorry, could you just turn your mic off there, Mr. Hobson, just briefly? In terms of that particular bit of evidence, is that sort of something you've got in one of your supporting documents at the moment?
No, it's not. It's coming late, but we can furnish you with that if that's something that you would like to see as part of this supporting information. Right.
I mean, if it's available, then obviously I think it is Miss Davison. So it would be useful in this case just to provide that particular bit of documentation. Okay, Miss Davison.
Just to add that there have been, throughout this last couple of days on these sites, there's been numerous assessments that have been referred to, and none of them seem to have been made public. It would be really useful if we could have copies of all the preliminary ecology reports.
In terms of the council, I know I'm basically conscious that this is sort of a wider issue, really. What are the thoughts on it?
It's not work that the council is producing. I mean, we've got no objection whatsoever to them being shared or being made public, but it's not in our gift, really. It's the owners of the report that would ultimately need to make that decision, but it would be fine with us.
Okay, thank you, Ms Davison. Thank you for that comment. So you will make that available anyway, Ms Hobson, in terms of that particular document. So that would be helpful to direct through the programme. So thank you on this particular. Yeah, thank you. Right, thank you very much. In terms of contamination and the mining constraints on the site, Mr Hobson had kindly provided some additional information that has been submitted as an additional exam document, which provides quite extensive information on this particular matter. That was submitted as exam document. It was a groundwork preliminary assessment of investigation report in June of this year, I think it was produced. So I've seen that. I haven't got any further comments on this particular point. Does anybody want to raise anything in relation to this particular matter? Mr Ash.
Yes, thank you. I've actually looked at the land contamination report, which was submitted a couple of days ago, I believe, which is quite interesting. And it points out a lot of things. It obviously identifies the historic uses of the land, which is predominantly been for mining, which has highlighted contamination from heavy metals, cyanide, phenol, hydrocarbons, and asbestos. Previous land contamination reports, which confirm the above, which we have evidence from, which is in the public domain. There's some on the planning portal, on Sheffield's planning portal, which is 2012-2017, which one was a Mr Rowe had done, confirms the above, which were done adjacent to the field. The mitigation for contamination or mining has not been costed, possibly making the site unviable due to the extent of the issues. Exam 148, the land investigation, confirms extensive historic mining and quarrying activities with 4 mine shafts, A, B, C and D, with shaft A currently being monitored for gas and water every 6 months by the mining board. Shafts B, C and D are still unidentified within the area of the field. The ground show report indicates underground workings are present. It confirms a minor stream/drain recorded as surface water flooding in the zone of the 1 to 30 year risk, which is actually untrue. This happens annually to the residences on Warren Lane due to the nature of the build-up of the water. And the ground structure, which is predominantly clay once you get down. The report indicates landfills adjacent, but from local knowledge, we know the field was used by Newton Chambers after World War II for landfill. The historic works have been identified for creating potential source of hazardous gases due to the mining works. The site is also listed on the Zetica risk of map for bombs, which again, from local knowledge, we believe there are at least 2 unexploded bombs within the field. The mining report indicates build-up zones around the shafts, once identified, would cause serious hazard and, if possible, the potential for landslides due to the nature of the mining history. Has the policy for building over or within influence distances of mine entries, which is a government document published the 10th of January 2012, been taken into consideration? Thank you.
Just coming to the council, obviously at this point, really, if are they satisfied in terms of the information, evidence been provided so far that the contamination, mining constraints on site can be satisfactorily mitigated?
Thank you. Yes, as Mr. Ash has noted, the contamination report is extensive and covers a lot of different risks that you'd expect to see typically. I think it's worth noting that obviously the landowner has carried out this work with the intention of ensuring that their development is viable, and that furthermore, in terms of risks, that's to an extent mitigated by the fact that it's not proposed as a housing development, it is proposed as an employment land development. Don't know whether Mr. Hobson wishes to add any more on the outputs of the report.
Yeah, as the council said, it's an extensive step to understand the site. We think there is only limited contamination and there is localised coal works that can be mitigated through appropriate development practices that would ensure that the development can take place. So I think the evidence is there plainly to see that yes, further intrusive works are required, but it's not unsurmountable in terms of overcoming those risks.
Mr. Ash?
Yeah, I just want to go back to the report. Obviously, Mr. Hobson's just said that he believes the risks are limited. The report actually advises that if these risks aren't mitigated, they wouldn't build on the land at all. They suggest that if there is development actually put on the land, it's not suitable for any substantial development whatsoever due to the shallow footings that would need to be done, which wouldn't support any structure of significance. And also, obviously, coming back to the issues which it has identified, I'm quite concerned living in the area myself. We aren't building on it. I'm concerned for my health and the residents' health due to the land now, which you've identified, so thank you for fetching this to us. I'm actually quite concerned for the health of the residences that are actually living near it now.
You'll not be able to sell your house, no?
And obviously, yeah, I'm quite concerned. I'm shocked. So thank you.
Councillor Levy, have you got, or was it just, oh, no, sorry, is it Mrs. Jackson, yeah?
Yeah, I'm just the risks, really. I mean, obviously, if all these contaminants are found in the ground and they are released, they're either going to be airborne, and I'd like to know how that's going to be controlled, or waterborne, which goes into the watercourses that we've been discussing. It's quite concerning that this is being considered. I know that in some areas they say that they will put the water systems in to damp it down. However, that doesn't always work. We are in a drought situation, so that's not really appropriate, and we're going to be for a while. And I don't think, looking at the Yorkshire Water facts and figures, that we're going to be in any better position in the next 5, 6, 7 or 8 years in relation to that. However, I do want to know how this is going to be done, because it does come straight over the top from them down into us, into Chapel Town area. And we suffer from a lot of the noise from up there as it is, no matter this as well. So.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I made a note of those. So I'm just going to move on to the Mr. Ash. Yeah,
Sorry,
make it brief. Obviously, we are
someone's
well
just
over.
giving me a little bit more
We
information.
are well over time on this item. So thank
it
you.
has also been identified through one of the mining reports that there are numerous coal seams running through the area, which is the Joan Coal northwest, southeast, Tankersley, Ironstone, and northeast, and the Flockton one, which are all between 0.4 and 1.1 metres below, which have the potential for releasing hazardous gases. Thank you.
Thank you. I've seen that myself as well in terms of looking at the evidence that was provided, but thank you for pointing that out. So I'm just going to just go on to item 16, which is just about the ongoing engagement and delivery. So potential timescales, I think, was set out in this statement of common ground, was that you're looking at an outline hybrid. If this proposal was to be considered in the next 5 years, by 2031, start by 2033. Just confirm, obviously, the evidence for that. If you just come to Mr. Hobson first, obviously, as I said earlier, I just have to consider this issue in terms of discussions on this site. So, as with others. So, Mr. Hobson.
Yeah. So we're now committed to doing quite a lot of detailed technical work. You've seen the phase 1 ground condition survey, but we've done the ecology survey that we've referred to, the access and transport survey. We're doing drainage work, some cut and fill works at the moment, and some visual assessment work. So that will create the certainty, and then it will allow us to then do the due diligence exercise of getting a master developer on board. So it's a very similar case to the landowners involved with a similar one over in Barnsley, and we've just applied the same level of delivery process to that in terms of going through the due diligence with the master developer and then going forward with a planning application and then on to delivery by 2033.
Just come to the council. Do they, obviously in terms of time frame set out, do you think those are realistic in terms of this particular site?
Yes, we do. As you say, this is set out in the Statement of Common Ground, and we are satisfied with those delivery timescales. Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Jackson first. Have you got some comments on this? Mr. Ash, have you got a comment on this item?
Yep, thank you. Obviously, the viability and the timescales. Public transport is limited, as we've assessed. The train station is a distance away, which contradicts Sheila Holden's transport hierarchy mythology. Obviously, the prominent hill location will deter people from walking. Obviously, originally, the GEH plan was for 50% housing and 50% employment. Obviously, I'm guessing due to the field narrowing. And the effect of employment use on residents, but again, SEC dismissed it due to the poor public transport, which only leaves questions on how will people get to the employment land. Again, it is only encouraging, car use. Sorry, I've lost my point there.
Carry on.
You're right. Public transport leaves question of employment use and obviously commuting to work. Obviously, possibly with the extent of contamination and the historic mining uses, again, the cost for remediation works could make the land unviable for development. There's issues with the tunnel, which again we've addressed. I'll not go through that. Again, another issue for viability. Also, what we've not mentioned is the HV lines which cross the site extensively.
obviously there's HSEG S6 and HSG 47, which would all need mitigation for any building works, which again, obviously, what you've just mentioned earlier, of trying to landscape the site and moving industrial units away, you're moving them towards where the HV lines are. And again, this would incur significant expense, making the probable development, again, unviable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ash. I'm just going to move on to the final item. Obviously, is there any other comments or concerns relating to the proposed site CH03 that anybody wishes to raise?
Sorry, just a quick one. Obviously, parking facilities on site, obviously, we think it will affect people on Warren. Will they be parking on the road? And also, again, the mitigation, obviously, with the mining costs, has a major impact. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Livery.
Thank you, sir. I'm referring to the flood risk document for the SFRA. It quotes risk of surface water, flood risk, and identifies for 30-year rainfall plus 25% of an area of 0.85 hectares, 4.7% of the land, for assumed a pond of a depth of 1.5 metres, going up to, for 100-year rainfall plus 40%, 1.57 hectares or 8.7% of the land. Bearing in mind this is a raised site, where would the pond or retention tank be located on site, and where would it drain to in terms of water disposal, because there's no water course in the immediate vicinity? Thank you.
Mr. Towlerton, thank you.
I've been quiet on this one, but that wasn't really, we've commented substantially in our comments about that we don't think this again is suitable a sustainable site, and if anything the comments I've heard echoes that. I may have got this wrong, but I'll just raise a general point. I think this is one of the sites where there's a condition saying that there should be an agricultural land survey undertaken, required at the planning application stage, under one of the conditions. I think that should be earlier, to be honest. Obviously, if we're talking about master planning and it does determine there's a good quality agricultural land, that needs to form part of the master planning. My apology if I've got the wrong condition.
Mr. Rose.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's a fairly moot and minor point from my perspective, sir. It was just more a clarification within the site allocation policy, sir, because obviously it says the site area is 18.06 hectares, but we've heard obviously there'll be buffer areas and obviously land left free, for example, over the Tankersley Railway Tunnel. So I assume when it says net employment, which is the same as the site area, then actually the net area should be lower if there's a... So I just wondered what the actual net employment area is. Thank you.
Mr. Hobson, I don't know whether you want to comment on this or any comments that have been raised, obviously, in the latter point. I think, obviously, the flooding issue, I think Councillor Livery made, obviously, it's obviously a detailed issue that we picked up.
Yeah, just on the net area, we haven't yet assessed all the technical documents to create a concept plan. But we think that net area is still realistic in terms of getting to or achieving the local plan objectives. On drainage, we have done some preliminary work, and it would be attenuation tanks. Attenuation basins on site, and they would, we're looking at the principle of going into White Lane in terms of the existing network of systems on White Lane.
Those flags are all still up, are they, Mr Townsend? Councillor Livery, Mr Ash, are you wanted to make a further comment?
I do, yes, thank you. Obviously, just to go over, trying not to repeat myself, just to confirm there obviously is an oversupply of employment land within the area. I have seen a report, whether it's how correct it is, does class the field as grade 3 agricultural land. There's been no heritage report which I can find for the site, which is quite concerning because obviously I do know that some of the properties within the area date back to the 1700s, and the field was historically Tankersley Deer Park, which is actually where the Warren name originates and is mentioned in Daniel Defoe's book in history. Again, existing plots, Thorncliffe, we've gone over it, not being taken. There's no proven demand for logistics and warehousing here, especially in the north-south corridor, more of the east to west. Again, we've touched on the B2 industrial. Obviously, I'd like to think it isn't suitable, especially with the Abbey Glen site, which I'm sure the council are aware of, that's caused significant upset and health issues at the other end of the city. Exam 133P proposed site and housing employment flood report doesn't mention the downstream issues, which implies the water runoff would go down Thorncliffe Road towards the Blackburn Brook, which again is on high risk flood register. And also, just to go back, so if I'm honest, I did miss it, the ecological, which is home to badgers, birds of prey, various other species that will be impacted, and more importantly, the actual tunnel provides roosts for bats within the tunnel air vents, which are scattered across the line. And obviously the field provides habitat for the hunting for them. Also, the field in the report, which Mr Hobson's kindly proven, it does actually state that the field could be an aquifer for underground systems that actually provide towards the health of the surrounding river systems. Also, evidence goes against the need for these units and industrial and employment use, obviously, as we're moving away from working practices and we're trying to get away from bricks and mortar. And obviously since COVID, working from home has especially become more apparent, and obviously technology is advancing in an increased rate. Obviously, example, AI, which again, will we need any planners in the future? We might just have to put as documents online and it'll just come back with a yes or no. Obviously, our brown belt list, exam 141, obviously, which is not an exhaustive list, it was done literally in a couple of days by 2 amateurs, and therefore feel the sites across Sheffield, there is probably hundreds, if not thousands, of additional
Mr. Ash, I know we've talked about it in previous hearings.
I will go on, sorry.
If you could just try and focus on any further comments really at this stage, because obviously we are, in terms of time, we're sort of, it's nearly 20 to 2, so I just wanted to try and wrap this up. Any new points really, concerns? Thank you.
I would just like it noted, obviously the inspectors asked for 52.8 hectares of additional land. Obviously you've been offered 69, plus another 35 for densification on other sites, which has become apparent, plus another 11 hectares on viable other land, which gives an additional 125 hectares. Is this site really needed? Due to the above, we believe this makes site totally unsuitable for development, and if disturbed, could cause serious health issues, not only to the residents, but construction workers, which could cause serious implications and complications to any future construction phase plans, which would have to be in line with CDM. And therefore, we feel exceptional circumstances have not been demonstrated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ash. Mrs. Jackson.
Thank you. I want to address the drainage that was just started over here. You're saying that the drainage would go out into existing systems on White Lane. Again, frightening. The current runoff that we get in Chapeltown from that part of the town, if you like, from the industrial units that are already there, and if we were putting this out from White Lane as well, we already have the drains lifting on Station Road in heavy rain and not necessarily major flood type situations where we're getting the great big warnings from the government. All the water will run down and along the back and down the Thorncliffe onto Cart Road and into the Blackburn Brook. That then feeds into at the back of the park and at the rear of a care home. That care home regularly has to put up their flood barriers just in heavy rain, again, like I say, not these major flood events, just in heavy rain, because the mains drainage backs up on there and they very often have to get pumped out by the fire service. That continues to run through into Folding Street, where again houses were flooded and still have to have barriers put up on their doors, and it happens on a regular basis. You get the warnings through, and as you're driving past you can see all the barriers and the sandbags and everything gone back against there. I think it's unreasonable to think that excess water from up there that's coming off that site can come onto White Lane, down the drains, into Station Road, and still cause us more problems than we currently have without the water board or whoever is going to be in charge of all these drainage systems actually putting something else in that is going to contain all that water. We did have mitigating bits, if you want to call it, at Blackburn Brook after that main thing, and all they did really basically was widen it so it flowed through a little bit quicker. That really doesn't help. It still backs up, and I still, on occasions, spend time stood at the back of my house looking down into the brook and seeing how far up that tunnel it's coming to see the water levels. It's not fair on the residents in that area to expect us then to start doing it even more, looking at what's coming down Station Road from White Lane into the feeding that we've got now. It's just not on.
Okay, thank you. Ms Stevens, have you got a point you wish to make?
Yes, thank you. I'll try and be really, really quick. Just a note that we discussed the agricultural land classification condition either yesterday or the day before, I can't recall which, and we proposed an amendment to policy GS4, I think it is, to reflect the requirement to not do that on allocated sites. The new point that I wanted to raise, actually, again, really briefly, although it's something that Mr Ash did draw attention to, is the site was assessed within the Sheffield Greenbelt Archaeological Scoping Study 2015 as site GN3B, which concluded that the site contains no known archaeological remains of national, regional or local significance, but there has been little or no previous disturbance on the site for some time, and the likely survival of any previously unrecorded heritage assets is considered to be moderate or good. No heritage impact assessment on this occasion was carried out for the site. It was scoped out of that, and therefore there's no condition on development attached to the allocation relating to mitigation measures set out in heritage impact assessment. So given that, and the fact that there is likely survival of archaeology as identified in that 2015 scoping report, we'd like to propose, if the site goes forward, an additional condition on development that would be helpful in this respect. There's a similar condition on site SES 30 in the southeast. We can provide that text if necessary. And as far as I'm aware, preliminary conversation with the landowner, or the landowner's agent, that would be comfortable with adding that condition on development to reflect the need for archaeological evaluation.
Dobson, just come back on that, thank you.
Yeah, that's sound planning practice. Yeah, we're happy to agree to that additional condition.
Thank you. It seems, obviously, if this did go forward, it seems appropriate to deal with that. Mrs. Jackson, have you got another point? Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, Miss Bell. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Microphone on. I'll be very quick indeed. So the point's simply this. We just don't think exceptional circumstances are proven in relation to this site. There's been a wide-ranging discussion before you. It's telling, I think, at this stage for the such ready acceptance that zoning needs to be considered for this site to be acceptable in terms of impacts on local residents. When you look at a map, it's very clear you've got the properties to the south on Warren Lane. You've also got the properties up on Thorncliffe Road. So it's difficult to see really how zoning is going to overcome that issue, but we'll wait and see in that respect. But it's telling in itself that at this very early stage, zoning is already being put forward as a necessary step. And I think that, coupled with Mr. Rose's very insightful remarks about, well, how much employment are you actually getting once you've put in all the necessary buffers, plus the very real concerns about contamination, all really underline the fundamental point that this is not a great site by any stretch for employment. And there certainly isn't an exceptional circumstances case to remove it from the Greenbelt. Better by far, it remains as a Greenbelt site where it can serve that valuable purpose. Thank you very much.
I think obviously in terms of the employment site area, obviously there would be a slight adjustment, I think, just in terms of that small area of triangular piece of land off White Lane. That would be part of the that area would be removed, but obviously the other factors that Miss Bell has raised obviously would need to be taken. It will obviously look at I'd consider those factors, but yeah, certainly that area would need to be removed in terms of the calculation anyway, to the on the opposite side of White Lane, which we discussed earlier. So, but thank you. I think that is I think all we've got on CHO3. Obviously, thank you for everybody's contribution on the two sites this morning. Obviously, we've run over a little longer, so I just wanted to ask the council how long is half an hour sufficient for a break, given we're always up against time. So if I say 2:20 to start this afternoon's session, anybody else? So 2:20 we'll start again on the sites this afternoon. So thank you. The hearing's adjourned. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon and welcome to this stage 3 and 4 hearing session on the Sheffield Local Plan. My name is David Troy, and along with my colleague Katie Child and Rosie Morgan, I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold an examination into the soundness of the Sheffield Plan. The hearing session this afternoon will cover the proposed site allocations, CH04 and NES 36 in Chapterdown and Ecclesfield. I noticed there's just a few new participants, so I'll just do some practicalities and just the purpose of the hearing today, just for their benefit. Obviously, just a reminder that the session is being filmed and live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel. This link is available on the Council's website, on the Local Plan website. Welcome to all those watching this afternoon. Hopefully everyone has a copy of the agenda in front of them. Can everyone make sure their mobile phones are switched off or turned to silent whilst the hearing is in session? Just in terms of the actual format of the hearing, obviously it would take a form of a structured discussion following the agenda before us. I'll invite people to speak at particular times, but if there's anything you need to contribute at a particular point in time, please indicate you wish to speak by standing your nameplate on its end. And when you speak, turn on the microphone in front of you and turn it off when you finish, and put your nameplate down. Is there any questions at this stage? I just get the new participants, if that's okay, just to introduce themselves, if I could. So to the left of Mr. Rose, if we could just get the new participant's name. Yeah, if we could get your name, please. The Sheffield Rotherham Wildlife Trust, please.
Yeah, Scarlett Smithies.
Okay, lady in the corner.
Adsina,
okay. Okay, gentleman in the corner as well.
Pete Pearson, local resident.
Okay.
Beck Nutton, local resident.
Okay, thank you. I think everyone else then is here this morning, so thank you very much. So we'll start with the agenda. We're starting with the site at Hesley Wood. So the site at Hesley Wood, site CH04, consists of a proposed employment allocation of 15.61 hectares in total on the former colliery site at Hesley Wood, north of Cowley Hill. We've had a large number of objections and comments on this site as well. My original agenda captured obviously the main issues, but subsequently there has been a statement of common ground and exam document 146 that's been received between statement of common ground that was prepared between the council and the site promoters. That's answered some of my questions, but I will give the opportunity for others to come in on the agenda items. Just to check that everyone has seen the statement of common ground in relation to this site. Just as a result of the statement of common ground, just my further thoughts. Looking at the agenda, I wish to make just a slight change to the order of the agenda on this site. I want to consider item 20 on the site boundaries after item 23 on biodiversity, so I can consider the issues prior to that on contamination, highways, biodiversity, and then pick up on the issues particularly that have been picked up in terms of comments that have been received and obviously the statement of common ground. So are the council okay with that particular change? Thank you. So just move to the first item, item 19 on the agenda. So it's to do with the landscape and character. There's 2 bullet points: character of the site and the surroundings, potential impact of development on the landscape, character and views, and potential mitigation as they're interlinked. I'd like to receive any particular comments or objections that people want to make around the table on this particular point of landscape and character in relation to this site first. Okay. Mrs. Tunstall, thank you.
Good afternoon. Okay, Hesley Wood. It's a site that sits on a significantly elevated position above Chapeltown, and specifically Chapeltown Park and the Cowley housing estate. It offers magnificent views across Chapeltown and Ecclesfield. I go up there regularly and it is breathtaking, the views from the top of that hill. The site also provides a very strong greenbelt buffer between ourselves and Thorpe Hesley and Rotherham. So it has scored quite highly, 15 for the greenbelt score, 5 for urban sprawl, and 3 for the merger of localities. The site has been used as a spoil tip from the Smithywood colliery that was across the road. So the topology of it is actually really challenging. It's got a very steep slope up from Chapeltown Park. So noted what Mr. Rose said yesterday about he likes big flat sites. This site is far from flat, hence the reason a lot of people use it for recreation, because it's interesting to walk up and also very challenging. The character of the landscape up there, admittedly, is not very pretty. It is an old spoil tip. Fortunately, there isn't measures in the Greenbelt scoring to measure how pretty something is, and it's aesthetic, because this site really wouldn't score particularly highly on that. However, there is a rationale as to why it has evolved to that, and I'd just like to quickly run through that. So back in 2013, the owners of the site at the point, Recycle, were granted planning permission by the council to recover coal from that site on the proviso that following the extraction, which was a 5-year period, the site was remediated and returned to the community as a country park. Thousands of trees were hacked down in advance of the planning application being granted, and this was vehemently objected to by the local community. And that was done in order to gain access to the site for the plant to extract the coal. However, due to protracted timescales with this, a follow-on drop in price of coal, Recycle withdrew from the site without starting or completing any remedial work. So no Country Park came forward with the 41,000 trees that were promised to us, and no jobs for local people, again as promised in the planning application. So as you can imagine, this has severely broken the trust of the community regarding any future works on this site. Since then, the site has done an absolutely amazing job of regenerating itself, because there's been nothing that's happened up there other than what the site has done to itself. And Sheffield University Ecology Department actually use this now as a reference site on stage 2 regeneration, with oak trees growing up there. So it consists currently of naturally grown woodland, primarily birch, which is joined with the 2 sites of ancient woodland at the top and the bottom of the site, north and south of the site, which were part of the historic South Yorkshire Forest. These areas were deemed to be of national importance when the site was assessed for previous planning applications. The site is regularly used by the local community for leisure and recreation, such as dog walking, bird watching, and mountain biking, and it's also provided a great buffer from noise and pollution from the M1, which it borders. It basically acts as a green sponge to soak up the noise and also the harmful pollutants from the M1 traffic. We acknowledge that Mr. Rose did raise a point about there being some antisocial behaviour up there, and yes, there are cases of off-road trail bikers that do go up there because the site lends itself to it, with the various hills that are up there. However, this is mainly at weekends, and our residents have said that actually they would prefer the mountain bikers at the weekends, because they would find that less intrusive than years of site remediation, construction, and the ongoing operational noise, light and air pollution from industrial premises that are proposed. So just a point to note that Building on this site won't stop the bikers, it will push the problem elsewhere, and actually at the moment the problem is less than what any of the community believe to be a significant factor in this site going forward. So we don't see this as a reason to build on the site no more than it is a reason to not build on the site. And then the final point really is around the use at the side of the site by the Hesley Scouts, and Mrs Travis is going to pick up a comment from the Scouts.
Okay, Ms Travis, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just going to read out a statement from somebody who is a senior leader of the Scout and Guide group. Hesleywood Scout Activity Centre borders the proposed development site at CH04. Locally referred to as Hesley, it is the main headquarters of South Yorkshire Scouts, celebrating its 80th birthday in 2026. Hesley is used throughout the year to provide a wide range of provisions for Scouts aged 4 to 18, and again Guides aged 4 to 18. School residentials, company away days and outdoor trips for children at local SEND schools. These activities are attended by local, national and occasionally international groups. The site's officially opened as a Scout campsite in 1946, but is recorded as a camping field since the early part of the 20th century. Generations of local residents have used the site during their childhood and often talk about the times they spent there. Although the site has changed over the years due to the addition of buildings to accommodate for visitors with medical or religious needs, the feel of Hesley remains constant in an ever-changing world. Hesley provides a safe and secure site for young people to engage in back-to-basics camping without being overlooked by houses or industrial units. There are also no public footpaths across the site, meaning that children are able to roam freely around the site so there is no risk of being overlooked, which allows rare freedom for children without any safeguarding concerns. The site also provides a variety of activities such as archery and air rifle shooting, allows Scouts to take part in the activities whilst being supervised by qualified instructors. The lake which borders the old slag heap is also used for canoeing and paddleboarding during the summer months. Building on the adjacent land would significantly impact the site at Hesleywood, which provides vital outdoor space and youth provision for the young people of the UK, both locally and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs Davis, please.
Yeah, I just want to say something on the ancient woodland. So it's come up a few times, and I think there's a little bit of confusion about what ancient woodland is. And this
it's an item on biodiversity a bit later on. I don't know.
It's to do with the character. This covers basically this and the next site that we'll be talking about. So ancient woodland is not just a group of trees; it's a living system, continuously wooded since at least 1600. An ecosystem shaped over 4 centuries. Its soils, fungi and species communities have developed slowly, layer by layer. You can plant trees, but you cannot recreate 400-year-old habitat. We recognise ancient woodland through its indicator species, native plants that only thrived in undisturbed soils. Beneath them lie intricate fungal networks, ancient seed banks and features like old boundary banks and coppice stools, evidence of centuries of careful management. These woodlands are irreplaceable, and that's recognised in national policy. The NPPF, paragraph 180, is clear. Development resulting in the loss of or deterioration of irreplaceable habitats such as ancient woodland should be refused unless there are wholly exceptional reasons. In Ecclesfield, we see this value clearly. For 6 years, the community, supported by the Woodland Trust and the Sheffield and Rotherham Wildlife Trust, fought to save Smithywood from a motorway service area. They succeeded, proving that people power and sound policy can protect the irreplaceable. These woods tell our shared history. Local historian, the late Mel Jones, recorded how Smithy Wood once supplied charcoal to Sheffield's early iron industry, linking it directly to the city's industrial beginnings. Its boundary banks, coppice stalls and ancient tracks are living archives of that story. Just across the road, Hesley Wood shares the same legacy. Both formed part of a medieval wood complex that once stretched across the parish, managed for timber, fuel and grazing. Its ancient oaks and birches still carry the imprints of those centuries of use, binding nature and local heritage together. The danger today is not only loss, it's isolation. When the development severs wildlife corridors or builds too close, these woods suffer edge effects, light, noise, pollution and invasive species. Over time, fragmentation leads to ecological attrition, a slow erosion of life and diversity. That's why Natural England and the Forestry Commission call for robust buffer zones, a minimum of 15 metres to protect the roots from mechanical damage. But there are clear significant buffers are required to protect from air, light, noise pollution. And that protection of the corridors that keeps these ecosystems connected. Once areas of the ancient woodland are gone or cut off from the landscape that sustains it, it's gone forever. Every day in this process, I have come asking for more sufficient buffers to protect local wildlife sites and hedgerows, but instead, even the minimum protections written in the local plan by the council have been weakened by new policy wording, which makes it easier to remove or destroy key or historic habitats. Today, I'm again asking for the recommended significant buffers that will take into account the nature of the development and the significant air, light and noise pollution that will inevitably result, and for that to be written into the plan to protect these irreplaceable places and ensure that their corridors are kept intact, because it's important to remember that they are our oldest living heritage.
Thank you, Ms Davis. Yeah, I appreciate we've obviously talked about this obviously at previous hearings as well, this particular issue. So, Mr Rose, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, so I think, just to start with, obviously there's a lot to take on here, sir, but obviously back to your question around landscape and character. Obviously the context of the site, I think as we've looked at, obviously spatially and strategically the site is obviously located adjacent to junction 35. We've obviously heard at length, and obviously through the whole of last year, obviously came to the view, sir, back to your letter, that there was a need for further employment land. As I touched on the other day, and as we touched on obviously last year, obviously there are spatial location and reasons why sites are located where they are located. Now, as I mentioned last year, and obviously in our submissions that we've made throughout the local plan process, obviously the site was one of those sites that was mentioned in the committee reports, even back in 2022, sir, because the site, as has been highlighted and has been noted, is former colliery land. It's obviously connected to the former Smithy Wood colliery, and it's obviously not pristine, sir, obviously, as has been highlighted. I think that's one of the things we need to remember and reflect on and understand is obviously the context of the site and its history and the fact it's a former mining site. Future uses, sir, have been explored for this site over quite a considerable number of years since it ceased. Obviously, Smithy Wood, the coking works to the south have obviously already been redeveloped and already an employment site. This site, sir, and as we obviously have stressed, is previously developed land, that is our view. Over the 40 years that have been explored, obviously that's been through Renaissance South Yorkshire, Yorkshire Ford, even Homes England have explored it, and even as the lady touched on, Recycle have obviously explored how to remediate and restore the site. Obviously Ruler Developments are most recently doing that. It is made ground, sir. It is substantial made ground. And obviously there are significant issues associated with that. It is also, sir, I would like to highlight private land. as well. It is not public land. And actually, there are significant issues with the site which we'll explore later on, whether that's mine shafts, buried voids, etc., unstable land. There is, as we've highlighted as well, antisocial behaviour and obviously contamination, which we'll come back to. Our submissions there, obviously, you've got all this information in terms of, we submitted last year in terms of matter 4, in terms of the coal mining, and our evidence in terms of the fact the site is brownfield. And matter 6, you've obviously got our delivery reports, and obviously you've got all of our other submissions. We've also submitted, sir, in connection with the additional sites consultation, has been touched on, our own assessment of the Greenbelt Review and the Greybelt Assessment, sir. Because as you go through, in terms of the NPPF and current government guidance, you obviously go through that sequential approach, don't you? So you go to PDL first, we argue with PDL. If you don't go to PDL, you go to Greybelt, and then you go to non-greenfield Greybelt. Obviously, we say that we're previously developed. Equally, we're previously disturbed. We're not pristine land. Therefore, in that context, we've considered the site is moderate to weak in terms of those assessments, and therefore is one of the most appropriate sites to be released from the Greenbelt and to meet the needs that have been identified. We have, sir, undertaken significant work to date, which we'll probably touch on throughout the proceedings. One of those is obviously a landscape assessment, which is proportionate to the stage of the local plan process that we're on with at the moment and is summarised within our delivery report. And we're on with further works as well. One of the things that we obviously need to take into context as well, obviously the site, as we have set out, will provide significant green infrastructure. Will obviously remediate and restore the tip, so it compacts, stabilises, and it will also lower the tip as well. Obviously, as part of the stabilisation processes, this significant green infrastructure will create habitat. It will create enhanced habitats, and we're looking obviously to do much more than there is there at the moment in terms of quality. A significant amount of the site, sir, probably over 60% will be greenfield, sir. So obviously, as part of those mitigation processes, there will be significant green infrastructure, again, which will be appropriate for public to access, sir, because obviously at the moment this is private land, unstable, and a form of spoil heap, sir. Thank you.
Ms Davison? No? Okay. Ms Tunstall, have you got a comment to make?
Yes, I'd just like to go back on the point that Mr Rose made in relation to the Smithywood development that was on the other side of the road. Smithywood Phase 1 Business Park, primarily empty. This is one of the sites one of the areas that we were talking about where there was significant employment land that has been vacant and vacant for over a decade, sir. There's a number of units on there and also bare patches of land of which there is a planning application for the HGV refuelling site that we've previously mentioned. What I'd like to understand is why there's a belief that there is further demand in this area, knowing that that site is empty, and why the site already is being showboated as Elevate on their website for interest for future development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, the employment land supply issue, we've talked quite a lot of depth in terms of the stage 1 and stage 2 hearings, which obviously culminated in our preliminary findings. But obviously, we are now looking at the additional sites and from that particular point of view, and analysing those particular outcomes at this particular time. So, Mrs Jackson, you've got your nameplate up.
Yeah, can I just add on to what's been said already in relation to recycle? Had the required exit strategy from the site been carried out first, when they first left, on the first bite of the cherry, this site wouldn't even be considered because it would be covered in 41,000 trees. The owner is the same. We have no confidence in the fact that they would actually do this site justice, basically, with the planting and the regeneration of it.
My colleague Katie Child obviously raised this issue before. It was obviously with the council in terms of in terms of why it didn't go ahead. I think we did get a response on that particular issue in terms of in the enforcement, but obviously I think it has been explained that there wasn't actually it wasn't viable at that stage. So that seems to be the outcome of what you said as well, Mrs. Tunstall.
I can understand that it didn't actually go ahead, but having taken down all of the trees, then why were they not replaced? It just doesn't make any common sense to me, and it doesn't give us any sort of confidence that anything will happen any different this time.
Thank you. Ms. Rose, are you wanted to make comment?
I would just like to provide, obviously, rural development have an option and control the site, so obviously it's different, it's not recycle. I appreciate the context and what's happened before, but rural developments we'll touch on later, obviously a reputable developer, and obviously if there's permission, obviously they'll move forward and do the site per the planning permission, sir.
Ms. Jackson, okay, right. I think thank you for taking those comments in relation to landscape and character. Thank you very much. So, as I say, I'm going to move item 20 on the site boundaries to after item 23. So I just want to move to the item on highways, if I could next. So the first bullet point under item 21 is basically about the location of the main access point. Does the location of the Hisley Tip local wildlife site in the HM will have any implications for the access and site connectivity? Obviously I noticed in the submissions and the statement of common ground examination document 146 that the access off Cowley Hill, the A 625, that was illustrated on I think Rural Development's development report was the access point from what I understand. Probably confirm that. Probably is there any implications if we come to Mr. Rose first in terms of implications for in terms of for the Hesley, for the wildlife site or ancient woodland, in terms of the access or site connectivity based on the information you've submitted? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In terms of, we've obviously undertaken a significant amount of work, obviously, looking into the access for the site, sir. So we have undertaken full topographical survey. We've obviously done traffic counts. We've prepared various transport evidence proportionate to where we are in the plan making process. We've also looked at the ancient woodland. We've mapped the ancient woodland. We've done arboricultural surveys. We've obviously done a lot of ecological surveys as well, which we'll touch on probably in the next question, sir. So in that context, sir, we've designed a junction which avoids the ancient woodland, stands off the ancient woodland with the sufficient and appropriate buffer, if not actually beyond what the appropriate buffer is at the moment, sir. Obviously we're able to gain appropriate access into the site. That's all within the context of the remediation and restoration strategy, sir, as well. Thank you.
The second point, Mr. Rose, is about the local wildlife site, whether that's impacted by the access. That was my other question.
So I think that obviously needs to be taken within the context, so within the remediation and restoration scheme, though obviously we'll be touching on, sir. The site, obviously, as part of the scheme, obviously there will be some impact on the local wildlife site. So, but obviously that will obviously be taken into account in terms of the mitigation compensation and fully addressed through the planning application as well, sir.
Could I just ask one other point? In terms of the red line, obviously we're going to talk about the boundaries later, but I just wanted to, in terms of the access points I've seen in your illustrations, which is, I think, opposite Cowley Way, I think, when you come to the junction with Cowley Hill, is that within the red line site boundary that's been illustrated on the the actual, just in terms of the site boundary that's been proposed red line for the employment. I just wanted to clarify that.
As shown, it was one of our comments, so obviously we'll touch on when we get to question 20. So obviously where we're showing the access at the moment, sir, is not within the boundary that the council have within their proposals map, sir. Thank you.
Is it, yeah, we'll obviously come to the site boundary issue, unless you have any other points on this. I wanted to, if we could just broaden it out to, obviously people can touch on the access point issue, but if they could just broaden it out to the wider issue of the scheme's impact as well on the, which is my second and third bullet point. If people have got comments, obviously we've previously discussed, obviously, the impacts on the strategic and local road network and post mitigation on a number of sites that overlap, I think. Obviously, if anybody wants to pick up on any points on that particular bullet point 2 and public transport, bullet point 3, public transport and active travel and proposed mitigation, if any comments on those as well as the access point. So, Mrs. Jackson.
Thank you. Yeah. Did we establish, sorry, I missed that bit. Did we establish that the exit point would be within the red boundary or out of? Sorry, I got confused at that point.
I think the point was outside. I think at the moment. So I wanted to talk about the boundary a bit later once these sorts of issues come out. I just wanted I wanted to confirm that myself first. So
it's likely to be opposite Cowley Way.
From the illustration, Mr. Rose, can you just confirm again what your submission shows, or just
Submission.
Thank you, sir. Yes, the access would be opposite Cowley Way.
Okay. Right. I'm not going to labour because I know you don't want me to go over everything 3 and 4, 5 and 6 times in relation to the congestion that we already have. Both on the motorway and off the motorway. So I'll try and keep it specific to this. I did send you some photographs and some video in relation to the winter problems that we have on this area. If you are coming down from that site is elevated and comes down onto Cowley Way. If you have traffic coming up along Cowley Way, there is the potential for that traffic in the icy conditions, and I've seen it happen on the main road, for those vehicles to slide forward and go both into the junction and forward onto any traffic that might be on Cowley Way. The amount of traffic that we are expecting from the 8 drawn on proposed buildings that you have on your website could be substantial and significant in this area. I can't emphasise it too much, and people are probably getting bored of this, but we suffer from an awful lot of HGVs coming through our area already, and this is going to impact us both with this site and the other sites, and the number of HGVs that are going to be accumulating in this patch is just ridiculous. I'm presuming because some of the units are going to be slightly smaller, we'll also have quite a number of LGVs coming in and out of here as well. In relation to the junction itself, that would obviously, I know you're going to say that there's mitigating things coming in, but that would obviously have to be changed in relation to the access that is going to be allowed at any one point in time. So vehicles obviously won't be going from Cowley Way and up onto the site, or possibly not, but will be wanting to turn. So that will have to be controlled, and I would suggest that would have to be controlled lane by lane, because you're not going to have 2 HGVs trying to turn in the same corner at the same time. That's just an impossible physicality of it all. So that would then cause more delays on the traffic coming up and down Cowley in peak periods, and then adding on that traffic that we already have, all of these vehicles coming out of Cowley and this site at the same time. My other point is there is only one exit and one entrance to this site. We don't have emergency exit or entry points on there. So if anything happens towards that end of the site, the access point of the site, there is nowhere else for anybody else to get in or out. So the emergency side of it is not considered on there.
Councillor Livery.
Thank you, sir. I do think that potentially there needs to be some remodelling of this junction if we're going to have effectively a crossroads at this point, not far above a set of lights on the other lane, and particularly when they're both industrial units. So has anything like road widening been looked at to bring in a third lane as an access road for Smithy Wood? Because you're going to also have vehicles coming down and turning right into the site. Thank you.
Davison.
Yes, this is one of the sites that the Sheffield and Northern Wildlife Trust are objecting to. We think that the impact of this development is going to be too detrimental to the surrounding local wildlife site and the ancient woodland. What is being now suggested is that once again the local wildlife site is going to have a hole punched through it to allow for access. That area is within the buffer zone of the ancient woodland. As I've just tried to explain, the ancient woodland does require more significant buffers than what the council had specified in the appraisal. A 15-metre buffer is for, as Natural England have stated in their standing advice, is for the mechanical protection of the roots alone, just the root system, and does not take into account noise, air or light pollution. There's absolutely, it's highly likely, because across the road there's an abundance of bats, it's highly likely that this ancient woodland is home to potentially rare species of bat. And the echolocation requires around 100 metres before it's to not be negatively impacted on bat species. So the area that they are highlighting to remove from the wildlife site will also be the buffer for the ancient woodland.
Thank you, sir. Just obviously coming back, we're discussing matters of detail, sir, which obviously, as our point is, obviously it's all proportionate to where we are in the plan-making process. None of the issues being raised are actually that significant and actually can be discussed and negotiated as part of any mitigation measures as standard practice as part of the preparations of a planning application. We've assessed and obviously undertaken several feasibility studies. We've obviously undertaken a significant amount of surveys, which we'll touch on shortly in terms of the ecological assessments that we've undertaken, the arboricultural assessments as well. And it's just obviously, as far, in terms of there's nothing insurmountable that can't be addressed as part of the remediation and restoration of the site and the creation of the access. We've undertaken some modelling at the moment. Obviously, further modelling would obviously need to be undertaken as part of the preparation of the planning application. The modelling shows that the junction works and can be accommodated onto the network. Yes, there would obviously be control. We're showing a signalised junction at the moment, but obviously that can be discussed and obviously as part of any planning application process can be achieved. So it's all where you want it to be, sir, where we are at the moment in terms of the planning making process. We've obviously, the roads have obviously all been fully designed to be adoptable standards and obviously taking into account any kind of emergencies and things like that. So obviously it's all fairly high level because obviously where we are at the moment, sir, but obviously it's all about available, suitable and achievable and deliverable, and the site is deliverable. Thank you.
Miss Jackson, no, sorry, Miss Tunstall.
Just wanted to pick up with regards to the access issue. Over the past couple of days for the sites in our area, we've talked about a number of accesses across local wildlife sites or priority habitats. There's been a number of sites that have been dismissed because of their presence or proximity to local wildlife sites. Why do they hold more value than ours? Why are ours able to be sacrificed now for access mechanisms at this late stage, when at the beginning of assessments for some of the other sites, just the proximity and presence of a local wildlife site has taken it out of the plan?
Ms Davison, you want to come back again. I just, in terms of the buffer issue, we've been obviously in terms of the buffers to the ancient woodland, the detail in terms of that and the access. We obviously have discussed that at quite a lot of depth. Is it a new issue you want to raise?
I just wanted to, am I on? I just wanted to come back on the idea that this isn't the time to be discussing it. This is exactly the time to be discussing it, and we've discussed it at every other site level, whether access will make it viable or not. And considering this is the only access point onto the site, if it transpires that the access isn't possible, especially considering the impact on irreplaceable habitat, then the site may become unviable, and then once again we're talking about allocating a site that cannot be delivered.
Thank you very much. Okay, just get the council's view on the access and the potential implications in terms of the local wildlife site on this particular site. Whether other alternative access is looked at in terms of possible access to this site, and then any other wider issues that have been raised in terms of impact, particularly on Cowley Hill, in terms of additional traffic at that particular junction and on that particular road.
Yes, obviously we've had advice from the colleagues in Highways Development Management Team, which is the Highways Authority, and they've confirmed that access opposite Cowley Way is feasible, subject to further technical assessments and design. In terms of impacts on the local wildlife site, it will have an impact on the local wildlife site. While the alignment of the access road on the development proposal looks to have been moved to the southwest to minimise impact on the ancient woodland, it is difficult to ascertain whether a sufficient buffer of 15 metres measured from the edge of the canopy has been applied. A consequence of realigning the access road to minimise impact on the ancient woodland is that it then takes land from the local wildlife site to the west, which will result in the loss of existing woodland. In conclusion, there isn't sufficient space at the proposed access location to avoid having a negative impact on the local wildlife site, resulting in the loss of other woodland. Further, the access road, I think that concludes my comments. But yeah, I think this is a similar case that's been raised with other sites where we've required a condition on the development to ensure that any impact on the local wildlife site is at least compensated for, and that would be in accordance with policy GS5, which requires that any loss must be unavoidable, which we believe in this case it is. There is no other point of access onto this site. And therefore, in this situation, we would expect it to be compensated for, and any replaced local wildlife site would be, any habitat would be located adjacent to the existing local wildlife site. It's all set out in policy CS5. And we could have a condition similarly worded to the other sites where we have this situation.
Can I just provide a point of clarification, just in case it was missed, that we are confident we can avoid the ancient woodland, but it will have an implication for the local wildlife site?
You just want to turn your mic off there, Mr. King. Thank you. Miss Davison, thank you. Oh, sorry, yeah, okay.
It was just a very last minute.
Okay, Miss Tunstall first, yeah, thank you.
So I think Sheffield City Council have just acknowledged the potential need to intrude in the local wildlife site for remediation. This does set a precedent for greenbelt release and local wildlife site impact, which basically weakens the ecological credibility. NPPF paragraph 180 requires avoidance first, not compensation.
Okay, thank you. Is that... Yeah, thank you. It's okay. Okay, we're just going to move on to item 22, which to do with the contamination. Obviously, I have seen quite a lot of documentation, both from site promoters and sort of other documents I've seen in terms of the submissions. So I suppose just briefly outline if the council could just briefly outline the land contamination risks and any minor constraints and whether they're satisfied the mitigation. I think from what I've read, the statement of common ground between yourself and the site promoters agrees that there's suitable geotechnical assessments that can be undertaken to deal with this particular issue, but I want to be sure that you're obviously confident that's the case, that suitable mitigation can take place given the complexities of this site.
Yeah, the EIA that supported the coal reclamation application on the site, which was approved in 2013, which is application 12/01946/full. This identified widespread elevated arsenic and hydrocarbons within the spoil tip. Within the woodland to the west and the north of the allocation, there are elevated arsenic, cadmium and hydrocarbons throughout the made ground. Stabilising the site will be a priority, and the promoter has already commenced site investigations and produced a briefing note which explains how the site could be cleaned up and made safe, referencing relevant UK guidelines and best practices. Mitigation measures similar to those proposed as part of this coal recycling scheme are likely to be employed. And given the site is not being developed for residential development, the risk to human health is reduced, and measures will include capping the site with impermeable layers and uncontaminated soil. These approaches are commonly used elsewhere on other site redevelopments like this.
Mrs. Tunstall.
There's no denying that this land is incredibly complex and undoubtedly going to be high cost to remediate. It's littered with buried voids from the mining entry points, and for those of us of a certain age who used to do spot the ball, when you've looked at the actual list of the X's that are across there, you can see how complex it is. The ground is also unstable. It has a history of instability with a landslide dating back in 1956, where the fields around Cowley Farm were flooded to a depth of 8 feet. The contamination that's already been discussed there and the significant chemicals that are there obviously are very toxic to human health, some of which are carcinogenic. In the site remediation for the previous planning application, the remediation was that the workers on site wore protective PPE. So do the people of Chapeltown get issued with hazmat suits for the next however many years so that we're not, unduly affected by this? The last thing we want is we don't want to be another Corby, and this has got it all over it. It's a health hazard waiting to happen and a risk to public health. Thank you.
Councillor Levy.
Thank you, sir. I've also read the 2012 environmental report and flood risk assessment for the site. And it states that there is 3.3 million cubic metres of spoil on this site. So my first question would be, how is that going to be dealt with? Will it be dispersed and taken off site, or will it be part remain? So it's about the practicalities of what's going to happen with this spoil heap. Yes, it's got arsenic and asbestos in it. And critically, the results of the assessment that they had showed that cadmium, lead, nickel and chromium were a potential risk to the groundwater. And cadmium, copper, nickel, zinc and chromium were a potential risk to the surface water, which was Blackburn Brook. So, there is off-site discharge is directed to Blackburn Brook, and there's an existing partially culverted ordinary watercourse to the southwest of the site. So Blackburn Brook is already being polluted from this site and continues to be polluted ever since this has gone. So the clean-up is very necessary in terms of removing the pollution, sorting out the asbestos and sorting out the arsenic which is here. The spoil waste is both colliery waste and coking waste. So there's a combination of waste there. The highest point of the tip is 20 metres high, sloping down to 10 to 12 metres. So it's a significant area and a significant height of spoil. It does need cleaning up. It does need sorting out. And I'm really interested to know in how this spoil will be dealt with. Thank you, sir.
Miss Davison.
Yes, I just wanted to pick up as well. Avoidance of this site can be achieved. It could be removed from the allocation. Had the boundary contained the local wildlife site, the boundaries that they're suggesting contain the local wildlife site, during the stage selection, it would have scored very differently, and other sites may have been more appropriate. This site was consulted upon with different specifications. Also, I've looked at the previous contamination reports, and that showed that there was a high chance of acid and heavy metal leachate into Blackburn Brook. Will this watercourse, because it's quite significantly away from the development area, will the watercourse and local wildlife site downstream of the site be considered, fully assessed and monitored? And also, the ground disturbance alone risks contamination of the surrounding local wildlife site and ancient woodland, and that is just too great to consider developing this site.
Mr. Rose.
Thank you, sir. I think what you have here, sir, which has been quite evident, obviously, is, just to explain to you, sir, is that the site is heavily contaminated. There are significant issues with it. It can't stay out as it is, and it needs to be cleaned up, sir. That has significant benefits. Has significant benefits for ecology and wildlife, has significant benefits for the local community. It creates areas, safe areas, sir, because at the moment it is unsafe for people to actually access and enjoy. It's also, because of the contamination issues, it also is not particularly of high quality in terms of ecology. It looks green, but it's not particularly high quality. We will touch back on that at a further question, sir. Clearly, we have engaged remediation specialists, geoenvironmental specialists. There's been site investigations undertaken and will be further undertaken. There's been mining reports, remediation reports. The site has that significant mining legacy, and that's one thing we want to do, is obviously clean it up for the local community, but obviously there has to be something as well. So it's that planning balance that it needs to be weighed. So we are aware there is obviously contamination in the ground, and that will be cleaned up. That will also have benefit for the watercourse and the adjacent pond, which is obviously heavily polluted as well. Sorry about that, I don't know. It's all very echoey, isn't it? Yeah, so we are aware that the adjacent pond is polluted, and obviously the scouts try to use it. They can't use it in certain times. Clearly, by compacting, remediating, restoring the site, we'll have a full construction management plan that will obviously be agreed with the council, and a remediation strategy agreed with the council as well. So therefore, there are significant benefits to actually addressing the site. What's very, very clear and has been put forward in front of you, sir, is the site cannot be left as it is. There have been obviously, this is the plan that can actually address one of these historical mining sites, one of the few that's actually left in the region, sir, because the majority have actually already been restored or remediated and developed. One of the last mining legacy sites, but actually put back to a positive use that can be create jobs, create economic growth, enhance the wildlife and the habitats, create an area that the community can enjoy as well. And I think what's very clear to me, sir, is obviously we need to engage with the community now and actually work that through together, sir. Thank you.
Councillor Levy.
Thank you, sir. Just a fairly straight and simple question. How long would the clean-up be anticipated to take? Thank you.
It's a very detailed question. We are talking about delivery in the next sort of item, not next item, but later in the agenda, so it may crop up there. So, but yeah, Mr. Rose, you want to say any comments on that at the moment?
Thank you, sir. Obviously, it's obviously at the moment, obviously very early days, sir, but hypothetically speaking, would have thought it would be, 12 months to 2 years possibly. So, but I just wanted to also touch on, because I obviously the lady over there read from the Scouts, we've obviously engaged with the Scouts as well, sir, and obviously talking to them at length as well, sir. So we are conscious of our adjacent landowners, and engagement is well underway. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Mrs. Tunstall, please. Thank you.
Mr. Rose has just mentioned there that there has been engagement between rural developments and the Scouts. I'd just like to know what the output of that was, please.
You can probably, there obviously has been engagement, unless there's anything further you want to add, yeah, at this stage.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's been very positive engagement, sir, because obviously, we're obviously discussing in, addressing some of the historical issues that are obviously associated, that stem from a very high spoil heap that's adjacent to their site. So it has been very positive. Thank you.
Just the issue of the Blackburn, the brook that runs by the site. It was just picked up, obviously, the water course. You picked up about the pond, and the issue downstream, I think, has been picked up, I think, before. I know the council responded on this previously, but have you got any comments on that at this stage in terms of impact downstream, effectively, in terms of this particular proposal? Would that be as part of the actual drainage remediation scheme, effectively, that you'd be dealing with that as well?
Well, sir, just obviously it's high level at the moment, sir, but obviously at the moment what you have, the water runs uncontrolled off the site. It's obviously heavily polluted. It runs off in all directions, and ponds on there, and obviously there's high level of pollutants on the site, sir. So clearly through the remediation and restoration of the site, where rain is obviously running onto a polluted spoil heap and then draining through and into the Blackburn Brook, and obviously also into the ancient woodland and through the ponds and etc., then we'll obviously contain that, obviously agree a runoff rate with the LLFA, and because we'll be taking, obviously there'll be some nasties that will be taken off site as well. It's obviously going to be significantly improved, and everything else will be capped. I think we've set out to a high level the remediation and restoration in our submissions to you, sir, most recently through the additional sites consultation. That actually, obviously, the water quality should and will improve, because at the moment you have got a body there which is polluting the local area. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Jackson, thank you.
Just picking up a little bit, there is no set bit for this, for the flooding part of it, and you just said that the excess water is going to be dealt with. I take it that means that it's going to go into the existing drainage system again, which we've already found out is completely inadequate, and our consultations with Yorkshire Water states that there are no plans to do anything else with the drainage systems in that area. So we're then back to the original problem that we had before, the same on Station Road, where the water comes down, all the manhole covers come up in the middle of the road and cause a problem, and the water just continues to flow down and flood as was before. I can't honestly see how you can say that you're going to capture all the water that comes off that one site, off any site, because our experiences at the moment with a lot of the sites is that yes, it will. You can put drains in and you can put things off the roof and everything, but the water on the site itself will drain off and it will have the same problem, it will go into the woods, it comes down and it goes into the brooks and eventually into the homes and houses and the OAP homes at the bottom of the hill.
Thank you very much. I think, okay, Miss Reid.
Thank you, sir. It's just a point about of clarity in respect of the wording of the framework in relation to local wildlife sites, and just a point raised by Mrs Davidson in particular about paragraph 180 of the framework. And it's just a point in principle that the framework does not seek to avoid all adverse effects or any loss of a local an LWS. That's because that higher level of protection is reserved for designated sites and irreplaceable habitats, and that reflects a hierarchy of protection commensurate with the status of identified quality of the site or asset, and that's reflected through the wording of the framework, and in particular paragraph 174A, which talks about protection in a manner commensurate with statutory status or identified quality in a development plan. Reference was also made by Mrs Davidson to paragraph 180 of the framework. In the framework that we're being examined under, that specifically relates to the determination of planning applications, but even so, what it is seeking, well, again, there is no requirement to avoid any adverse effect or loss of ecological interest in that paragraph. What it says is that planning permission should be refused if the proposed development would cause significant harm to biodiversity that cannot be avoided, mitigated, or as a last resort compensated for. So the local planning authority, as it's indicated, recognises that there is a higher level of protection afforded to, for example, ancient woodland, and it also recognises the importance of recognising the LWS, but there is no absolute requirement to avoid all adverse effects or any loss of the LWS in national policy. And if there's any doubt about that, so I mean, you know, there is an appeal decision, Section 78 appeal decision that confirms that approach that's been accepted by another inspector that we can refer you to if you need to, but that is clear on the wording of the framework.
Ms Davison, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing on the wording and that it does allow for some damage, but only after it's been avoided primarily. And my point was that it can be avoided here. There needs to be wholly exceptional circumstances. And considering it is established that there are numerous empty sites across the road at the Smithy Wood, it's really hard to justify new employment sites that does damage to irreplaceable habitat.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, so we just move on to biodiversity. If I could just get the, just interlink the 3 bullet points into biodiversity item 23. Again, it's looking at, I just want to look at the current value and features of the Hesley Tip wildlife site and information you can provide in terms of that, in terms of the way those features, current values and features are across the site. Potential impacts on biodiversity, the Hesley Tip wildlife site itself, the ancient woodland, and the local nature recovery network, and the scope for potential mitigation. So if I could just ask the council really to outline that in the first instance, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I can start, but I'd just like to introduce Nikki Rivers, who's our ecology manager, who might wish to actually make her own introduction.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch the name, sorry.
Hello, I'm Dr. Nikki Rivers. I'm the Ecology Manager at Sheffield City Council.
obviously asked the questions. Do you want me to repeat it again? It's really, obviously, the item on the agenda is, I don't know whether you've got a copy of the agenda, but obviously it's just really looking at the current value and features of the actual Hesley Tip wildlife site. That's bullet point 1. And then I just wanted to try and encapsulate the other bullet points under that in terms of potential impacts of development on biodiversity, in terms of this development, the local wildlife site itself, the ancient woodland, and the local recovery network, and then the potential scope for mitigation. So if you just cover those, if you're... Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, John, what were you pointing at? Sorry, I wasn't sure who was answering what. So, yeah, the LWS is a mixture of habitats, woodlands of varying age, from the ancient woodlands to secondary established woodland to younger self-set woodlands. Sort of the nearer that you get to the spoil heap tip. Most woodland is sort of medium distinctiveness habitat, but in poor condition. The ancient woodlands obviously high distinctiveness habitat, which we absolutely want to retain and buffer as a priority. There's also medium distinctiveness grasslands, mixture of moderate and poor condition. Originally there was a few years ago, more open mosaic habitat mapped. The recent survey, which was submitted by the developers, has that as a much smaller area with a much larger area of the actual spoil tip, and which is quite large. So I've been on the site. So the report submitted by the developer shows that to do the remediation, and obviously, as other people have said, the site has sort of recolonised itself over the years. It's changed over the years as it's sort of renaturalised, regenerating woodland. There's also some scrub and a pond, and there have been various species surveys over the years, and there's some badger sets on site, for example, and some nationally scarce invertebrates. It's quite an interesting site. It is a very, as people have said, it's very tall. When you get up the top of it, it's quite an unusual site. The local wildlife site, obviously the boundary that the council put forward has excluded the local wildlife site. The developer has talked about needing a larger area for the remediation, because of the amount of contamination. The contamination exists on the local wildlife site area, as well as, you know, just the remaining spoil heap. And I know you're talking about boundaries later, but the boundary that the developers put forward would result in some area of permanent loss of LWS, which is not what we, you know, rather than reinstate all that which we put forward. So I think we're perhaps going to come on to the boundaries. They would look to improve the management condition of some habitat, but there'd be quite a lot of habitat that needs to be put back after remediation. And to result in a biodiversity net gain, there'd be the current proposals are not there yet. The current proposals wouldn't achieve that, so there needs to be some more work to make sure that that would be the case. It would be good to remove the pollution, obviously, from the land and the water. But I think it's got to be recognised the temporary impact of the remediation and then sort of the permanent result longer term are sort of two slightly different things. I'm not sure, has that answered all your questions? As we discussed previously, the local nature recovery strategy is not completed yet, but, you know, obviously we'd like to see connections between the ancient woodlands and habitats in the area as much as we can.
Thank you. I just a question. Obviously, there's been some discussion about whether people are accessing the site. Obviously, people do access the site, but it's private land. I think Mr. Rose says it's not publicly accessible. The actual local wildlife site, is that the case at present? The actual Hesley Wood, or people do access
officially,
it,
but you can just go on there. People do. We saw people when we went, and local people obviously do access it. It's just not got official public rights of way and so on.
Okay, thank you for that. So if we just open it up initially, Miss Tunstall, thank you.
Yeah, it's just quickly picking up on that comment about the biodiversity net gain of 10% that's been promised in principle. And obviously, if the local wildlife site is partially lost, then that's the compensatory habitats are going to be fairly significant for that. The Statement of Common Ground, as you've mentioned, does not identify where or how. We've been in this situation before with the previous planning permission, where there was no where or how, and it never happened. So, again, it's the jam tomorrow, which we're very concerned about.
Mrs. Jackson, please.
Yeah, I just want to expand the picture quite a bit from this site. If you actually look at the wooded areas that comes into Parking Wood and Hesley Wood, they were all originally one wood. And on the opposite side of White Lane, there have recently been TPOs placed on the trees there because somebody tried to cut them down in order to start looking at putting access into land that they weren't allowed to. So the TPOs have been put on there recently. My sort of point here is that those trees were all part of the same thing at one point, and so should all be treated in the same manner. They really, in my point of view, should all have TPOs on them, and there shouldn't be no destruction of any of the woodland in that area.
Davison.
Yeah, hi Nikki. Yeah, as Nikki has pointed out, there has been significant regeneration on the site. We know that they're claiming, I was going to raise that they're claiming significant benefits to ecology, but obviously you've answered that it won't necessarily be achieved. If it's not achieved on site, we would really hope that would be delivered locally, because that's not specified either. Again, you mentioned that there are nationally scarce invertebrates in the ancient woodland. Is that correct?
I think that was the comment was made, Miss Davison. I think I've made a note of that in badges, yeah.
And the which obviously, again, going back to the full ecology reports would be really helpful at this stage, so that we can comment on just how irreplaceable these habitats are. But again, just to emphasise that irreplaceable habitat cannot be mitigated against or replaced, and the edge effects would be significant on the ancient woodland unless significant buffers were in place. And at this point, the Sheffield City Council are only quoting the minimum buffers that the Natural England recommend. I also just want to point out a couple of things. Concerned about the flooding, that there is with the development, there's a high risk of flooding to the local wildlife site to the east and to the west, and some of that would cover the ancient woodland in the corner. So again, has that been considered, that there could be flooding, risk to flooding in the ancient woodland? And a comment that I'm really confused about, because this morning the council quoted that they used the local nature recovery strategy, sort of, and they definitely quoted from the network, the nature recovery network, when they were talking about how connectivity can be achieved and use the opportunities that were there. But at this site, again, we're going, as of yesterday, when we want to raise it, they don't want to discuss it. It's in the That's still in the early stages. The network recovery maps are the network recovery maps that is being used to guide that strategy.
Councillor Livery, please.
Thank you, sir. Just a question on the Aitcham woodland, particularly to the south of the site, where it's been taken out of the green belt. There's a green belt deletion area, and the reason being given is there's a firm boundary with Smithywood Road. I'm
going to come on to the boundary in the next. I've moved it back in the agenda, so I will come on to that. Yeah. Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether this will apply or not, but it was worth looking up, and I'd like to point it out to you. Under Section 31(6) of the Highways Act, if access to a site has will become a public right-of-way where public have had access for over 20 years, and I would suggest that is actually relevant to this site. I've lived there for 34 years now, and I've always had access to that site.
Thank you. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, sir. I think, yeah, obviously we've undertaken a significant amount of ecological work, obviously that's summarised in the delivery report, and that's obviously been shared with the council. We've undertaken preliminary ecological appraisals, we've done a lot of ongoing specific site surveys, I've mentioned already, we've done an arboricultural survey, preparing an ecological strategy, and obviously done some biodiversity net gain work, but obviously that's a lot for where we are at the moment, so obviously that's still evolving as we move forward. And we appreciate that, there's further work to do. As much as obviously there's a local wildlife site, that was obviously designated quite some time ago, back when it was very different. So it's obviously grown over. Our assessment obviously, and obviously concurred with the council, shows that it's not great quality, sir. And obviously we would like to enhance that, make it, it's not managed either. So one of the key things is that the site at the moment, although it covers a large area, there's not much diversity. It's not of particularly great quality in terms of ecology. It's degrading and is very different to when it was originally designated. It was originally designated as a sink site, a site of importance for nature conservation. It's obviously now through as a local wildlife site, and is degrading. Even the ancient woodlands, so just because of the way the site is used, as well as obviously with motorbikes, bicycles and things like that, obviously it's not of great quality. Now the areas of the site that obviously we're looking at retaining, things like the higher values such as the lowland mixed deciduous woodland, there obviously will be retained. We're also looking to translocate the open mosaic habitats, and obviously looking to enhance the wildlife site overall as part of the remediation and restoration strategy. As part of that, obviously, we'll prepare environmental strategies and ecological management plans, which will obviously deliver that for the local area and for the greater good. And obviously, we'll look at linkages and connectivity all the way through as well. We are aware of what nature is on the site. Clearly, for quite a large site, there's not particularly wide sense of fauna on the site either. We are aware of the badgers. Again, they're not a constraint. There's no active sets last time we went out, but again, it's just a license process. Again, nothing that is insurmountable that we can't actually address as part of the remediation and restoration work. I'd just like to obviously concur that obviously we're going through the ecological hierarchy. Yes, completely agree. You avoid first, then minimise and then mitigate. Clearly, one of the drivers for this is obviously the heritage and historical uses of the site and about cleaning up the site. One of the reasons why the site can't move forward is because of what's in the ground. By cleaning it up, we're bringing in better quality soils, we'll replant, we'll replace, and put back engagement, working with wildlife trusts and the council in order to put this back to a better quality than it is at the moment. So that is the aim, that is the purpose. As I said, green infrastructure and the replacement of any disturbed habitats is part and parcel of the process, and that's what we want to try and achieve in creating these jobs, delivering the much needed employment, and actually putting in place diverse habitats that actually are good for the nature and for the area. Thank you.
Ms Jackson. Okay, Ms Davison.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out we are hearing quite often during this process that everything is of low quality, and therefore it's okay to use the wildlife sites because actually there's been some damage or it's been neglected, so therefore it's okay to build on it. But can I just point out that Sheffield City Council's own policy, GS5, does state in it that where damage or neglect to designated sites or important habitats has occurred, this will not result in a presumption for development. Yet all we're hearing is it's low quality, so we can build on it.
Thank you, Dr. Rivers.
It's just a quick point of clarification in response to the Mr. Rose's reference to a sink site. It's not that the site designation was changed to local wildlife sites. The terminology was changed nationally by DEFRA in 2008. So because nationally everybody was using different language for local wildlife sites, there were all over the country, DEFRA recommended that everybody change using the term local wildlife sites or local sites that also include geological sites. So that's why the change from SINC to LWS, basically the same designation. Thank you.
Still.
There's just a final summary point, sir. So there's no denying that, employment land is needed to go along with the housing. However, I think what we want to contest is that this is absolutely in the wrong place. There is an excess of employment land in the area. More employment land is now being allocated in the same area with no proven need. And just up the road in Barnsley, there's also huge development of further employment sites at Junction 36, which is literally a 5-minute drive. We don't need this in the area, so there's no exceptional need to warrant release of any of these sites. Thank you.
Just want to go back to item 20, which is to do with the site boundaries, if I could. Thank you. Just obviously, it was helpful to hear those discussions on the various areas, contamination, highways, biodiversity, I think. So I suppose really I wanted just to get the council and obviously I've read the statement of common ground, just get the council's take on how the actual site boundaries were drawn up for this particular site in terms of the employment, the green belt, in terms particularly obviously it's been raised quite a few times, the issue in terms of the ancient woodland to the south, why that boundary is particularly drawn in the way it was done, and how you've taken into account obviously the local wildlife site in drawing up the boundary, particularly for the employment area. Thank you.
Thank you. So as you'll have probably noticed that this is a somewhat complex site in terms of ensuring a clear boundary. So in order to exclude the local wildlife site from the allocation boundary follows the edge of the local wildlife site, which in itself then results in the allocation occupying the central area of the former tip land with an extension to the south to connect with Cowley Lane. By excluding the local wildlife site as proposed here, it ensures that this site is consistent with the approach that we've taken to other allocations in the Sheffield Plan. There's then the application of a 15-metre buffer around the edge of the allocation site to protect the local wildlife site, and that then results in the developable area, which is zoned for industrial uses, as shown within the additional Greenbelt Sites consultation document. So the allocation of this site, CH04, and its designation as general employment zone, together with the release of additional Greenbelt land as urban green space zone, would result in a separate inset area of non-greenbelt between the M1 and the edge of Sheffield. Sorry, the edge of Chapeltown. Given the nature of the site, which is a former colliery tip, its size, which is considerably larger than the proposed allocation, and the absence of any robust linear features, such as roads, streams, hedgerows, legal rights of way, etc., the boundary will follow informal tracks and woodland edges. Along the eastern and northern boundaries, these features separate the site from the scout field. The Greenbelt boundary on the western side is harder to define. However, a track across the woodland/tip does provide a distinguishable feature that can be followed. The southern boundary comprises the route of the now closed Smithywood Road, which is now a track. Whilst extending the Greenbelt boundary to this track results in an area of ancient woodland / local wildlife site being removed from the Greenbelt, what it does do is comprise a stronger boundary than otherwise would be achievable. The woodland will continue to be protected as urban green space zone, and it has that designation of local wildlife site on it also. A similar decision has been made in the north, where the boundary follows the edge of the woodland rather than cutting across the woodland/tip. So in summary, further deletions, notably to the north and the south, are required to form the most robust, permanent and defensible Greenbelt boundary. And just to add as a brief note, to look beyond the boundary of those local wildlife sites that are around the edge of the allocation site to find a considerably more robust boundary, you'd have to go much further, and there wouldn't be exceptional circumstances to remove such a large area of land from the Greenbelt. So consequently, we've drawn the most robust, permanent and defensible boundary that we can, utilising a combination of the physical features on the ground and the tracks that remain and the wildlife site boundary.
Hey, Mr. Rose, I just wanted to get your view. Obviously, you in your statement of common ground, there's an alternative boundary and a criteria-based policy. Just give me the rationale behind that, just briefly, and then I'll open up discussion, then come back, I think, to the council.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's just one. Our suggestion and our approach is, it's not unusual. It obviously just recognises the complexities of the restoration and remediation strategy for the site, and given trying to restore and remediate the tip. So that suggested approach, obviously we wouldn't include the ancient woodland. We don't want the ancient woodland. It doesn't need to be included, so therefore that remains in the Greenbelt. We would use that as the boundary to the south. The remaining allocation would obviously reflect the remediation and restoration strategy for the site, and obviously taking a much wider area, but that is just so that we can actually then, it's about the effectiveness of the policy, sir, obviously in accordance with the NPPF, so that there's an appropriate policy and an appropriate boundary, sir. Because obviously when you correlate the policy with the proposals map, obviously restoration and remediation approach, then obviously we would obviously be encroaching into the Greenbelt in terms of that strategy. So our condition that we've suggested, or the criteria, obviously recognises that. Obviously then means that obviously the appropriate time to talk about boundaries, the local wildlife site, the habitat and the green infrastructure, and where the employment is based. Obviously there's further work to go forwards with. There's obviously further site investigations, further discussions in terms of remediation and restoration strategy, further construction management plan discussions, etc., etc., etc. There's a long way to go, obviously, through a planning application, and obviously our view is that the defined boundaries that are currently being shown on the proposals map, actually, during the lifetime of the planning application, we can actually, that is the more appropriate place to do that. That's something we've repeated elsewhere, done elsewhere in a number of other councils and other areas where there's big restoration remediation schemes for these typical former colliery sites, and is not unusual. It just means then that actually there's the flexibility within the policy, because as I said, it's all there as part of the condition, as part of the criteria, and that is the intent, is obviously what there is in terms of policy. It's just then having that actually now on a very small scale plan, actually then that dictating boundaries then obviously means that there's quite a way to go when you're actually going through those discussions. So our thoughts is obviously it's almost like a special policy area, effectively. You have that special policy area, you have all of those requirements, and then obviously that all gets refined and concluded once you go through the planning application process. So that is the logic, that is the approach, and it's down to effectiveness in terms of the policy. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Tunstall, thank you.
Clearly the allocation boundary is unresolved, which actually we see as a very fundamental disagreement at allocation stage.
Councillor Levy.
Thank you, sir. Question I raised earlier about the ancient woodland to the south of the site. The road has not been used. In fact, it will disappear over time because it's already getting covered over anyway by vegetation. But there is a clear boundary because to the north of the ancient woodland, the woodland finishes and the spoil heap starts, and it's stark and obvious where the boundary is. And my second comment is about consistency. So in the Smithywood site, which we're coming to, all the ancient woodland is within the green belt and has been retained in the green belt. So if we're going to take a policy decision to do it there, then the logic says that we do it in other areas where we've got ancient woodland, particularly in the Hesleywood site. Thank you, sir.
Davison.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with Councillor Livery. There are obviously much better ecological defensive boundaries than the, I think calling it a track is very generous. It's been almost completely reclaimed by nature, the old Smithywood Road.
Okay, can I come back to the council really on the issues that were raised? There's obviously I want to pick up on the access issue as well that we raised in the earlier item about the red line, the access point being effectively outside the red line on the Cowley Road as proposed. I realise it's only an illustration. That's probably maybe the issue at the moment, that the proposal is only an illustration rather than a firm junction boundary. The other issues are obviously the ancient woodland again, whether it's acceptable or whether it's appropriate to continue with it within the green belt, whether that's an appropriate step, whether the Smithywood Road is still appropriate, and then I just get your comments on the criteria-based policy that's been proposed by Ruler Developments. Were any when this proposal has been discussed, were any alternative boundaries discussed in relation to in tying in with this particular policy as well? So just a few points if you could just pick up, please.
I think I'll pass to Ms Stevens in relation to the Greenbelt boundary itself. I think having heard the discussion, our view is that it would be appropriate to adjust the allocation boundary to allow a different solution to the access in the context of potentially shifting it further away from the ancient woodland to ensure that is achievable without doing harm to the ancient woodland, acknowledging that will have an implication for the local wildlife site. So I think from our perspective we are comfortable with an adjustment there. In terms of the allocation boundary, beyond that, we think that the boundary as drawn is appropriate, but we do think some form of policy approach within the allocation to allow enabling works outside of that developable area boundary would be appropriate. I'll pass to Ms Stevens in respect of the question around the defined boundary of the greenbelt post-development if the allocation is supported.
Thank you. I think Mr Johnston largely just said what I was going to say whilst I was taking some advice from Ms Reid. We don't accept the extension of the allocation itself into the local wildlife site, but we would be comfortable considering some redrafted criteria should the allocation go ahead related to, well, referencing the mitigation hierarchy if there's necessary operational work that needs to take place outside of the allocation boundary.
Pick up on the issue of the ancient woodland as well. Obviously, that I know we've covered it probably elsewhere, but obviously just the issue of the boundary, whether it should be Smithy Woods or not, whether the ancient woods should be continuing within the green belt. I think we may have touched on this on other hearing items where we talked about ancient woodlands, and maybe the ancient woodland creeps basically effectively over time, and it's not always probably the best boundary to keep, but I just want your views really on that.
Thank you. Yes, I think, well, as I set off on my answer to the last question, it's quite a complex boundary to get right with there being some sort of blurring on the ground. I think we're most comfortable using the defined local wildlife site boundary because that is a mapped boundary that then can be utilised. Clearly then it's got a buffer within the allocation site, but I think that successfully protects the ancient woodland whilst also giving us a clear boundary that already exists to work with.
The point about ancient woodland, you mentioned the local wildlife site there, but just on that point of the ancient woodland, the change there, your view is that you're just going to stick with Smithywood Road. I'm just trying to get a firm on the south side, not the lake. Obviously, the local wildlife site is on the west side of the actual site. It's the south side, the ancient woodland there, where there seems to be some comments made about that particular point.
Sorry, yes, to take your point there. So yes, on the south side, the area that we propose for removal from the green belt to put into urban green space zone that's also got ancient woodland on it. Yes, I think the boundary that we've drawn along the track, I appreciate Councillor Levery's point that the track starts to disappear, but the track is still a physical asset. I think the alternative to that would be to use the edge of the spoil tip, which is more blurred on the ground, but perhaps open to your suggestion if you think there's a case for redrawing that. But I think we're comfortable that the the ancient woodland still retains all its protections anyway, statutorily, irrespective of whether it's urban green space zone or green belt. I think it's more about making sure that the boundary there's as defensible as possible.
Yeah, yes, I've got it now. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Right. Mr. Birkby, please. Yeah.
Thanks very much, sir. I'll sort of skate over the point about allocating a site based on blurry boundaries, but if the boundaries were moved in accordance with rural development representations, or if the axis was going to be moved in a significant way, we would submit that these would be major modifications. And as the community provided their representations based on what was presented to them, they haven't had the chance to be consulted or provide reps on these modifications. And so we would propose that it went back to consultation to the community.
Mr. Charlton, is it? Yeah.
Echo your point. I generally think, I mean, the bounds, we still object to the site, and particularly because we don't think it produces defensible boundaries, which are required by the MPPVF. We do generally think that the ancient the woodlands could go back into the green belt. I'm slightly confused by the reference to a criteria-based policy, because our understanding was if it was going to be in the site, it was going to be designated as an urban green space. And I just want to clarify, if we're moving to a criteria-based policy, which we don't support, that still that protection designation will retain. And the last point is, yeah, I do think, I know it's a statement of common ground, but I do actually think it needs much more broader consultation on what I think is a significant change than a document which was issued last Friday.
Mr. Rose, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just to the gentleman's point there, sorry, I didn't mean to confuse. I was just suggesting a further condition requirement on the policy. It's nothing about the ancient woodland. Our position is the ancient woodland should stay in the green belt.
No, I'm just saying, will it retain the local green space designation? Yeah, through the chair.
Sorry, yeah, it wouldn't if it was in the green belt, but I'm not having a conversation. Yeah, so thanks. Yeah, obviously endorse the council looking to look at the proposed boundary around the access. That's happy to work with the council on that. I think the conversation, and obviously, is why we suggested a wider boundary with these conditions in terms of obviously further working discussions. It's not to demur or to take away from the wildlife site. It's just the fact that the boundaries within the site are obviously, they're not clear, but obviously there's the restoration and the wider remediation of the site, sir. So obviously there's going to be compacting, there's going to be obviously site clearances, there'll obviously be replacement habitat put back, sir. So it's obviously around that and around the practicalities of that and the effectiveness of that when actually based on the proposals map, based on where it is at the moment today, sir. Because obviously the topography will change, the wider site will change because obviously we're cleaning the site, we're compacting the site. We're ensuring that there's no nasties on the site, and obviously therefore the topography will change on the site. So therefore within that context I don't see how you can put a line on the plan now when obviously things will change in the future, sir. So that was the practicalities. That's my point on effectiveness, sir, in terms of having the proposals map draw a line on the plan now. Whereas I would say if you put a wider boundary on the site, it might still stay in the same location, but it might shift a little. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, that's what I'm trying to get towards. It's the workability of having a line on the plan now versus something in the future. Thank you.
Davison.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask a question, please. I am really not clear. So, urban green spaces, that we've been told that they retain all the protections, but it's my understanding that that is a local policy and that the national policy is local green spaces. Is that correct? Yeah, local green spaces. So I'm not clear how they retain the same level of protection, because a local policy can be removed at committee here in Sheffield and not recognised nationally.
Mrs. Jackson.
Yeah, I'm just a bit confused about these boundaries. Originally it was 38.5 acres. And that was the plan that was going forward as far as we were concerned and we were commenting on. However, I had to note that on the website, 56 acres had been highlighted. And I did question that in my objection to yourselves. And then suddenly popping up on the amendment that we've just received a few days ago, lo and behold, we've got that whole larger site appearing. It appears to me that this has been the plan all along, and it's just been left to a strategic point to bring it in and try and change the boundaries.
Stevenson, if you want to just confirm what's been agreed in terms of, if you could, in terms of this issue. I mean, I've got a fairly clear idea about the access, the slight amendment to the access, the boundary, the red line there, and then obviously a criteria-based policy, which, so there would be no significant change to the boundary per se, what's shown in the actual statement of common ground. There may be a slight adjustment though, just around the access point. That's what's been proposed, plus maybe looking obviously at an additional policy, a development policy, which would extend to look at the local wildlife site or any potential loss if needed through the remediation work. I think there's a wording provided in the actual statement of common ground. Is that correct?
Yes, that's a correct summary of what I understand the point to be. Yes, in clarification to those who got a little confused there, the criteria-based policy would be unrelated to the green space zone issue that we were also talking about at the same time. And just also as a point of clarification, urban green space zone is a policy in Sheffield's plan, but it's unrelated to local green space, which is a particular concept in national planning policy and doesn't apply in this location.
Okay, thank you. I think on that point, I think in terms of if we are to move along in terms of this particular allocation, if it was, obviously I need to deliberate further, but I think the view was, I think the access slight adjustment in terms of the alignment there of the site boundary would make it seems appropriate in terms of if this obviously would need to be looked at, because obviously you've ascertained that's the only point of access, I think, into the site from what the evidence is provided so far. And then obviously the point about the criteria-based policy, if you could look at that in terms of there will be obviously consultation on any adjustments that would be made anyway, if that was to be the case, if the plan was to be, the allocations was to be taken forward in this particular instance. So, Ms. Bell.
Sorry, very briefly, just curious as to whether or not you've had the opportunity to visit this site or to go up onto the elevated former colliery, because I think if you do that, it becomes immediately clear what you're being told by the local community and how valued that space is, both for local people for recreation, and I know the council have noted they've seen people there when they've been visiting, but also in terms of the beautiful views that it affords. And you'll appreciate, so in that context, the strength of feeling and also the sense that there's a lost opportunity here, because ultimately, if the allocation goes forward, yes, of course, there can be landscaping and there can be softening of development, all that sort of thing. But the nature of the site and its elevation is such that if you put an employment, a substantial employment use there, and I have to say I've seen the Elevate plans and the marketing associated with it, and it's sort of groaning at the seams in terms of fitting 8 units on the top of the site. There's very little that you're going to be able to do to realistically screen it. And those wonderful views that are enjoyed by the community at present will be gone. And that's the context in which there's a sense of lost opportunity here. And I note the sense of regret that comes out when people talk about things like urban green space. The site's highly valued. There's the local wildlife site, there's the ancient woodland, and it's just a shame that such a substantial employment use is going to be so prominent on such a valued location. Thank you.
Thank you for all those points. Just wanted to speak on item 24, which is just the ongoing discussions. Again, I've obviously seen the statement of common ground between the exam document 146 indicates in terms of an outline plan permission within 6 months of plan adoption, followed by pre-app and granting within 16 weeks. I just wanted to get a view, obviously, from Mr. Rose, and then just the council confirm that is the agreed, and whether that's a realistic position in terms of given obviously the work that needs to be done on this particular site with the remediation, etc. So just come to Mr. Rose first, and then to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, so effectively, as I've set out already, rural developments have undertaken a significant amount of work already. I think that's set out within the Statement of Common Ground just to a high level. I think you've seen quite a significant amount of that work that's summarised within the advocacy report and the delivery reports. So we're very much on with and able to move forward quickly. We're just waiting the outcome of the local plan, sir, so we can move forward to pre-app and planning application and associated reports very quickly, and obviously then it's over to the council, obviously through to determination, sir. So I think ruler are very keen. They're reputable developers. They have significant experience of delivering such complex sites, and they've engaged a significant number of specialists already, sir. So the site is able to move forward as quickly as the planning system allows, sir, and there is interest in the site as well, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tunstall.
So we've got a site with unclear boundaries, unknown remediations, and an inability at the moment to achieve biodiversity net gain. So therefore we've got unknown costs. How can you possibly assure us that this site is viable and deliverable?
Do the council want to just make any comments in terms of delivery, in terms of what's set out in the Statement of Common Ground? Thank you. And any other comments?
Yeah, just to concur with the comments that Mr. Rose made, that the delivery is set out in the Statement of Common Ground, and obviously progress is being made on a number of studies, and we've received obviously a number of background studies already to support the allocation. So yeah, that's what I'd say at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Just want to, item 24, just any other comments and concerns relating to proposed site CH4? Is there any other comments anybody wants to raise at this stage? No. Okay, so we'll just have a short break if we could, and then after the break, if we just break for till about 25 past 4. I'm conscious of time, really. I think presumably we've got the room till 6 again today. So yeah, if you come back and we'll start on item NES 36. So we'll come back in just 10 minutes, please. Thank you. You folks, if people could take a seat, please. Thank you. Okay, so we are discussing site NES 36, consists of a proposed deployment allocation of 16.57 hectares total on farmland to the south of the M1 junction 35 and the Smithywood Business Park and Cowley Way. Again, we have received a large number of objections to this, and my agenda was based on the content and my look at the evidence. Captured those points, but we have received a statement of common ground, exam document 146 submitted between the council and the site promoters, addressed some of my questions, but there is still an opportunity to cover items on the agenda if people wish. So we just start with the first item, 26 first. The landscape and character, obviously there are 3 bullet points under item 26. I'd just like to take any comments around the table. They are interlinked, relating to the character, site and surroundings, overall impact scheme on the area of ecological interest and setting of nearby non-heritage assets and the scope for proposed mitigation and proposed potential impact of development on landscape, character and proposed potential mitigation measures. So just take any comments on this particular item around the table from anybody at this stage. Miss Nutton, is it? Yeah, thank you.
So Smithywood scores among the highest for fulfilling greenbelt purposes. This site, in fact, scores higher than 95% of the other 84 greenbelt sites that were put forward. The loss of this site will go against the Greenbelt core aims and PPF paragraph 141 to prevent urban sprawl and to safeguard the countryside from encroachment. The site plans don't adequately illustrate the topography of this land. The site it can be seen from everywhere. It can be seen from Wordsworth Avenue, Chapeltown Road, Ecclesfield Road. If you're anywhere in Chapeltown, Ecclesfield, if you look to the east, you look at the hill, every piece of green grassland, that is this site. And from the other way round, if you're actually stood at the site, quite simply, the sunsets are awesome. I regularly sit and watch it. At the sun, it disappears behind the hill. It signals the end of another day. Nobody wants to swap that sunset for a sunset behind an industrial unit. As Mark said earlier today, I think the viability officer said, nobody wants to live next door to a petrol station or a panel beating workshop. And that's exactly what I will be doing if this site goes ahead.
Mr. Hobson, do you want to make some comments on this point?
Yes, thank you, sir. So just coming in on the landscaping issue, in terms of the landscape character area, it sits within the district character area UP4, which is the upland rolling slopes and valleys. And in there is a description of the character of the area, and again it refers to a kind of a complex mix of built forms, industrial land, farmland, open land. So there's a mixture of characters there, which this site sits within. So it's framed within the context of the close proximity to existing development. And so there's a close relationship with existing industrial development to the north and also to the west. Moving on to kind of the visibility, there is views from the west and the northeast of the site, but again, that's within the context of the existing industrial area. And in terms of mitigation, the buildings can be designed and orientated, the heights of the different buildings can be designed in such a way to respect the topography of the area. So in the more enclosed areas of the site, the buildings could be higher. In the higher topography areas, the buildings could be designed to be lower. In the context also of a cut and fill earthworks scheme, together with in the context of a landscape-led design proposal to enhance those areas where there may be sensitivities in terms of the vistas and visibility through the site and to the site. So just in terms of the greenbelt functions, this does sit, let's say, close to existing industrial areas, and it's well defined as well by existing infrastructure. You've got the M1 to the west, to the east, and you've got Locher Lane and Jumble Lane to the south. So we think it's a logical greenbelt extension site. Thank you.
Davison.
Yes, I just wanted to remind that the wording that I gave before about ancient woodland, it was specifically for both sites, but just to reiterate for the character of the site, when Smithy Wood, the ancient woodland, was under threat previously, there was citywide outrage. The community came together and it fought for 6 years to prevent the damage that motorway services would have given to the ancient woodland. And our concern is that isolating the ancient woodland in the way that this development plans to do will again put that whole of the woodland under threat.
Mr. Pearson, thank you.
As Mr. Ash mentioned earlier, the DPD building on the current Smithy Wood site is visible from miles around. It's illuminated at night, causes a lot of light pollution. It basically sticks out like a sore thumb on top of a hill. The area in question where they're talking about building on will be sort of extended on from there. The Advanced Supply Services building, again, you can see that from Chapeltown Road, Macclesfield Road, you can see it from Wordsworth Avenue, you can see it from miles around. So as much as they talk about mitigation and buffers and things like that, they simply don't work. You can see it from miles around. So our concern is that this site is even higher than the current DPD site, although they talk about cuts and fills and things like that. But until that's in planning, then we don't know what it's going to look like. But obviously, if by the time it gets through to planning, it's too late. The green belt's already gone, the land is already gone.
Miss Davison, you wanting to talk? No? Okay, thank you. Okay. Miss Nuttall, is it? You wanted to come on, Nick? Thank you.
Just to add into that, the description of the landscape that Mr. Hobson gave was that it's a mixed area. It has industrial, it has grassland, it has some housing areas on it. If this particular part of land is built on, it will no longer be that mixed landscape. The grassland part of it will really be entirely gone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those points. Mr. Pearson, do you want to come in again on landscape, is it? Oh, no, Mr. Nuttall, yeah, it's hard to tell who it is. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, just on highways, I think from the Statement of Common Ground, the access is from Cowley Way, from what I can see, in terms of the access into main access into this site. Again, if I could just take any points on highway points generally, on the access point, that's been obviously set out now in the Statement of Common Ground. The proposed impacts on the strategic and local road network and any proposed mitigation, and my third bullet point relating to public transport and active travel proposed mitigation measures. If anybody wishes to raise any issues on those points, they can do now. Ms. Nuttall, is it? Yeah, thank you.
We've already spoken extensively, obviously, about highways, so I'm going to keep my part quite brief, and just like to draw attention to the current Cowley Way on the Smithywood Business Park. A brief trip along this road at any time shows cars, vans, lorries already double parked along both sides of the road. It's clear to see that the buildings, which were supposed to have been designed with sufficient parking for the proposed use, don't have enough parking. It shows that the cars coming to the site or vehicles coming to the site are far more than were ever predicted. And it shows that the current methods of estimating the number of vehicles is inaccurate. Really, this site is generating far more traffic than it was ever intended to do. The only other thing that I wanted to add to is on Cowley Hill that we've mentioned many times before. What no one's mentioned so far is if you're coming off the motorway, you see that Cowley Hill is totally jammed up. It sends people back into Thorpe Hesley, which is over into Rotherham, straight past a primary school, which is a 40-mile-an-hour zone, and then cutting down either Lodge Lane or Grange Lane, which are really small country roads, impassable by two cars next to each other at some points, that have become quite simply dangerous rat runs.
Mr. Ash.
Thank you. I'd just like to highlight a couple of statements that are in the impact assessment. This strategic location is not served by existing public transport infrastructure. Long-distance traffic-free walking and cycle route, the Blackburn Valley Trail, runs adjacent to the lightly developable area of the site, but this is poorly surfaced in part and thus likely unsuitable for commuting. Furthermore, establishing a new connection between the developable area and the trail will be challenging due to the topography difference and the likely disturbance and loss of woodland habitats. This location therefore provides limited existing opportunities to support a model shift towards active public transport modes. Opportunities to utilise the railway to the south of the location for distribution purposes are limited due to the site constraints, including substantial topography differences between the northern parcel and the southern. Poor highway access, small site area to the south and other infrastructure including an electric substation and Blackburn Valley Trail, a new railway station to serve the commuters is unlikely viable considering the potential scale of growth involved. Thank you.
Mrs. Jackson.
Thank you. I'm just looking at this access site. Obviously the drawings that we've been provided first off have now changed and we've now got quite a wonky sort of shaped piece of land that we're looking at. However, in regards to access, there is no established one, as it says, from Cowley Way. There is already an application in, as we know, in relation to the land parcel between Cowley Way and this application. The roadway that is on that application doesn't say anything about it being able to cut through to this particular site. I must point out that we're also objecting to that application, but hey-ho. So there is no site there. There is no area that it can get through. It would have to cut through the trail, the public trail, and or put a bridge over it, because that is a public right-of-way. It's been established for an awful long time, and it is currently bounded by an awful lot of trees and hedgerows, and it's used excessively because that one goes through towards Meadowhall, etc. So I can't see how it can go out of Cowley Way. In addition to that, if this site boundary is now to be changed yet again, and it goes out towards the Cowley Way, then that is completely changing the outline, and this one should go back to consultation again for people to comment on the access and the surrounding woods and woodside, etc. It's just non-viable as far as I can see. You can't get out to the other end because it's crossing other land, and you can't get out through Cowley Way because you've got a public right-of-way there. It's an established trail. There's trees and things there, and there is also another planning application in place for that one.
Mr. Towlerton.
Most of our comments were actually more eloquently put by Mr. Ash, because actually even the City Council accept this is not accessible by public transport. It's got a red rating. There are no public transit. The main advantage is proximity to the motorway network. We've got other objections to it as well. And the statement of common ground, obviously I know it's not one for us to really comment on, doesn't really address public transport measures.
Davison.
Yeah, as already been mentioned, the only access is from Cowley Way. It isn't just a public footpath, it's a recognised wildlife corridor between Smithy Wood and Blackburn local wildlife site. If that, I'll just point it out. There is an employment development site here that's currently going through application. If this is developed, then this tiny strip that will all be is all that's going to be left of the wildlife corridor that is currently serving Smithy Wood and keeping it from being totally isolated as an irreplaceable habitat. If that is severed, but with road access, then that will cause Smithy Wood to be irreversibly damaged. Natural England's own advice say you should refuse planning permission if development will result in the loss or deterioration of ancient woodland unless it is wholly exceptional circumstances. We talked about 3 major development sites today, and it cannot possibly be necessary in an area that's the size of Ecclesfield Parish to have all these new developments when there is proven existing sites that are still to be developed within the parish and empty premises within a very short driving distance. I cannot understand how it could possibly be accepted that there is wholly exceptional circumstances to do this much damage to ancient woodland.
Mrs. Nutton, thank you.
One of the documents I read was about the mitigation, proposed mitigation for transport, and one of the proposals was rerouting existing bus routes. This is robbing Peter to pay Paul. If you're rerouting an existing bus route, the bus routes that already take more than an hour to get into town, they're going to take even longer to get into town. So yes, some people might now use those bus routes to get to the industrial estates, but less people will use them that were originally getting on them in the first place because they'll just take so much longer to get round. I also looked at other planning applications that have been made on Smithy Wood Business Park, and one of the sites, one of the mitigations to improve people walking to the site was to have umbrellas that could be borrowed. Quite honestly, that isn't working. People aren't walking there. Thank you.
Is it Mrs. Jackson? Oh, Mrs. Davison as well afterwards then. Yeah, Mrs. Davison, do you want to come in first and then Mrs. Jackson?
Yeah, sorry, I did forget myself. I'm getting a little bit passionate about this ancient woodland. Basically, it's not just Natural England. DEFRA, biodiversity metrics, they penalise fragmentation and loss of connectivity. The draft LNRS identifies Smithy Wood and Blackburn Brook corridor as being a priority habitat for restoration and connection. Sheffield's own policy, GS7, says development will not be permitted that would directly or indirectly damage existing mature or ancient woodland, other than where wholly exceptional circumstances apply. GS5 is to protect and maintain or improve the NRN, minimise fragmentation and restore and connect ecological stepping stones. Environment Act 2021 to establish the NRN, and it must have regard when planning. So all of these policies are just going to get ignored if that access is built.
Mrs. Jackson, did you want to come in? Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. The public right of way, as I referred to it, because I couldn't remember the name, is the Blackburn Valley Trail. That actually is a historic trail. It's been there for many, many years and has recently been upgraded. It's used constantly, every single day, by cyclists, both exercising but also travelling to work and back across the city rather than using public transport, obviously for fitness and health, etc., but also for speed, I have to say, other than public transport. And I think that needs to be recognised. We can't just cut across these things willy-nilly. It has to be for a specific reason. It has to be for exceptional circumstances. The other thing that is obvious on this site as well is that there is, again, just that one access point that would possibly be available. So should anything happen on there that would sort of involve the evacuation, that is the only exit point, and emergency services cannot get in and out if it's already blocked off by wherever that site might be. It has to be considered as to how fire, police, ambulance are going to gain access to those sites to be able to evacuate anybody should anything happen.
Mr. Pearson, thank you.
I believe with the amount of development that the council and developers are looking at putting in the area, I think it will have a detrimental effect on the likes of Chapeltown. The amount of traffic and the amount of time it takes you to actually get into the centre of Chapeltown would actively put people off visiting the shops, going to have a haircut, going to the pub, things like that. The people are going to go elsewhere. They're not going to waste their time sitting in a car in traffic. So I think that will have a detrimental effect to the area of Chapeltown.
Sobson.
Thank you very much. I might be able to hopefully answer or quell some of the concerns that have been raised. In terms of the access, from an engineering point of view, it's essentially going to be an extension of the spine road running through the existing business park. So I think that's quite a straightforward design. Appreciate there's an application at the moment for the alternative fuel proposal, but we consider that can be accommodated alongside an access through the scheme to our site. In terms of the public right-of-way and the Blackburn Valley Trail going through the site or going through the access, that can easily be accommodated as a pedestrian crossing in whatever form that could take. In relation to the wildlife corridor and the severance of that, within the statement of common ground, we've accepted an additional development condition which reads, to ensure the safe passage of wildlife remains, a suitable means of ecological connectivity must be provided across the new site access road in proximity to the northwest boundary. So that's essentially addressing that point. From emergency access point of view, the site abuts to the south, Jumble Lane and potentially Locher Lane, so they could be used as an emergency access point if required. I suppose the final point was just to say that there is, as we've referenced, a number of pedestrian and cycleways not only running across this site but linking into the existing built area, which provides alternative means of getting to the site other than the private car. And there was reference to rerouting the bus, maybe a bus service into the site. I think that might be a possibility. There is there'll be a critical mass of units built up as a result of the first phase, which is the existing business park, together with this extension into the proposed allocation. So that may contribute to its viability, possibly at peak times. It doesn't need to be throughout the day, but at peak times when there'll be movement of employees. Thank you.
Mr. Ash, if you're going to, obviously time is quite short. If you're reading particular documents to me, if it's a core document, if it's one of the examination documents, if you just refer me to it, that would be quite helpful, really, in terms of time. But if there's anything in addition, that's fine. Thank you.
Just going back to the Blackburn Trail, it's actually advertised on Sheffield's website as one of the most scenic routes that cyclists can take, and obviously, as Mr. Hobson's just mentioned, due to the previous developments that have been done on Smithy, the trail actually now comes off of country paths and routes and actually is diverted up Cowley Way onto the road. So you're now shoving cyclists onto the road and then it picks it back up further up. So obviously the Blackburn Valley Trail is exactly that, what you expect, a trail not being diverted through industrial estates and obviously then being pushed onto roads. Thank you.
Mrs. Jackson?
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about this insertion of a crossing. I don't think that's suitable at all. When you've got cyclists pelting along as they do at the speeds and then suddenly being approached by a crossing. But the other thing is as well, that right of way would have to be closed while this work is going on. And you've got all the HGVs, etc., entering and exiting. How long would that be closed for? And if it's not going to be closed and you're thinking about putting the crossing on at that point, I can't see that is going to work. I think that's unworkable both for the cyclists, for the pedestrians that use that area as well, and also for the heavy goods vehicles that's coming in. In relation to the emergency point on Jumble Lane, I'm not quite sure how we're going to get into it because there isn't going to be an entry point on there. So, which is what you've said, because the entry point is going to be at the other side, at Cowley. So are you now suggesting that there's going to be an entrance on Jumble Lane that the emergency services can get into, or are the ambulances and fire service going to have to go across the field that is there, through the hedges, across the field, and then enter that site at whatever point it is? Because I'm presuming that this site will have some sort of boundary around it to stop the ingress of trespassers or whatever you want to call them.
If I take Mr. Pearson actually next, and then Miss Davison. Thank you.
I'd just like to contest the point that Mr. Hobson made about access from Locher or Jumble Lane. At no point has this been mentioned in the consultation. People made their representations based on the information that they had at the time. So it seems like they can just sort of try and move the goalposts at this hour.
Miss Davison.
I'd like to ask what sort of wildlife corridor could possibly be incorporated? What, a level crossing?
Okay, thank you. I think the detail, presumably at this stage, are not there, because obviously this is only an allocation at this stage that we're considering. Mr. Hobson, I suspect the detail isn't there. That's what the conditions for, Ms. Davison. So that I take the point of your concern in terms of the breaking the connectivity, but obviously there is a suggestion here to try and deal with it. So, Mrs. Nuttall, thank you.
Thank you. Just going back to potential access on Jumble Lane. In December last year, there was a large-scale emergency on Jumble Lane with a building that caught fire. As a result of lack of access for the fire brigade and lack of access to water supplies in that area, it took them 2.5 days to put a fire out. So I really feel that would be entirely inappropriate. It wouldn't be suitable for the emergency services.
I just go back to just the council on this point regarding the additional condition that was raised in the statement on ground that Mr. Hobson has raised about the safe access, providing this corridor. What are your issues in terms of just your comments on that?
Obviously, it's in the statement of common ground between us, and we feel it would be effective at providing sufficient mitigation and a corridor for wildlife. It could take a number of forms. I mean, hedgehog highways is obviously the one that's often referred to, but there are other measures in terms of habitats.
Okay, Mr. Pearson, do you want to make another comment? Miss Davison, are you okay? Fantastic. I mean, obviously there are the issues there raised in terms of, again, if we're considering obviously taking this forward, it is an issue that has been raised, so it seems obviously pertinent probably to include that if the plan is going for that additional condition in terms of this particular proposal to deal with that connectivity, so it's looked at. Okay, so I'm just going to move on to the next item, which is biodiversity. So it's item 28. So obviously we've dealt quite a bit with this issue already. So in terms of impacts on biodiversity, or certainly the impacts on the ancient woodland, the wildlife site, and the local recovery network. So the local nature recovery network. So it's just any other comments that anybody wants to raise. Particularly in relation to the impacts on the adjacent woodland and local wildlife. So, there's any additional comments that haven't already been raised? Davison?
I'm really sorry to push this point, but this is the time to decide on whether connectivity is at all, if there's any potential to do it, and we would argue there is no potential to allow connectivity. We're not talking about, with all due respect, we're not talking about hedgehog highways. You can't put a hedgehog highway across a road where HGVs will be travelling. They will be dead. Plus, that's not the biodiversity we're really talking about here. Unlike other sites, this is only metres away from the adjoining site that we've discussed multiple times. It's the only site that we've got full and comprehensive ecology reports for. That has shown that there is an abundance of bats, some rare species of local to county level, and they are using that site for foraging and commuting. This isn't now reports. This is full ecology reports that were done earlier this year, May, I think. Local to county importance. There are 10 red or amber listed bird species using that site, and that include and the corridor. Breeding skylarks and linnets are just two of them. What we are looking at, when we're talking about a corridor, we're not actually talking about this little strip. This little strip is what it will become if you allow building on both sides. Currently, that corridor is this whole area and this whole area. there is very little mitigation that could be done on that site there that will enable sufficient access for wildlife. We're talking invertebrates, insects, butterflies. We're talking local fungi, and we're not just talking about animals that walk. We're not just talking about animals that walk. We're talking about the whole habitat that is the ancient woodland. And I'm really disappointed that we don't seem to be able to get across to the developers or the council what ancient woodland is. I've tried to explain.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm just going to move on to Mr. Hobson. Did you want to make a comment on this?
Just to say, we've very recently undertaken a preliminary ecological assessment of this area, and the principal area is farmland, which has concluded that it's low conservation value in ecological terms. That there are two kind of key features, I think, where we do need to respect, which is the hedgerows. And there's an area of lowland acid grassland as well within the site. And we think we can mitigate that through design principles at the application stage. There's clearly, it sits adjacent to the ancient woodland, which lies to the north, which is in the control of the land promoter. So there is an opportunity there would be respectful of an appropriate buffer with the development, but also as part of the Greenbelt compensatory measures that we could undertake, we could look at some selective enhancement of that ancient woodland within that area. Thank you.
Ms. Davison?
I appreciate the offer and the sentiment around improving the woodland, but isolating the woodland will damage it beyond anything that can then be mitigated against. Again, the buffers that we've discussed previously, if it's, I keep saying it, the Natural England's advice is only a minimum of 15 metres, and that is only to stop physical damage from trucks and things during development from damaging the root system. When it specifically states that it will need to be much wider where there is noise, air and light pollution. And this sort of development will require at least a 100-metre buffer would be sensible based on the bats and the echolocation problems that have been recorded in studies. And I'd also just like to add that there has been studies done on the mitigations that regarding bridges or transport systems for wildlife, and they has indicated they have never been successful.
Ms. Nutton. Mrs. Nutton.
Likewise, I appreciate the sentiment that is doing some improvement of the Smithywood ancient woodland, but the current owner hasn't looked after this site for many years. There's been access to the site to fly tippers and off-road vehicles and things like that, and I don't see that it's okay to use their previous negligence of the woodland now to their advantage. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to pick up briefly on the issue of land contamination. If there's any, just the council in terms of any land contamination risks and whether they're satisfied, they can be satisfied, please.
Yeah, within NES 36, we have historic records of potential land contamination in the southeast corner of the site. This relates to sort of former coal mining activities in the area. Given the presence of these features, a condition on development requiring further investigation was included. The area is currently grazing land. However, the area within which the potential contamination is located is proposed to be removed from the allocation due to the absence of the landowner's support.
So in terms of that condition, if the land, obviously we'll come on to talk about the land availability issue, but are you suggesting that that development condition is no longer required in terms of justified in terms of this site?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Hobson, have you got any comments on that at all?
No, just to say that our land expert has looked over it, and he thinks that there's no unsurmountable risks associated with the site from a soil contamination or from a ground gas perspective.
Okay, Mr. Pearson.
The whole area is locally known as Bluefields. It's called that because of the amount of shale and clay that's been dumped on it from the past coking and mining activities. I know on the site, on the Smithy Wood site of the Advanced Supply Solutions building, there was a list of chemicals of concern identified, which were all part of the same site, including arsenic, boron, cadmium, chromium, copper, lead, mercury, nickel, selenium, vanadium, zinc, speciated total petroleum, hydrocarbons, speciated polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, volatile organic compounds, semi-volatile organic compounds, ammonial nitrogen, cyanide, acidity, total organic carbon, asbestos, and sweet sulfates. So I think the site probably does need some more investigation. But I'd also like to add that the site where they were saying they don't think there's anything sort of being tipped. There's a visible spoil site sort of to the northeast of it.
Gibson?
Yeah, just Pete has just said quite a lot of what I wanted to say, but again, referring back to this site here, it's had a full contamination report that was done earlier this year, and that has identified numerous, I haven't listed them out like Pete has, but essentially that was basically the list. I remember there was arsenic, there was tar, there was gas, there was also there was a potential for really contaminated water on there. So again, I agree. I think that it really does need a full contamination report. To allocation preferably.
Yeah, could I just clarify where you were pointing to, just in relation to the site? Yeah, well, is it there?
Could I get you to take this out? Obviously outside. Obviously there is. I think at this stage it may be precautionary in terms of given the previous use to retain this as a development condition. I don't. You know. I think despite the fact, obviously we'll discuss now the non-availability of the site, Mr. Keen's site. But yeah, I'd probably precaution probably to retain it. Okay, so I'll just go on. So that would retain that particular condition as proposed relating to a land contamination being investigated. So just moving on to item 30, land availability and deliverability. Well, statement of common ground between the site promoters and the City Council both agree that part of the site, Mr. Keen's land, is not available. In terms of this particular site area, two alternative boundaries I notice are set out in the actual statement of common ground. One proposed, the site promoters are promoting that Mr. Keen's land is excluded from the site allocation, but additional land to the south towards Loaches Lane is included, but the City Council alternatively provide saying the removal of Mr Keane's land from the Greenbelt, but the designation as a general employment land to create a more logical Greenbelt boundary. Could I just ask the Council's views on obviously the first proposal by the site promoters, obviously in terms of extending it southwards? I think I've seen the evidence on that, but in terms of your proposal to retain it, remove it from the Greenbelt, but retain it as employment, what's the justification for that?
Yes, sir. So the Statement of Common Ground establishes that two landowners support the allocation of their land for employment, and this is confirmed within the promoter's representation on the additional Greenbelt sites. During consultation on the additional sites, the third landowner confirmed they did not support the inclusion of their land within the allocation, and that's representation 1.2421. This area comprises the southwest corner of NES 36 and covers approximately 5.22 hectares. As this land is no longer available, the Council cannot justify its inclusion and proposing that it is removed from NES 36. This results in a reduction of the site allocation from 16.37 hectares to 11.15 hectares. Given the irregular Greenbelt boundary, this removal will create north of Loitcher Lane and the creation of an area that performs weakly against Greenbelt purposes, notably purposes 1, preventing sprawl, and 2, preventing merging of towns. The Council proposed that land that no longer forms part of NES 36 is removed from the Greenbelt. This will create a more robust and permanent boundary in this area. In effect, it would become a consequential deletion. The Council proposes that the land removed from the Greenbelt, but not included within the site allocation boundary, should be included within the wider employment zone, which will be virtually surrounded by, should any S36 be allocated. As with all other landowners within an employment zone, the inclusion of the land within this zone places no obligation upon the landowner to sell or develop their land for employment purposes. The land can continue to be farmed as the landowner wishes. Should this position change over the plan period, the land, which the Council believes is suitable and deliverable, could come forward for employment use as a windfall site. Regarding delivery timescales, that concludes my comments on that.
And have you considered any also, we've explored this on other sites in the central area, the urban area, where you've had sites that aren't available and effectively they've become opportunity sites, or I just wonder whether you've explored any other options in terms of the area that's non-available in terms of this particular proposal?
I think from our perspective, given the position of the landowner, we don't feel it would be appropriate to include this as an opportunity site.
Okay, Mr. Hobson, if you just have your views.
It's it's unfortunate the landowner has changed his mind during this process, but he's entitled to do that. So anyway, but things may change again. I think what we're saying, we're happy either way, as kept as a designation or as an employment zone. I think we're happy to master plan the remainder of the site on the basis that it wouldn't prejudice the future delivery of that area of land coming forward. We also propose an additional extension, which we think is more logical in terms of to the south, which would then be a defensible boundary to Loacher Lane, which has a strong hedgerow boundary there, and actually it would be lower in level than the land further to the north within the allocation. So we think an appropriate buffer area, and we can use the topography to ensure that area assimilates itself within the landscape setting without infringing on Greenbelt principles.
Thank you. Is it Mr. Pearson, is it? Thank you.
I would just like to point out that at no point has Mr. Keane changed his mind on his land being included. Mr. Keane was unaware his land was included. Mr. Keane made a statement at the full council meeting on the 14th of May stating he wished his land to be no part of it. So he hasn't changed his mind, he was never informed, and he wants no part of this Greenbelt deletion. I would also like to ask the council, have at any point you've spoken to Mr. Keane about the change of use of his land that he owns and he farms?
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Mr. Towlerson, is it? Thank you.
Well, you've seen our case, we object to the whole of the allocation, but yeah, I don't see any real argument. You touched on my argument why this land needs to come out. It should stay back here. If it's not viable, and I don't think, I dispute there's a logical boundary, but I don't think that outweighs the arguments why it should remain in the Greenbelt. I'm not accepting that there may be a case, but I don't think that's the best opportunity. I mean, there are other opportunities, better opportunities. It also assumes this land, should it be needed in the future, which I dispute, is best used for employment. There may be better opportunities for it in the future. So I do, and I take your point. In other bits of the city, this is not what seems to have happened.
Mrs. Nutton, thank you.
Okay, I do have quite a bit to say on this, so but it is super important, so please bear with me. The developer didn't have any evidence of availability from the multiple landowners on this site when the site was submitted. They haven't changed their mind. They were never even asked. They knew nothing about it. I've got text messages from one of the farmers on the night that this plan was released in the press asking if I knew anything about it. They knew absolutely nothing about it. It should never ever have been put into the plan, declared that it was available and deliverable, because at that time it absolutely wasn't. And for that reason, this site, it's been given an unfair advantage over other sites that were discarded from the plan. I understand that one of the multiple landowners, Mr. Rhodes, has now said he's willing to engage in the process. However, I've seen the letter from his land agent. It doesn't say that there's an agreement to sell the land to St. Paul's. It doesn't say that there's an agreement in principle to sell the land at all. He may at a later date decide not to sell, or he could decide to sell it to somebody else. You mentioned that there were a number of landowners on there, but I've had a look at land registry and I make it that there's 4 landowners of this site, one of which hasn't been mentioned at all. Are you aware of this 4th owner who owns about an acre of the site? We've already spoken about Mr. Keane and how he doesn't want to have his land included. I also understand that part of the site, there may be a charity with an overriding interest in some of the land by way of an overage clause. Has that been identified? Just one moment. To kind of just go back onto Mr. Keane's land and how that you want that deleting from the Greenbelt as well. Mr. Keane isn't here today because he believed that there would be absolutely no change to his land. He received an email from Simon Vincent on the 8th of August. And in the email, Mr. Vincent stated that Sheffield City Council are aware that Mr. Keane has made clear that he's unwilling to make his land available for development, and on that land, on that basis, we intend to recommend to the inspectors that the boundary of the proposed allocated site should be amended to exclude your land, and we will make this clear during the public hearings, which you have made clear. But Mr. Keane understandably took this to mean that his land would be excluded, not just excluded from the site, but excluded from any allocation change. In paragraph 4.5,
Just a sec, sorry. So the suggestion that the allocation would be changed only came to light when the Statement of Common Ground was released. This was last Friday, and obviously by that point it was too late for Mr Keane to come represent himself here today. Mr Keane in fact only knows about this right now because, well, we rang him and we told him. No one from Sheffield City Council has been in touch with them, yet they feel that they can make decisions over his land without his knowledge. Thank you.
Taliesin, have you still got your... Yeah, it's Mr Pearson. Are you wanting to speak again, are you? Yeah.
If Mr Keane's land is changed into an employment zone land, what implications would that give with his farming subsidies or with his permitted development rights? Has any of this been looked into?
Just ask Mr Hobson. I'd obviously picked up through the representations from Mr Pearson and Mrs Nutton about the small bit of land that seemed to be owned by another landowner. I just wanted to confirm whether that was the case. Obviously, you're indicating that Mr Rhodes is the other major landowner plus yourself, but I just wanted to clear that up, please.
Yeah, I'm unaware of any additional land owners involved in this site. So if there are, then we'd like to know about that from the objectors, please.
Councillor Livery.
Thank you, sir. The Greenbelt buffer at the bottom of this site was to enable this area to continue to have some visual aspect in terms of Greenbelt. The council's proposal will remove that buffer and bring the site right down to Loitshire Lane, therefore defeating the objective why this was set in the first place. So now, if this land ownership issues and arguments about what can be released and can't be released shouldn't impinge on the fact that a Greenbelt buffer has already been established. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll just go to Mrs Davison first and I'll come back to you. Thank you, yeah. Mr Brickbake. Thank you.
Thanks very much, sir. So 2 quick points. So I wouldn't want the planning inspectorate to go away potentially misinformed today. So I would ask anyone around this table who feels that they may have mistakenly misrepresented facts to put those right. And the second point is, regardless of whether the boundaries change to the south or whether this land is taken out or such the boundaries are altered, we would suggest that that's a major change, major modification, and so regardless of the position, we feel it should be consulted again with the local community. Thanks.
Okay, Miss Jackson. Mr Jackson.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit concerned and perturbed here, really, basically. I mean, Mr Keane wasn't aware that the land was going to be used. Mr Keane has obviously made it quite plain that he never wants his land to be used for anything like this. And to say that it may come up later on as brownfield basically is saying, well, we'll just wait until he becomes deceased and then we'll go for it from there. The gentleman may decide to pass it on to family. He may decide to put it into trust. He may decide to sell it to the Keg Group, who will then turn it into something completely different. I think it's disgusting that it's been put on like that. Well, it may come available later on. This is a person's land and life that we're talking about, and I think it's absolutely horrendous that it's been phrased in that way.
Mr Pearson, thank you.
As Mr Birkby mentioned earlier, the JEH's proposal of changing the boundary, that would include land that surrounds the properties called Butterthwaite House on the map. That includes Butterthwaite Lodge. Again, the homeowners there were totally unaware of this. They made their representations on using the information they were given at the time of public consultation. But now it seems that, you know, changes again are being discussed. These people were unaware of these changes until we informed them. You know, these people, that would be a massive influence on their property. At the minute, the boundary that Sheffield City Council are sort of proposing it sticks to, it's over the other side of the hill to them. It makes no difference. However, if this was included, it'd be sort of, they'd be blindsided by it. You know, you'd have thought Sheffield City Council would have had sort of lessons learned after the Lowcock report and the street tree sort of issues they've had, but it seems that the Sheffield Council haven't learned any lessons from that.
Davison?
Yeah, in addition to the roles that I have been representing already, I am a resident of Ecclesfield, and I was present when Miss Nutton informed the council that there was another landowner, and that she found that out by a land registry check. So it's really ridiculous for a developer to be coming here today and saying that he was unaware. Does that actually mean that he hasn't checked the land registry, even the basic checks of checking the land registry to see who owns the land? In addition to that, I put it in my representation, so my personal representation to the council, which I did assume they would have read. So again, they should have been. I want to agree with Mrs. Jackson that the idea that it will become available is basically horrific. What they're actually saying is that he won't live forever. He's a 76-year-old man. He won't live forever, and this land will then become available, or that they will continue to put pressure on to sell. I want to dispute the claim that the boundary makes, due to making it a regular shaped boundary, it is better to take his land out of the green belt. You can't get more irregular than the previous site that we were just discussing, and they seem to have just been drawn out of thin air to random paths that are overgrown. This site, the boundary is actually drawn straight across a field. There's no hedgerow, and then whereas the hedgerow the defensible boundary would be the hedgerows that they've referred to as historic hedgerows, main hedgerows that go around Mr. Keane's land. It's just absolute nonsense that a straight line drawn across his open field makes a better defensible boundary than the hedgerow. It's just all horrific and nonsense.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson.
After the questions on the May the 14th, when the issues were raised about land ownership, I brought this up again with Michael Johnson in a planning meeting in Chapeltown, and Mr. Johnson openly admitted to me that he felt the plan had been rushed and mistakes had been made. He also admitted that Sheffield City Council had taken the word of JEH and hadn't followed correct procedures due to their previous working relationship. Can I ask what is the nature of this previous working relationship that would negate the need for further checks? In the draft Sheffield Plan dated May 2025, Exam 130, Appendix 3, sites ruled out due to fundamental constraints. S03010, site was not promoted for housing or employment use. Now we could argue that NES 36 wasn't promoted by somebody who had control over the site or who had permission. Okay, they have for Axis 1, but for no one else's land they did. Site S3036, site promoter has confirmed they are not currently in control of the site. Now surely NES 36 should also come under that, because the site promoter is not in control of the full site. Now there's quite a few sites, I'm not going to read them all because we're pushed for time, but there are a lot of sites that were removed due to the site promoter not being in control. Now, I have heard on whether it was rumour or not, I don't know, but apparently JEH said they put the sites forward as they thought that was the land that they owned. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure, but that's where we are.
If anybody's going to raise similar type issues, I'm very clear about this issue. I want to take it back to the council. Is there anything additional on this land availability? Because I am very clear on this about what the situation is. So unless anybody wants to raise anything, you can, Mr. Turnstile.
Yes, sir. I think what we'd like to do is formally put on record that we as a KEG group would expect a formal investigation around the procedural issues that have enabled this site to come forward.
Thank you. It's obviously a matter outside my remit, again, for dealing with the hearing. Obviously, yeah, I'll let you respond if I could in terms of the points that were raised. You've obviously got your banner up, Mrs. Stevens.
Thank you. I think my nameplate was actually up for a much earlier point, not that particular issue. I think, first of all, I just wanted to reiterate that policy zones in themselves don't assume any changes necessary. The whole city is covered by policy zones, and there are no implications, as far as I'm aware, for the landowner in terms of utilising their land differently. Agriculture isn't an unacceptable use in employment areas, so there's no necessity for change there. Also, just in response to a point that Mr. Livery made, I think we've gone round in circles about this a little, but just to clarify that the council isn't proposing to extend the site allocation southwards towards Jumble Lane, south of the boundary that was already consulted on. And yes, the intention there was to have a boundary to the allocation site that reflected the landscape buffer that Mr. Livery referred to.
And the other question, obviously, I tried to touch on it before, whether alternative land zoning proposals were just for the land that is not allocated to change the boundary as suggested by the site promoters. And obviously the other issue that's been cropping up is the fact that obviously there may be other landowners. And I think we need some clarity. If that is the case, then I just need to sort of have an action just to sort of look into that particular point to ensure that we are, the actual land that is promoted is fully promoted. Obviously, the evidence and comments made today do indicate there may be other landowners. So I just need to be absolutely clear before I can make a final determination on this particular proposal.
That's absolutely fine. We'll take that away as an action. And in terms of the first question, was that whether the land to the south is proposed to be?
It's more to do with Mr. Keane's land again. Whether I think I tried to touch on it before about alternative, rather than showing general employment area on this site, whether there is an alternative. I think I tried to indicate before whether there was an alternative in this particular location.
From our perspective, we've allocated as green space zones. I forget, the colleague might bring the right terminology in. I'll let them pass to Ms. Stevens.
Sorry, the area of land owned by Mr. Keane, who isn't promoting his land, to the west of the allocation site. We did consider, given that he doesn't want his land included within the allocation, what alternatives there would be. Clearly, because of where the boundary for the greenbelt goes, it would be an isolated greenbelt square, so it needs to have some designation. Urban green space zone wouldn't be suitable. It's farmland. It's not a recreational or accessible piece of land. So the alternatives would be typically in the rest of the urban area we default to a residential policy zone. We wouldn't consider doing that here because that would be then between an allocation site for employment and another employment zone on the other side of the rail line. So the most sensible policy zone, notwithstanding the fact that doesn't require him to make any change to his operation of the land, is an employment use. So that's the. Yeah, sorry to clarify. There are no areas of white land in Sheffield are all covered by a policy zone of some type. So it sort of within the categories available there, that's the logic behind the proposition to put that forward instead as an employment zone, because it would need to be released from the green belt because of drawing that defensible boundary.
Can we just make the position clear as well? Because I know there was some comments in the room and Ms Stevens has touched on it already, but that brings no obligation on Mr Keane or anybody who takes that land from Mr Keane at any point in the future to do anything that they don't want to do with the land. So we just need to make that clear. That's not the intention, and that's not a natural consequence of bringing it into a policy zone. So I just wanted to make that point clear from our perspective.
I think I'm going to take this one away. I don't really want to, unless there's anything in addition, I don't really want to hear anything. Mr Pearson maybe once, but if there's anything additional now, I think I'll basically on this particular point, I think I'll basically I need to take it away with me.
So in the statement of common ground, paragraph 2.4, you've stated that this site was first promoted in 2019 call for sites. However, at the time of in 2019, part of the site that was owned by Access One was part of a mitigation for the motorway services. Now that planning permission wasn't withdrawn until January 2020. So how can it be allocated or promoted as employment land, but yet it was still in the process of planning for ecological mitigation for the Smithywood motorway services?
Miss Riddle, is it? Mrs Riddle?
Yes. Just as a matter of record, sir, I'd just like to say Sheffield City Council and the Planning Department and the Property Services has totally disregarded and rode roughshod of all the farmers in this process on NES 37, Town and Farm, and of a Mr Keane and this area of land. Thank you.
I guess the other issue I'm having with this particular designation is obviously we're contributing towards your actual employment land in terms of this plan period. Obviously, you need to so it's justified and available, deliverable within the plan period. I've still got some concerns relating to, obviously the designation, specifically Mr Keane's land as general employment land. I take the point about your designation not having white land, etc., but it is a point that it's clearly not available within the plan period, this piece of land. And I think, you obviously the council need to probably, obviously I'll reflect on it, but I have got concerns about that sort of fact, really. Even I take the point, that you say.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I think maybe my colleague Mr King will come on to this in the last question, but obviously a result of removing Mr Keane's land from the site allocation would obviously reduce the quantum of employment land that we'd be considering there. We wouldn't be including Mr Keane's land within the employment land supply, to be clear.
Keep clearing up, that's fine. Mr Towlerton.
Because I was going to just think of your words, actually. I mean, this site's not going to be available over the planned period. It's within your gift to make any special designation, as I understand the fact that Sheffield may not have, although I think the land should retain in the green belt. The fact that there aren't other examples of safeguarded land doesn't strike me as a particularly sound argument. Sorry, yeah, all right. So yes, thank you.
Councillor Livery, please, thank you.
Very briefly, thank you. So, clarification, because I lost the thread as we went through this. So the area marked yellow is going to become employment land, is that correct? Or not? So, explain, please.
The area marked yellow in the Statement of Common Ground you're referring to? That's not within the site allocation boundary. If you're referring to the map in the Statement of Common Ground in Appendix A, I think it's just a map that indicates the two different areas as promoted. So the blue area is within the site allocation boundary, the yellow area is not, and that's intended to be retained within the green belt as per the map shown in Appendix B, which replicates the consultation document and reflects the retained landscape buffer as agreed when we went out for consultation.
Okay, thank you. Right, okay. Thanks for those comments. Obviously, take that away. And that additional action point, obviously, in terms of land ownership, needs to be considered on this particular point. So I'll touch very briefly on the second bullet point about ongoing discussions. I think that is obviously set out in the Statement of Common Ground from the site promoters in terms of exam 144 talks about an outline hybrid application approved within the next 5 years by 2031 and start by 2033. There isn't anything further to add. Is that right, Mr. Hobson?
Yeah, just to say that this kind of comes back to the logical extension of Smithy Wood. Smithy Wood is nearing capacity. And there's 5 plots remaining on Smithy Wood, and they've all been sold to owner-occupiers. So we think that over the next 2 or 3 years that business park will be at capacity, which then gives us the opportunity to move on to this particular allocation. So yes, I think the delivery timescales within the Statements of Common Ground are achievable.
Okay. Mrs. Jackson, sorry.
Just because that patch is up at capacity doesn't mean to say that we need any more. The maps that I've submitted to yourselves actually shows just how much we are surrounded as Chapeltown by industrial units and warehouse units. With the proposed and the current, we would have 16 large industrial and warehouse units in Chapeltown surrounding area on its own. That doesn't include the hundreds of thousands of metres that are in the S36, which is literally a 5-minute drive away from us. So the fact that the site is full, I totally agree with you. The sites are full. We do not need any more. We've got empty units on those spaces. We've got all the empty units that are at S36. We do not need this site, and actually we don't need any of the other sites.
Okay, thank you. Just on this, just one additional action point. Obviously, you for the hearing on the Friday the 21st of November, we'll talk about employment land supply. Obviously, there's a slight adjustment here, I think in terms of what our discussions are on this site. So, if we could just have an updated employment land supply position statement, similar to exam 56A, please, ahead of that hearing, please, as additional action. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, just any other comments or concerns relating to site NES 36 item, please? Yeah, Mr. Pearson.
In the Statement of Common Ground, Part 7.3, St Paul's Developments Limited, Smithywood Business Parks Development LLP and Sheffield City Council agree that the first condition on development for NES 36 incorrectly requires the development of this allocation should comply with the golden rules and provide new or improvements to existing green spaces that are accessible to the public. Paragraph 156 of the MPPF 2024 requires the golden rules are applied to major development, including housing, not employment. So, am I right in thinking that that's the way that JEH or anyone who wanted to build on sort of build employment land can get around any forms of mitigation, or will they be held accountable to buffers and things like that?
Miss Bell.
Yes, thank you very much. So I think you have the point and the strength of feeling about the difference of opinion about the designation of Mr. Keane's land. And I think Mrs. Riddle does make an excellent point when she says that the reason why this is perhaps such a live issue is because there are concerns around the consultation process generally and the difficulties that local people, including members of the farming community, have had in being contacted and being heard. So it was your fellow inspector yesterday who ran the session, but we were advised that within a week there will be a statement of common ground forthcoming relevant to Mrs. Riddle's farm. We also were told that there was a ecological assessment that would become available, and it was not known when. And we asked for some clarification about when we might be able to see that, and we were told inquiries would need to be made, and we would get an answer. We're hoping we would get an answer today before we leave, when we will get that ecological assessment of Mrs. Riddle's farm. But it touches on a broader point here, which is the frustrations that local people are experiencing in getting documents and definitive answers and information. It's easy to see where that frustration comes from when you have situations like Mrs. Riddle's, and she will need to know for the sake of her future onward planning what is happening to her property, and she would like access to that statement of common ground as soon as possible. But I would only add, sir, that in terms of Mr. Keane's situation, if his intention is to keep his property as a working farm, and that does seem to be the case, that would be the appropriate designation on the plan. And if that creates difficulties in terms of a wider area of employment land, that just, in my submission, indicates the poor nature of this allocation in the first place, in that the council have created a situation where there's an isolated use surrounded by other employment uses, and that's indicative of poor planning, but also poor engagement on this site and with these people. So I hope, sir, that encapsulates the position from this side of the room and the frustrations that we've been experiencing. Thank you.
Mrs. Jackson.
Thank you, yes. In relation to this site and all the others, really, is a bit of a closing statement about all of it. We are not planners or architects or land assessors or anything else. We're just ordinary people. As a result, we've had 6 weeks in which to read 150 exam papers plus almost 3,500 responses, 700 hyperlinked documents, and many of these documents have had hundreds of pages in them, and we've had to become our own experts. Consultation was poor, if not non-existent, and many residents are still unaware of it and the impact it will have on them. We've had to do the council's job in relation to public awareness. Key documents were not available to both us and the inspectors, and they have not brought key documents, like the tenancy agreement, yet threatened the residents with 3 months' notice in that meeting, asking them virtually to decide on whether to keep the house or leave the farm in total. In addition, the statement of common ground is still in draft stage, as we just said, and not available, and maybe not for some time, putting horrendous pressure on the tenants and on their mental health and on their physical health. This plan is full of assumptions and theories which just don't hold water. I can assume that I will win the lottery at the weekend, but there's no guarantee. This calls into question all viability of all these sites. However, this is another assumption, as we don't have up-to-date information due to the risk of unknowns being known later down the road all the time. We've heard about contaminated land that is privately owned, that is currently contaminating waterways and putting children at risk, and the private owners should have addressed this situation many years ago and removed the contaminants from the land, whether or not it ever gets considered for development. Who knows how many will develop serious health problems in the future as a result, and how many already have. Whether or not these sites go forward now that it's in the public eye, this should be addressed as a matter of urgency. It's fine saying now that it will be done in order to build these units, but this should have been addressed years ago. Many desk-based assessments have been carried out with little or no site visits and in-person assessments of the impacts that these will have. Our local wildlife and woodland has been treated with disdain and dismissed as irrelevant on so many occasions. Looking to put literally thousands of vehicles from all of these sites onto roads already at capacity, in addition to hundreds of HGVs and LGVs, with the current application stating that 360 will be entering from Cowley Hill at peak periods, is just unrealistic. We keep hearing about cycle paths and buses being used. However, cycling is totally unrealistic for 99% of the population who cannot use cycles. OAPs are not going to stop jumping into the cars and jump on a bike to go shopping, and neither are many others. The fact that we don't have local shops within walking distance, we don't have retail areas close by, and we have to travel to health outlets, which necessitates the use of cars. Buses are sporadic, the locations of stops often require a considerable amount of walking to get to those destinations. Experience of many older and able restricted means that they won't use buses because they set off without the passengers seated and regularly results in people falling over, and I have attended a good number of these accidents, as I've stated. The mitigation that keeps being referred to is undeliverable, as the roads are not capable of being expanded in width, and the Council has already confirmed that no CPOs will be issued in order to achieve this. Mitigation for green belt removal is non-existent. It appears that funding for all of this is assumed and none has been secured, and therefore there is no guarantee that this will still be available when it needs to be delivered. We intend to fight this all the way, and we have in the past battled for 5 and 6 years to stop developments that have then become undeliverable as a result due to the increase in price, and we are prepared to do this again. If the Council thought that the tree battle was a hard one, I can guarantee that this one is going to be harder, as the Council seems to have learnt nothing from the Lowcock report. We're not just looking at one site, we're looking at many, and the compounding effect of all these sites has to be considered as one major issue for this area. Due diligence to ensure that landowners are correct has not been carried out either by the planners or the Council, the developers or the Council. We've highlighted many brownfield sites that are available and unused industrial warehouse sites not occupied. Many of these cannot be classed as windfall, as they've been used for many years, unused for many years, and therefore have been available for that time and should have been included in this plan. We've had landowners in the list that we put together contact us and ask to be included. This should have been done. If we can find this information within the space of less than a week, why can't the Council? So much of this plan is to be addressed at planning application stage, but once the land is removed from the Greenbelt, it is too late. So many of the sites have issues with boundaries that should send them back to consultation. We feel that our views have often been dismissed, and we've been treated at times with contempt and hostility, with no respect given to those with difficulties. People can look at reports and desktop assessments and come up with what they think is happening, but we are living with the road conditions, etc. And as a result of the current influx of industry in our immediate area, overall, our reflection over the past 4 days is that the benefits associated with the proposed sites goes nowhere near proving that it outweighs the resultant harm to our community that as Council you represent. Having said all that, we'd like to thank the inspectors for listening to our side and considering our views. There isn't a lot else that we can say at this stage, and it's all now in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll reiterate my comments from my inspector yesterday. Obviously, it's very good to see the community engaged here in terms of Sheffield. It's been, obviously good to hear, the issues that have been raised, and it's obviously given us a lot of things to consider. But obviously, thanking you and everybody else that obviously was here earlier for their contributions today. It's been very helpful to give us a clearer steer on basically on the issues that are prevalent, obviously, in terms of what we've read and then obviously what we've heard over the last few days. So thank you.
As the Chair, can I just say thank you very much for listening to us. We felt that we haven't had a voice, but we have over these last few days. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So thank you. So the hearings are going to be resuming on Monday, the 13th of October, basically where we're looking at the Handsworth site. SES 29 and 30 there. So there's a break for a week, and then obviously we're commencing in on Monday, the 13th of October at 10 a.m. So thank you for everybody, and the hearing is adjourned. Thank you.